just say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. I tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel like getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का एक और कमाल के इंटरव्यू में, जहां पे आज मिस्टीरियस तरीके से एक व्यक्ति से मैं बात करने वाला हूं। सीधा चलते हैं मिस्टीरियस 4 की तरफ और उनके आईजीएल हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। स्केच, कैसे हो आप और कैसा चल रहा है सब कुछ?
बढ़िया चल रहा है। आप बताइए। अभी तो यहाँ तो ठीक ही है सब।
जी हाँ, ओवरऑल स्टार्टिंग में तो वो हम देख ही रहे, बट ओवरऑल स्टार्टिंग से ही मुझे एक सवाल जानना था कि 4 मैचेस लास्ट आपने खेला था, तो उसके अनुसार कितने टोटल आप मान के चलते हो कि सेफ रहता है किसी भी टीम के लिए?
अब 4 मैचेस है तो एटलीस्ट 40 पॉइंट तो मारना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगले 2-3 मैच में आप रिस्क ले सकते हो, क्योंकि आप उतना लेके जा चुके हो पहले 4 मैचेस में। तो
मतलब
उस चीज़ के लिए तो 40 पॉइंट सेफर।
10 का एवरेज आप बोल
10।
रहे हो?
हम्म।
बट
हम्म।
मिस्टीरियस 4 के अभी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में मैं देखा 32 पॉइंट है, तो इस हालात से आने वाली सी चीजों को किस तरीके से हैंडल करने का विचार रहता है एज आईजीएल?
इशू ये हो गया ना, हम लोग मतलब सेकंड मैच के बाद हम पे काफ़ी अच्छे पॉइंट आ गए थे, लेकिन थोड़ा सा इंटरनली कुछ इशू हो गया था। इस
हम्म।
चक्कर में वो मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं हो पाया, और लास्ट मैच में थोड़ा सा हमारा नेट बीटी दे दिया।
ओके।
थोड़ा सा वहाँ इशू हो गया। बाकी प्लेयर्स को पता है क्या करना, और उनको पता है कल आज कैसे करना है, क्या करना है।
जी हाँ, वो तो काफी ज्यादा बेहतर चल ही रहा है, लेकिन बहुत मुश्किल हुआ है मिस्टीरियस 4 को, चाहे राउंड 1 की बात करें चाहे राउंड 2 की बात करें। स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस थोड़े साधारण जाते थे और लास्ट में वो कम आता था, तो कुछ लास्ट में ऐसी बातचीत होती थी या फिर जस्ट फ्लो में वो चीजें हो रही थी?
अब हम लोग मतलब कुछ टीम्स की आदत हो जाती है ना, तो हम लोगों को आदत हो गई है। जैसे पहले भी ऑफिशियल्स में ना, हमें टीम होती थी जो ज्यादा राउंड खेल के जाते थे, सारे राउंड खेलते थे हम।
जी।
राउंड 1 2 3 वाइल्ड गार्ड्स में भी जा रहे हैं, लूजर्स ब्रैकेट्स में भी जा रहे हैं। तो सारे राउंड्स का थोड़ा हैबिट पड़ गया है कि हाँ भाई खेलने ही है। अब वो खुद मन बन जाता है, अब समझ नहीं आता,
जी।
लेकिन हो जाता है ऐसा हमारे साथ।
मतलब प्रैक्टिस ज्यादा करना पसंद है, चाहे वो ऑफिशियल हो चाहे वो कुछ भी हो, मतलब ज्यादा से ज्यादा मैचेस खेलना है। लेकिन ज्यादा मैचेस से
हाँ।
मुझे ये याद आया कि आज का दिन बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर गया है। मतलब मिस्टीरियस 4 जो अभी तक करने के लिए जानी जाती थी वो स्लो स्टार्ट, इस सेमीफाइनल वीक 2 में एक फास्ट स्टार्ट हमें देखने को मिला है। कुछ बातचीत हुई थी उस ब्रेक में या फिर जस्ट सिचुएशन आपके साथ था आज के दिन पे?
हाँ, डिस्कशन तो था कि जैसा हम लोगों का हर बार का मतलब हर राउंड का ये था कि हम लोग लास्ट डे पे करके और कमबैक मार के क्वालिफाई हो रहे थे, लेकिन हम लोग ऐसा, और स्टार्टिंग का स्लो रहता था, काफी स्लो रहता था।
हम्म।
तो इस बार ट्राई ये था कि स्टार्टिंग फास्ट कर देंगे तो मिड का तो हम लोग संभाल लेते हैं कि हाँ भाई जाना कैसे है।
हम्म।
तो स्टार्टिंग आज थोड़ा सा था, एफर्ट डाला था कि स्टार्ट हो जाए,
हम्म।
फास्ट हो जाए, तो हुआ वो चीज़। लेकिन फिर वही 2 मैचेस का था, थोड़ा सा डिसेंट से गया था, इतना बोलूंगा नहीं अच्छा
हम्म।
गया, लेकिन हाँ ठीक गया आज।
काफी ज्यादा बेहतर है यहाँ पे, वो चीजें तो हम देख ही रहे, बट एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या है कंपटीशन को लेके? क्योंकि सेमीफाइनल वीक 2 हम देख रहे हैं रोटेशनल वाइज या फिर उस सेंटर का होल्ड बनाना बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो रहा है, तो उन प्रेशर सिचुएशन में भी चीजों को कैसे बेहतर करके जा रही है फिलहाल मिस्टीरियस 4?
अब कंपटीशन वाइज तो अगर मतलब मैं बोलूँ तो अभी फिलहाल एक्सपीरियंस किसी भी टीम का कुछ काम आते हुए दिख नहीं रहा मेरे को, सही बताऊँ तो।
जी।
क्योंकि जोन शिफ्ट ले रहा है, तो चाहे वो कोई टीम ट्रॉफी ले रखी हो चाहे कुछ भी है, वो भी सेंटर भाग रही है, और
हम्म।
अंडरडॉग भी सेंटर भाग रहे हैं।
हम्म।
तो मेरी टीम को मैंने इतना बोल रखा है भाई, हार्ड तरीके से क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे।
हम्म।
बेशक पहले में एक एक मैच में नहीं बना पा रहा, लेकिन सेकंड मैच में हार्ड तरीके से ही पॉइंट्स लेके जाएंगे। सेंटर ये सब नहीं खेलते हम लोग,
हम्म।
खेलने की आदत भी नहीं है हमको।
हम्म। जी हाँ,
वही चीज़ है।
सेंटर सेंटर में तो आई थिंक मल्टीपल टीम्स जा रही है और वो परेशानियों का कारण भी बन रहा है कुछ टीम्स के लिए। बट ये तो हो गई गेम की बातचीत, अब मैं टीम से रिलेटेड थोड़ी बातचीत करना चाहूंगा। मिस्टीरियस 4 कैसे बनी और इस लाइनअप्स को बनने में कितना वक्त लगा, प्लस इस ऑफिशियल से पहले कितनी जल्दी वो टीम तैयार हुई थी?
अब इस बीएमपीएस से पहले 2 एडिशन हुए हैं, मतलब एक मंथ पहले ही 2 एडिशन हुए हैं।
जी।
बाकी 3 जो प्लेयर है वो तो काफ़ी टाइम से है, काफ़ी मतलब हम लोगों का सेम विजन था कि हम लोगों को जाना है लेन, खुद
हम्म।
का टीम बना के बाहर से बिना सपोर्ट के जाना था।
हम्म।
तो वही चीज़ था, लेकिन हाँ बीजेएस के बाद कुछ थोड़ा सा इश्यूज हो गए, लेकिन हाँ बीएमपीएस में एक मंथ पहले 2 एडिशन हुआ है, जैक्स और स्नोवर्ड।
हम्म।
ये 2 एडिशन हुए हैं हमारे।
तो वो एक्सपीरियंस कैसा चल रहा है? क्योंकि हम जैसा बात कर रहे हैं ना कि वो टाइम मिलने के बाद भी वो परफॉर्मेंस आ नहीं रहा है, बट इतने कम टाइम में इतना बेहतर सेमीफाइनल वीक 2 की शुरुआत, इसके अराउंड थोड़ी सी बातचीत करते हैं ना, बताइए इसके बारे में।
अब ऐसा हो गया ना कि अब एक प्लेयर को इंडिविजुअल गेम सेंस होता है, और उसको इंडिविजुअल कैसे खेलना है वो भी पता होता है। अब सिनर्जी, अब या फिर आप बोलोगे कोऑर्डिनेशन खुद आ जाएगा अगर प्लेयर को पता है कि क्या बात करना है या कैसे खेलना है।
हम्म।
वो खुद आ जाता है बात करते करते। तो वही
हम्म।
चीज़ है, अभी स्नो भी लैन खेला हुआ है और हम लोगों को भी काफ़ी टाइम हो गया साथ में। तो सबसे अब बात करके हो जा रही है चीज़, इतना कुछ है नहीं इशू कि हम लोगों का सिनर्जिस्टिक इशू है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। बस हल्का फुल्का फंबल हो जाता है, क्योंकि
जी।
हम लोग हार्ड हार्ड तरीका चुनते हैं पॉइंट्स गेन करने का, इजी तरीका नहीं चुनते हम।
वो बस रश करना, स्लामिंग करना, वो दिमाग में कहीं ना
वो
कहीं
बस।
हिट होता ही होगा। बट मैं जहां तक जानता हूँ ये आपका वो एक मूवमेंट है, क्योंकि इससे पहले कोई भी ऑफिशियल में आप इतने आगे तक नहीं आए थे। इस ऑफिशियल में फाइनली आप सेमीफाइनल वीक 2 तक आ चुके हैं, कैसा फील हो रहा है? क्योंकि अभी भी काम बचा हुआ है, प्लस खुशी तो कहीं ना कहीं हो ही रही होगी थोड़ी सी।
हाँ खुशी तो है, लेकिन वो ये अब हम लोगों पे पाने के लिए सब कुछ है, खोने के लिए कुछ है नहीं।
जी
अब वही है, जितना बढ़िया करेंगे उतना बढ़िया हम अगले टाइम के लिए और प्रिपेयर कर सकते हैं अपने आप को। तो वही चीज़ है, यहाँ से बेस्ट करके जाने का है।
जी हाँ, 100% वो तो देखने को ही मिल रहा है। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर अपकमिंग मैचेस भाई, और होपफुली आपको इसी लैन इवेंट में हम आपको मिलेंगे। तो थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर अपकमिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का एक और मजेदार इंटरव्यू में, जहां पे आज मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं गॉड ट्रेन के नियो। तो सीधा चलते हैं उनकी तरफ और बातचीत का कारवां शुरू करते हैं। नियो, स्वागत है आपका सबसे पहले, कैसे हो आप?
बढ़िया बढ़िया रावण भाई, आप कैसे हो?
मैं भी बहुत अच्छा हूँ, और खास करके आपके परफॉर्मेंस को अब जाके थोड़ा तसल्ली, थोड़ा सा मैं बोल सकता हूँ, मिल रहा है। क्या हुआ लाइनअप को? क्योंकि गॉड ट्रेन एक बहुत बड़ी लाइनअप, अच्छी खासी एक्सपीरियंस टीम, राउंड 1 से एक्सपेक्टेशन थी सीधा सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 में जाती है लाइनअप, बट अलग अलग राउंड्स खेले गए और अब वीक 2 में आना पड़ा। क्या गलत हुआ, और अब चीजें किस तरीके से आप सही कर रहे हो?
सही, ऐसा गलत तो नहीं हुआ। बहुत बार जोन भी फेवर नहीं करा, लक भी फेवर नहीं करा, और बहुत बार ऐसे हमने भी थ्रो करा, नो डाउट।
हम्म।
वही है, जो जैसा चल रहा है सही चल रहा है। अभी अपने पास वीक 2 है,
हाँ।
इसको तो थ्रो नहीं करना है, खेलना ही है। अभी तो फाइनल्स, लेट्स सी क्या होता है आगे दिनों में।
आज की एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या मतलब थी आपकी, लास्ट जब आप आए थे अपने मैचेस खेलने के लिए, तो उसके अराउंड क्या बातचीत हुई थी? क्योंकि वीक 2 आना एक लास्ट मौका, वो एक प्रेशर भी आई थिंक एडेड लेके आता है। तो इसके अराउंड कैसी बातचीत रही डेस्टो के साथ?
भाई हम लोग ऐसा छोटी छोटी मीटिंग तो करते रहते हैं गेम के पहले कि अपने को आज कैसा खेलना है, कैसा प्लान करना है।
हम्म।
और डेस्ट्रो और रॉबिन बताते रहते हैं अपना, वही हम लोग फॉलो फॉलो करते हैं, अपना कामली खेलते हैं, और बस एट द एंड परफॉर्मेंस देनी है, वही बात आती है।
जी हाँ, वो तो फाइनली आज के दिन पे आपको करना भी है, और लास्ट आपके जो परफॉर्मेंस देखे थे उसमें भी बहुत ज्यादा मजेदार आप लोग खेल भी रहे हो। बट मैं थोड़ा पीछे जाना चाहता हूँ। हेक्टर का साथ छोड़ा गया, डेस्ट्रो के साथ आया गया, इसके अराउंड थोड़ी सी स्टोरी ना मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि एग्जैक्टली क्या ऐसा हुआ कि हेक्टर का साथ आपने छोड़ दिया?
लाइक हमने, मैं तो काफी टाइम से हेक्टर के साथ खेल ही रहा हूँ, एंड
यस।
उन्होंने आई गेस इनफ टाइम एक दूसरे के साथ स्पेंड कर चुके थे।
हम्म।
और फिर वही है कि कब तक मतलब वही स्टिक करेंगे, और क्योंकि लाइक कैसे समझाऊं, हो तो नहीं रहा था, समझ आ रहा था कि हाँ नहीं हो रहा है, नहीं हो
जी।
रहा है। मैंने कहा, ठीक है मैं पहला स्टेप ले लेता हूँ,
हम्म।
क्योंकि बाकी मतलब ले ना ले, बट मैं ऐसा स्टेप ले लेता हूँ अपने लिए, क्योंकि अब मेरी यही एज है खेलने की। इसके बाद तो पता नहीं ना कि आगे क्या होना है क्या नहीं। मैंने ठीक है, थोड़ा रिस्क लेके देखते हैं, जाते हैं सोलो, क्या होता है आगे देखा जाएगा। यही था, बाकी लाइक है तो सारे भाई,
यस।
ऐसा कोई वो मतलब ऐसे लड़ाई वड़ाई कुछ नहीं है, सब एकदम अच्छे से गुड टर्म स्पेंड हुआ।
हम्म।
अभी भी मेरी एक्टर से बात होती है।
हम्म। तो मतलब क्या अलग आप देखे हेक्टर की एजलिंग में? काफी ज्यादा आप टाइम बिता, जैसा आप खुद ही बता रहे हो, और डेस्टो के साथ ऑलमोस्ट 2 मंथ आपके अराउंड उनके साथ खेल रहे हो। तो क्या अलग आपको देखने को मिला हेक्टर के एजलिंग में और डेस्टो के एजलिंग में?
लाइक ऑफ कोर्स फर्क है। डेस्ट्रो, लाइक डेस्ट्रो एज अ चैंपियन आईजीएल है, वो इतने लैंड जीता है, इतने टूर्नामेंट जीता है। तो लाइक ऑफ कोर्स थोड़ा बहुत तो डिसीजन मेकिंग में भी फर्क आता है, थोड़े बहुत कॉल्स में भी फर्क आता है, थोड़ा बहुत गेम प्ले में भी फर्क आता है, बट लाइक ऐसा मेजर डिफरेंस नहीं है, छोटे छोटे माइनर डिफरेंसेस है।
हम्म। मतलब थोड़ा विस्तार में मैं
एंड
जानना
लाइक
चाहूंगा एग्जैक्टली क्या में वो छोटे मोटे डिफरेंस?
फॉर एग्जांपल, ऐसा बैड जोन है हमारे लिए, जोन दूर का है, तो डेस्ट्रो ऐसा थोड़ा स्लो खिलाता है, कामली खिलाता है, इन्फो बेस खिलाता है, और जितना आगे दिख रहा है
हम्म।
उस हिसाब से अपन रिएक्ट करते हैं।
हम्म।
एंड लाइक थोड़ा ज़्यादा रोल के हिसाब से डेस्ट्रो खिलवाता है कि हाँ तेरा आगे का काम है, तू आगे जा,
हम्म।
आगे स्काउट कर, इन्फो दे, इन्फो पास ऑन करो, मूव्स बना सकते हो तो बना दो, बैड जोन है, जितने पॉइंट्स निकल जाए अच्छी बात है।
हम्म।
लाइक इस वे में वही
एग्जैक्ट।
थोड़ा मतलब हेक्टर थोड़ा ऑपोजिट है, वो थोड़ा मतलब ऐसा गैम्बल, थोड़ा सा सेंटर डलवा देता है कि हाँ चलो ये बोल्ड मूव ले लेते हैं, इस टाइम पे
ओके।
वर्क कर गया तो अपने को नेक्स्ट जोन में फेवर कर जाएगा।
हम्म। मतलब एक छोटी
बस
मोटी
लाइक
ये डिफरेंस, एक थोड़ा स्लो अप्रोच रखता है, एक थोड़ा फास्ट एंड थोड़ा रिस्क ज्यादा उधर हमें देखने को मिलता है। बट गॉडस्टैंड फाइनली
हाँ,
अगर आप देखें तो आज जब हम लोग मैचेस देखेंगे, और उससे पहले जो कल के हम लोग मैचेस देखे, फाइनली वो गॉडस्टैंड हमें देखने को मिली। लेकिन मैं रोटेशन के ऊपर थोड़ी सी बातचीत करना चाहता हूँ। ऑलरेडी हमने देखा फ्लाइट नॉर्दर्न साइड है, मिलिट्री बेस का आपका ड्रॉप रहता है, इतना नीचे जाना फिर सर्कल की तरफ ऊपर आना, मतलब ये कैसे मैनेज करते हैं? क्योंकि पहले स्टेज के बाद जो शिफ्ट आता है वो इतना ज्यादा चैलेंजिंग होता है, बट उसके बाद भी इतना स्मूथ रोटेशन, इतने अच्छे तरीके से सर्कल का होल्ड कर लेना, डर नहीं लगता? इन शॉर्ट में बात जानना चाहूंगा।
अब अगर डर के ही खेलना है तो फिर खेलना ही क्यों है ना,
नहीं मतलब
ये भी
एक
बात
पॉइंट
है।
होता है ना कि आप मिलिट्री बेस में हो और सर्कल ऑलरेडी सिवर्नी की तरफ या फिर उधर हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, जर्की की साइड हमें जाता हुआ देखने को मिल रहा है, तो मन में आता नहीं कि थोड़ा जल्दी तो चल लेते हैं ना, इतना भी लेट करना जरूरी नहीं, ये सब बातचीत नहीं होती गेम के राउंड?
लाइक ऑफ कोर्स हम लोग प्री प्लानिंग करके आते गेम से पहले कि ये प्लेन मतलब प्लेन पाथ देखते तो फिर उधर ही प्री प्लानिंग कर लेते स्पॉन आइलैंड पे कि हाँ ऐसा जोन गया तो ऐसा करेंगे, ऐसा जोन गया तो ऐसा करेंगे, और लाइक वो प्लान रहता है कि अपने को कब लेट खेलना है कब अर्ली खेलना है।
हम्म।
तो लाइक एज सच कुछ वो तो नहीं है, और बाकी ठीक है, जितना बैड जोन है जितना ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स आ सके
हम्म।
उसी का ट्राई करते हैं।
जी हाँ, मतलब ये चीजें तो हम ऑलरेडी देख रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है, बस मैं समझना चाह रहा था कि उस पॉइंट में माइंडसेट क्या रहता है पूरे प्लेयर्स का। बट देखिए, डेस्टो की हमने बात की, आपकी हमने बात की, लाइनअप में और भी बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स है कमाल के जो परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, बट रॉबिन कितना ज़्यादा हेल्प कर रहे हैं साइड लाइन पे रुक के, क्योंकि वो सारे मैचेस को बहुत क्लोजली देख रहे होंगे, और ऐसे में रॉबिन कितना ज़्यादा योगदान दे रहे हैं इस पूरे गेम की जर्नी में?
देखो रॉबिन का तो ऑफ कोर्स बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट है टीम पे। वो टीम मीटिंग करता है, और ऐसे लाइक कभी कोई ऐसा गंदा थ्रो कर दे या कुछ मिस्टेक हो जाए तो उसको थोड़ा बोलता है कोई नहीं लोड मत ले, हो जाएगा।
जी।
एंड ऑफ कोर्स स्टडी स्टडी तो वो करता ही है, सारे मैप स्ट्रीम हम लोग को बताता है, ऐसा हो तो ऐसा कर लेना, ऐसा हो तो ऐसा करना, इस टाइम पे थोड़ा एक्सटेंड करना वगैरह वगैरह। लाइक
और
ऑफ कोर्स जो एज अ कोच का रोल होता है वो प्रॉपर करता है, लाइक प्रॉपर।
वो ऑलरेडी हमने रिजल्ट देख चुके हैं, ट्रॉफीज के साथ भी वो रिजल्ट हमने कई बार देखा है। थैंक यू सो मच न्यू हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अगली बार मुलाकात फॉर श्योर हम लैन में करेंगे, बट अभी आने वाले मैचेस के लिए ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू रावण भाई, थैंक
थैंक
यू।
यू न्यू। हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का realme BMPS 2025 के एक मजेदार इंटरव्यू में। और थोड़ी ग्रेविटी बढ़ती हुई दिख रही है ना, सीधा चलते हैं रेकनिंग के ग्रेविटी की तरफ और उनसे थोड़ी बातचीत करते हैं। ग्रेविटी, कैसे हो आप और कैसा चल रहा है लाइनअप के अंदर सब कुछ?
बढ़िया हूँ मैं, आप बताइए आप कैसे हैं?
यार आपके मैचेस कभी देख के खुश हो जाता हूँ तो कभी थोड़ा डर लगने लगता है, क्योंकि रेकनिंग मुझे लगता है कि ठान के आई है कि हर एक राउंड खेल के जाएंगे फाइनल तक। तो क्या चल रहा है, ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेशन तो नहीं थी रेकनिंग ऐसे लाइनअप से?
नहीं मतलब मेन चीज़ तो ये है कि अभी न्यू प्लेयर्स आए हैं तो उनके साथ उतना सिनर्जी बिठाने का टाइम नहीं मिला।
जी।
तो बहुत सारी मिस्टेक्स हो रही हैं, मतलब हर मैच में कुछ ना कुछ अलग चीज़ें हो जा रही हैं।
हम्म।
तो उसको मतलब सही करने में थोड़ा टाइम लगता है।
हम्म।
तो मेन दिक्कत तो वही आ रही है अभी के लिए तो बस, और तो बाकी सब ठीक है।
जी हाँ, वो तो आई थिंक मैचेस लास्ट क्लास के मैचेस में मुझे लगता है कि सब ठीक हो जाती है। बट ग्रेविटी, एक कंपटीशन इधर भी चल रहा है कि कौन कितने लास्ट मोमेंट पे लाइनअप को रेडी किया। कोई बोलते हैं 10 दिन पहले ये लाइनअप बनी, कोई बोलते हैं कि 2 महीने हुए, कोई बोलते हैं 1 महीने हुए। आपके लाइनअप को एग्जैक्टली कितने वो टाइम मिला बिफोर दिस इवेंट?
नहीं हम लोग का तो मतलब जिस दिन रजिस्ट्रेशन का लास्ट डे था तो हमें तो लग रहा था कि हंटर रजिस्टर हो रहा है।
जी।
तो उसके बाद कुछ तो हुआ कि 10-15 मिनट पहले पता चल रहा है कि हंटर जा रहा है और 100 में मैक्स आ रहे हैं। तो वो चीज़ हुआ था मेन तो।
तो मतलब यहाँ पे भी आपने कंपटीशन सेट कर दिया है कि लास्ट के 10 मिनट में लाइनअप आपने बनाया है और उसके बाद आप सीधा इतने बड़े इवेंट को यहाँ पे खेल रहे हो। डिफिकल्ट नहीं हुआ ग्रेविटी, क्योंकि आसान तो हुआ और नहीं होगा फॉर श्योर।
नहीं उतना आसान नहीं था, क्योंकि मेन वही है कि जो सिनर्जी होनी चाहिए एक टीम के अंदर क्वालिफाई करने के लिए
हम्म।
वो थी नहीं, स्टार्टिंग में तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं थी।
हम्म।
तो इसकी वजह से एक तो राउंड वन में बहुत सारी गलतियां हुई, जिसकी वजह से हमें ऑब्वियसली सारे मैच सारे राउंड खेलने पड़े रहे।
जी।
तो वही है, अभी धीरे धीरे चीज़ें सही हो रही है, अभी भी बहुत सारी चीज़ों पे वर्क करना बाकी है।
हम्म।
तभी अभी हम लोग सेमीफाइनल्स वीक वन में क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाए।
और अभी आप वीक 2 पे आ चुके हो। मैं ये सवाल इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ ना, क्योंकि रेकनिंग ऐसी टीम से ना एक्सपेक्टेशन ये रहती है कि आपने हर लैंड खेला, आई मीन कम ऑन, आपसे
हम्म।
एक्सपेक्टेशन ये थी कि आप राउंड 1 से सीधा जंप मारोगे। बट ऑब्वियस रीजन है कि लाइनअप में चेंजेस हुआ, इसलिए थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हुआ। बट सौम्य के बारे में मैं थोड़ा जानना चाहूंगा, कैसा लगा आपको वो खिलाड़ी एज अ सॉल्टर, क्योंकि उस खिलाड़ी से भी जो ना एक्सपेक्टेशन है वो बहुत ज्यादा रहती है, और आप तो आपके अंडर भी है, तो थोड़ा विस्तार में मैं जानना चाहूंगा।
सौम्य एज अ प्लेयर मतलब बहुत अच्छा है, मतलब वो बहुत सारे क्या बोलते हैं उसको सजेशंस देता है कि कहाँ मारना चाहिए, कहाँ पे किल ज़्यादा उठा सकते हैं। बस वही है कि एक चीज़ है कि वो थोड़ा सा मतलब एग्रेशन उसमें ज़्यादा है, तो उसको क्या बोलते हैं, कभी-कभी हम लोग उतना नहीं खेलते,
ओके।
एग्रेसिव नहीं खेलते हैं कि
ओके।
मतलब हम
ये आप
क्या
बोल रहे हो,
फिर
बस
से
मैं वो समझ रहा, रेकनिंग एग्रेशन ज्यादा नहीं देखती है, ठीक है।
नहीं मतलब हम लोग जब भी एग्रेस करते बहुत कंट्रोल्ड एग्रेशन रहता है हम लोग का,
जी।
कि ये नहीं हो कि ओवर एग्रेस कर दिया या
हम्म।
फिर एकदम ही पीछे रह गए।
हम्म।
तो अभी वो चीज़ उतना मतलब कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ नहीं हो पा रही है,
हम्म।
क्योंकि सौम्य थोड़ा सा एग्रेसिव है, थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव है, तो उसको मतलब सिंक बैठाने में मेन चीज़ वो दिक्कत आ रही है अभी के लिए। तो उस पे जो कोऑर्डिनेशन में जो सिंक बैठना चाहिए ना, उसमें टाइम लगता है वो चीज़ सही करने में। तो होपफुली यही है कि फाइनल से पहले वो सिंक बैठ जाए,
जी।
तो फाइनल्स में भी अच्छा परफॉर्म करने को मिलेंगे।
ग्रेविटी, आप पुराने लाइनअप को मिस कर रहे हो थोड़ा सा इस पॉइंट पे, क्योंकि थोड़ा थोड़ा तो स्ट्रगल हो रहा है इस पॉइंट पे, तो आप मिस कर रहे हो किसी भी खिलाड़ी को कि हाँ उस पॉइंट पे ये खिलाड़ी हुआ करते थे? देखिए, मैं लाइनअप को कुछ ऐसा बोल नहीं रहा हूँ, बट स्टिल मैं जानना चाहूंगा किसी को मिस कर रहे हो इस पॉइंट पे आप?
नहीं, मिस तो भाई हर ऑफिशियल के बाद करते हैं, क्योंकि हर ऑफिशियल के बाद लाइनअप चेंज हो जाती है हमारी।
ओके।
तो
मतलब वो लिस्ट बना
वो
रहे
तो
हो आप
एक
धीरे धीरे।
हाँ,
बट आपने बोला हंटर के अराउंड थोड़ी सी बातचीत, एग्जैक्टली थोड़ा सा शेयर करना चाहोगे कि ऐसा क्या हुआ कि इतने लास्ट मोमेंट में चीजें में थोड़ी सी चेंजेस हुई?
नहीं उतना तो मुझे भी नहीं पता, क्योंकि मैं तो जब ये चेंज हुए थे मैं तो बाहर था मस्त कि
ओके।
अब तो ऑफिशियल के मैचेस है, थोड़ा बहुत चिल कर लेते हैं अभी के टाइम पे।
जी।
बाकी लाइनअप तो सेट है पुरानी जो अपनी थी,
हम्म।
कोई चिंता का मतलब दिक्कत नहीं है।
हम्म।
फिर मैं घर आता हूँ तो पता चलता है कि लाइनअप ही चेंज हो गई।
मतलब आईजीएल
तो
से
वही
आपको वो लास्ट मोमेंट में पता चल रहा है, ठीक है अब मुझे इन चार के 3 खिलाड़ियों के साथ खेलना है, ऐसा कुछ?
हाँ, क्योंकि मतलब मेरे मतलब मैनेजमेंट और हंटर के बीच में कुछ तो हुआ था, वो मुझे उतना पता नहीं है।
ओके।
तो मेन दिक्कत वही हुई थी।
बट लास्ट मैचेस जिस तरीके से आप खेले हो सेमीफाइनल वीक 2 में, खुश हो? क्योंकि अभी भी आप देखिए पहले पेज पे भी टीम नहीं
नहीं,
है।
मतलब पहला मैच तो हम लोग काउंट ही नहीं कर रहे हैं,
ओके।
कि हम लोग को 15 ही मैच मिले हैं बस खेलने को।
हाँ, मैंने बोला भी था
तो
ये लाइन कि सारी टीम्स आएगी 16 मैचेस खेलने के लिए, रेकनिंग रहेगी जो कि 15 मैचेस खेलने आ रही थी। क्या हुआ? मतलब अब तो काफी सारे मैचेस आप खेल लिए हो, अब तो आई थिंक वो सिनर्जी इश्यूज नहीं हो रहे होंगे, बट स्टिल इतनी ज्यादा मुश्किलों के साथ आज का दिन आपके लिए स्टार्ट हुआ था लास्ट जब हम आपके मैचेस देखे थे।
नहीं, मुश्किल नहीं है, वो एक रहता है ना कि उतने अच्छे डिसीजंस बन नहीं रहे हैं अभी।
ओके।
मतलब जैसे फर्स्ट मैच में ऐसा हुआ था, जो हम लोग सोचे थे करने का वो हुआ नहीं, उसका उल्टा ही हो गया बिल्कुल।
हम्म।
क्योंकि हम लोग चाह रहे थे कि हम लोग अपने ड्रॉप पे जाएंगे शेल्टर पे, फिर वहां से लूट करके आराम से रोटेट करेंगे।
वो
बट
सरप्राइज।
इंसेन भी आ गई वहां पे, गॉडल भी आ गई वहीं से गाड़ी लेने, तो हम लोग बीच में फंस गए।
तो आप लोग को पता था उसके अराउंड कि आपके आसपास हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक ऑलरेडी आ गए, क्योंकि हाइट के एडवांटेज
नहीं,
से?
गॉडल गॉडल का हमें लग रहा था कि वो अपने ड्रॉप के आसपास ही मतलब गाड़ी लेंगे,
हम्म।
इतने आगे तक नहीं आएंगे।
हम्म।
बट क्या कर सकते हैं, अब हो गया वो।
चलिए, अब जो हो गया सो हो गया, उसको बदला तो नहीं जा सकता, लेकिन आने वाले समय में चीज़ों को बेहतर किया जा सकता है। ऑल द बेस्ट ग्रेविटी अब हो रही है, और अपकमिंग मैचेस मैं चाहूंगा कि ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में थोड़ी ग्रेविटी आप लेके आए और अपने आप को थोड़ा और ऊपर जरूर लेके आए ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने
जरूर
के लिए,
जरूर,
एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर अपकमिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू।
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Defeat, 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 defeat.
Victory.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and today is going to be the semi-finals week 2 of day 2 itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Fixus as we take you through the English commentary for all 6 matches today. Anyways, moving on as well, we saw a little bit of an unexpected outcome coming from day 1 itself, and today, what are we going to be expecting here, Fixus?
It is the most important day of this entire tournament because yesterday we saw so many big teams not able to perform. So today has to be that day of comeback for them.
Well, it has to be a day of comeback is for all these teams if they want to stand a chance to qualify in towards the Grand Finals itself. And of course, the top 8 in the overall standings will be the ones that actually directly advance in towards the Grand Finals. And speaking of which, today is going to be a day of comebacks. What are we going to be expecting? So far, OG, Soul, and also Hero Extreme Godlike is pretty much down in the gutter. Same can be said for Wyld Fangs and also True Rippers. A majority of the teams that were kind of in the bottom half of the table itself, whereas teams like Godstrain made a little bit of surprise element yesterday itself, snatching a chicken dinner and almost clinching a final chicken dinner back-to-back as well.
You know, Godstrain have been doing quite well. It was a very good recovery, especially in the final 2 games that they played. But before the day begins, of course, a huge shout out to realme GT7 for making this event possible. We know about these amazing features that it is loaded up with. I have been loving the Titan 7000 mAh battery, which means 6 hours of non-stop BGMI and 120 FPS BMPS, and you also get to keep your device cool. But I see, now coming back, we also need to talk about one more team that we feel like needs to stage a comeback, has to be Reckoning also.
Well, Reckoning Esports also having a little bit of a gutter as well. We saw a little bit of interview there with Rawan as well as Gravity in specifically. They did mention as well that the synergy. I was a little bit curious as well. What happened with the substitution coming from Salome? Because apparently it seems like there's something wrong with the synergy and issues as well. If hopefully, you know, in due time, I think if they qualify for Grand Finals, they are gonna bring him back. I'm not exactly sure. I can't really speak Hindi in the interview. What's going on?
See, to be honest, it's possible that there might be a synergy issue because Salome was the latest addition to the roster, and Max also being a relatively newer player. But you know, behind the scenes, a lot of things. I don't think we can really discuss this on broadcast because a lot of switches were supposed to be here and there, but eventually, you know, there was a lock-in period and all of that happened. And Max actually really played well. If you remember that one game of Miramar where he secured 5 finishes for his team, but despite that, you would still want Max to be showing more impact. But we do not know if Reckoning are going to get Salome back or not. Whatever the case is, they need a chicken dinner. They need to play like how they played in the latter stages of week 1.
Now, leading towards that conversation as well, we have to talk about another substitution. That's going to be Anuj coming in from Wyld Fangs yesterday itself. It seemed like they were doing okay, but my biggest question mark is, what happened to Seth?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he could have fallen sick, or maybe I think Wyld Fangs wanted to give Anuj that extra chance. See, honestly speaking, teams come into week 2, they know they've got 16 matches. 16 matches are a lot of games, and day 1, if they're letting him, you know, try and perform, and maybe if he's giving them that value, that output, then that's fine.
Well, fair enough. But all things considered, if you guys missed out on yesterday's action, this is the current overall standings for all the team. Team Insane sitting at the tippity top here with 44 points, followed by Xtreme with 42 points, 8-Bit with 40, 2OP Official with 35, VOLCANO with 34, Mysterious 4 with 32, Rising Inferno Esports with 30, and Learn from Past with 29. So these are your current top 8 in the current standings based on yesterday's performance. And 3 more days to go. These 8 teams are going to try to defend their slots away from the rest of the pack to try and qualify into the Grand Finals. Need I remind you as well, there is a prize pool involved. So that means if any team qualifies the Grand Finals, they are secured a decent chunk of the prize pool itself.
Yeah, more than that, the glory also matters. But now, taking a look, you know, you've seen these teams, 44 and 29, not a lot of points differentiating all these teams. And even when we move on to the next point, page, you would witness that there are so many teams that one good chicken dinner could instantly propel themselves inside the top 8. So we've got 2 storylines. We've got certain teams that have been playing well, like the ones of Insane, Godstrain, 8-Bit, and then you've got the Dark Horses performing really well. So they have to maintain that pace up. But for these teams, they'll have to stage the comeback. BO7 started off really well. Same goes with Hyderabad Hydras. They kind of dwindled down. So it's all about regaining that momentum a little bit and then maybe bounce back stronger.
Fair enough. On this half of this page itself here, we have BO7S, Hyderabad Hydras, True Reapers, Gods, OMEN, Reckoning, 4 Miracle, 4 TRX, and also Wyld Fangs. They do have a decent amount of points to actually play catch up here, but I would say from 9th to 13th position is still an okay spot as well. One decent game, 6 points, 8 games per game. You know, 8 points per game until the end. They should be able to have enough to qualify for the top 8, but for teams like 4 Miracle, 4 TRX, Official, Wyld Fangs, they need at least one really, really above average game in order to stand a chance to actually make a bounce back. So speaking of bounce back, obviously we have to talk about the final 8 itself. Who would have thought the 3 top teams arguably predicted in towards to qualifying the Grand Finals are here in the second semifinals week in the last page itself. OG, Soul, Godlike, 16, 15, 15 points. Not exactly an image that I've ever seen in my entire career casting in India.
So far, if you look at the finish points, they're still at par. But the position points is something that all three of these teams have to really work out on, because that is something that has been missing, especially from Godlike, even if you remember week 1, because Soul did have a recovery. OG was still good in terms of their position points. Godlike has been struggling in that area, so the ideal target has to be trying to secure a chicken dinner. I mean, one chicken dinner with at least 10 plus finishes, they're easily squeezing in through the top 8.
Agreed. But of course, all things considered as well, seems like a lot of people are expecting this might be an under God era coming here in in BMPS
It is.
2025. It seems like a lot of them has already made it through as well. But in case you guys are wondering as well, what is happening today? This is the current schedule for today. We're going to be starting things off with BC, AB, AC, BC, AC, and AB. That's pretty much the rotations for all the groups. But we are going to be playing the maps in Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Sanhok, Miramar, and then ending the day with Erangel here in day number 2.
And now beginning with Erangel, it's going to be Group B and C. Like IC said, so very important game over here, at least for the likes of OG, Team Seoul, even for the likes of Wyld Fangs to stage that comeback. GDR, they've been doing really great. We want to see learn from past, also carry on that momentum. It's going to be difficult also for the likes of 8-bit Mysterious 4 also, because yes, they had a really good game yesterday. They had a great day yesterday, but today, with what momentum do they start off with? Have they lost the momentum, or are they gonna be experimenting a little bit? We do not know.
See, that's the thing, right? A lot of us were speculating as well. They would be experimenting. They would be trying rosters as well. Reckoning has been trying out Max in particular. And then we have OG. We have also Soul trying out some strategies around it. Didn't really work out as well. And I feel like right now is in a situation where, yes, if we have made mistakes or there is anything wrong with the team play, now is an okay time to make the mistakes. But day 2, you gotta start bulking it back up. You gotta start fixing those small little mistakes that should not have happened in yesterday's performance. And hopefully they are going to be able to carry on as well. And interesting enough, in week 2 itself, you're not playing 12 matches. You're playing 16 matches in total. So it is going to be an endurance test and also adaptability test between all these teams. Whether or not can they be consistent enough to qualify to top 8.
And only time will tell us what's going to happen today, because now the clock has run out. It is time to head into the greener pastures of Erangel, folks. It is a flight path trajectory, something that we are quite familiar with. Even in the past, a trajectory heading all the way from Novo Ripnoi towards the northern ends of Quarry. So the flight path quite pretty much skewed towards the southern side. So teams like GDR should not be having any trouble. But at the same time, even 8-bit gets down to Pochinki. They won't face any trouble at all. For Seoul and OG, it is going to be interesting because both of them head towards School and Rusok respectively. So we might see them either taking a longer glide or could be a fight for vehicles.
Now, things are going to be a little bit interesting here, especially for the teams particular as well, because a lot of these teams' drop spots has been read recently. And just today itself, I saw a post coming in from TWOB's analysts. They actually mapped out every single maps based on groups on which team is potentially going to be dropping where. So that is going to be a little bit tricky situation, because if they have done their homework, they should be able to adapt on the fly. And of course, their drop spots are tentatively to change based on the flight path as well. We've seen it happen for teams like Godlike in particular as well. But Godstrain, is still stuck towards their military base. It is their golden rule. It is their golden house. They're not going to be making any kind of moves as of yet. So I don't think there are going to be teams that are going to be drop clashing them. Novo is kind of empty though, coming from BC itself. So I'm really surprised. So where are we going to see the drop clash here?
I want to see the zone first.
Yeah.
And it's southern one.
Boy.
All right. It's very interesting because a hybrid circle at that. We're still kind of unsure if the circle's going to pan out to the southern side. But if you look at this entire circle that has built up, it has engulfed the entire southern island. So 70 or 80% of the times we've seen if such first circles are formed, then majority times it has gone down south. So Godsend should, I think they have to be very quick with their rotations. They should be ideally targeting at taking at that eastern laboratory. If you kind of take that high ground advantage, then Godstrain could have a really good game in this one.
Radio tower on top of the hills, right? Yeah, makes a lot of sense as well. But as of now, let's talk about experience with teams that has performed in this specific circle. Learn from Past is going to be one of those teams that has a lot of experience as well. They were able to dominate through the round 1 stages in the west side of military base. So I'm curious to see how Learn from Past is going to rotate to the west side, tentatively because of the fact that 8-bit is also in the lobby that loves gatekeeping on the western side of the bridge. So that's going to be a very, very tricky situation. Jux is also on the west side as well, so they are going to be a team that may look to try and third-party this. But guess what? Wyld Fangs, they go for an early rotation down towards the south side. They've pretty much looted up a little bit decent on towards Milta town and then immediately backed off. But the question here is, are they going to go towards Novo to extend their loot here before the next phase of zone? But it seems like Wyld Fangs, they are going to be setting up roadblocks. There's no team guarding here yet, so they are going to be very, very A-okay. So a lot of teams are going to be expecting Wyld Fangs to try and third party this, unless Wyld Fangs just decides to reposition instead.
Oh, look at this. Interesting movements actually being made because Anuj is again playing today and he directly wants control of the radio tower. Now, these are familiar grounds for Wyld Fangs. We have seen multiple times when the certain circle forms, they take a very early rotation down south. And it's just not Wyld Fangs who's already crossed the bridge. We are also witnessing DOD and the likes of Jux who've also made their way down south. But in front of us, we've got the likes of Reckoning Esports, I see. Now, this has been a team that we expect a lot from, especially with how they performed in the last year's BGIS. And ever since, there has been so much that has changed in this roster. The orgs have changed, the IGLs have changed, and I feel like they're still struggling to find their footing.
Yeah, and of course for Miracle, they're still looting around quarry area. And they'll probably need to make a little bit of pit stop down towards the west side of the bridge because Jux is currently split 2-2 once more. Not exactly sure what's the game plan there coming from Jux. And hopefully they are going to be able to reconnect later on. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. But on screen now, we do see Mysterious 4 having a little bit of a slight scuffle with Alibaba Raiders. Chris almost getting tagged off. But he's going to be losing a tire on his buggy. And they are going to give chase. Mysterious 4, they're not letting them off the hook here. Chris going for a dock here. He's going to go for the hard stock, but the sprays comes through. No connection there. Chris needs some backup. He's going to return fire, but he's stuck in the shack. As the rest of Mysterious 4 is going to be circling around by Alibaba Raiders. They need to find a way to save him. As the rest of Mysterious 4 seems like they have just went for a hit and run, and they just completely ran. Taking away just one vehicle away from Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah, and a very important day for Alibaba Raiders as well. If you look at the big picture, they haven't been doing that great. Just 8 points out of the 4 games. And this is not acceptable by their standards because I see we've seen them perform extremely well in the first week. Barely missed out by a mere points. And Mysterious 4 after such a solid start yesterday. Snowjawed. I do not know what happened, but he apparently has exploded his vehicle, got himself knocked out. The idea is to somehow get towards the southern island. But seems like his presence has been given away.
I don't know what happened. I saw the car fly to the moon, and Fragger is all
I
the way
saw
in
an
the
explosion,
ocean.
I see.
And Snowjot actually, well... Can we get a replay for that? Because
Yes,
I'm curious to see what the heck happened to Snowjot. How did he just fell off, got knocked? What a way to actually go down and lose a vehicle. But it seems like Mysterious 4, they are going to be sacking those vehicles as they try to rotate from ocean. Hopefully things are going to be a-okay for them. But for Do or Die, they do have a couple horses outside, but I don't think the horses are, I would say, they have any kind of ownership, to be honest.
And, for all the viewers watching this broadcast, if you also want to gallop through the greener pastures and you want to have that style statement going on, do check out the Realme GT7. Is loaded with features. We have been talking about it. It's live on Amazon. Get some nice deals in offer. And now, back to the game. Do or Die. A very important day nonetheless. If you look at the players I see, you've got Omega, one of the former members of Team Forever. And now he gets another shot at Glory.
Well, True Rippers, they're going to be taking the ocean path here to try and rotate from the south side. And as of yet, I don't think they have docked the car on top of it, so nothing super crazy coming through Rippers. But my question for Do or Die is that are they going to dock those vehicles on top of a boat to try and rotate in? That's going to be a little bit interesting as well, but it seems like we do see a lot of teams kind of staying away from the highway itself.
Interestingly enough, you mentioned True Rippers. They were going through the southern side. They were taking the seaways, but DOD was in front of them, as even for Team Insane. Now a very interesting fight building up around Milta Power. They've got OG right beside them. There's another team trying to rotate through. And Insane and OG, this could be an early battle and something that OG would be seemingly wanting to avoid, especially when you're on the glider.
Yeah, Tinky got shot up in the sky for a little bit. They do have some sort of exit strategy as they need to rotate into the Novo. But the problem is, OG, they need to be fast as well. Because teams are going to be likely to actually go in for those third parties. Seems like they don't really have a lot of vehicles to work with. And OG, looks like Insane is going to be crashing through. As OG, they've abandoned the glider. Or are they going to get in? Oh, they are abandoning their cars. They are going to go for the glider push instead from OG.
Now we have to think about the contingency plan that OG has, right? They have lost control of the glider. They're not going to take that path. But it seems like even Team Soul, they're under heavy fire. It's a fight against Team Alibaba Raiders. Already one player Done and dusted. Fragger secures that finish as a push comes in. Goblin gets a beautiful trade and will get the finish. A 3-on-3 right now as Alibaba Raider. They have one more player knocked out as Legit will throw another grenade. Does not connect. Wanted still alive. Wanted needs to buy some time. At least get Chris back on his feet as Knuckle. He's trying to create a flank angle. Let's see what White Tiger does.
Yeah, seems like so. They are going to go in for the push as well. Knuckle is a little bit far off for the push here. Legit and Goblin is going to try and take this 2v2 on this fight. Goblin going for the nades, trying to set up the play. He's got the Molotovs. He is going to try and isolate the fight. Alibaba Raiders, they're pretty much stuck on top of the second floor. They are getting a little bit limited to space, but they still have some sort of control. But with those Molotovs coming in play, the rest of Seoul, they are going to go for a big push as they've realized there is a straggler outside. White Tiger pretty much out and open. White Tiger goes for the juke, and now Alibaba Raiders comes down. They take on the fight against Goblin, and there's no backup whatsoever. And now Alibaba Raiders, they flip the table. They get a little bit more angsty in this fight. Well, so they want to retrade this, but Goblin has been taken out. Mistakes were made, and Alibaba Raiders capitalize on this fight. Nicole a little bit hesitant on this play here. Just like that. Nicole finds one more on White Tiger, but he gets taken down. Legit nowhere to be found. He's in trouble. He is on a 1 versus 3 situation. Can he get the reset? Alibaba Raiders playing this fantastically in this situation right now.
They absolutely are, as Team Seoul making mistakes one after the other. It just keeps on compounding at this point. Legit, he's going to be pushed at an Alibaba Raiders. They've got their numbers up. But Chris, that one small mistake, and Legit is there for the punish. A nice Molotov, trying to buy enough time, at least to squeeze in that revive somehow. As Legit and Knuckle, they'll have to piece this one out together. Even Alibaba Raiders having that due space. They'll also get the numbers back alive, as you can hear that sticky bomb being deployed. And Team Seoul, they've got to make a movement, and they've got to do it fast.
Yep. Alibaba Raiders, they also get the reset once more. Chris is full health once more. It's Seoul. They're pretty much stuck on top of the roof. And right now, they don't really have a lot of room to work with. As third parties is going to be coming in as well. We do see OG getting taken out on the finish feed. But learn from past, also taking some hit from Shockwave. But Seoul, they're stuck on top this time. They don't really have a lot to work with. Even utilities-wise, utilities out of it all. They don't really have much option here. They have to win this 2 versus 3. It's up to Knuckle and Legit. It's trying to hang on. Manya first to fall, and seems like that's how the cookie crumbles.
Look at this. Legit does not have a single piece of utility. Just that one smoke. Nothing explosive. Alibaba Raiders, same goes with them as well. 4 smoke grenades on Wanted, and we're seeing a lot of fights break out. Even Mysterious find themselves in the thick and thin of things, as things are kind of settling down a little bit slow-paced. As of now, Alibaba Raiders extremely cautious, and they're kind of prolonging this fight, which kind of worries me because I'm pretty sure their team's around. Shockwave, in turn, they've decided to part ways, but now Alibaba Raiders seems like they're out of patience. And look at this. This was an aerial battle. Something we have never seen ever happen in the battlegrounds, and this is as cinematic as it gets. But coming back, we get to see some action again unfolding over here as Alibaba Raiders, this time Wanted unwantingly knocking out his own teammate, and Team Seoul needs to double down on this.
Oh no, Seoul, they've heard it. They know what's up. They know this is the prime time. That's the opportunity given to them. As Godsend gives them a little bit of a sign here, so they are going to pounce. They get the reset onto his Chris, but they have to push. They're still weak. Legit trying to find other angles as well as Alibaba Raiders retreats to get a little bit of off angles. But right now, they're tanking out the zone. They're taking a little bit too much chip damage. The pressure is on. Legit can't seem to find the opening, and they are back to square one up to the second floor. White Tiger not exposing their positions as Alibaba Raiders is lying in wait for this engagement once more. Oh boy, the stalemate continues between those two teams.
They're running out of mids. It's not looking good, I see. Not at all.
This is
for both these teams.
This is really the worst possible outcome here for Seoul. Alibaba Raiders have to find a way to get out. They smoke up the second floor. It looks like Alibaba Raiders may look to try and dip out of this fight. As time goes on, stage 4 is about to begin. Can they make it in the zone very quickly? Ocean Pathway is still available, East Bridge is still available, but we have to put that fight on hold as another team's also stuck outside the zone. It's going to be Troy Tamilan Esports against 4 Miracle Esports, and the nade from Reaper will clean out everyone from Troy Tamilan Esports.
This is much like it. This is what you want to see for Miracle Esports playing like. As Troy Tamilans, their misery continues. Especially from yesterday, the recovery hasn't been there. Barely sitting at 12 points, while for Miracle find themselves at 23, and now Team Insane, a fight against True Rippers as Jelly finally gets taken down. Ninze's got a bit of an angle, but can he make anything out of it as Kyolamau, he wants to strike back. A fight against Atom, and Kyolamau will win that, and Yash, he is clueless in that situation, had his blinders on as True Rippers will successfully annihilate Team Insane. And now Insane is even out of the lobby. A team that performed very well yesterday, suddenly off to not a great start.
Yeah, they were caught out in the open as well. True Rippers definitely gave them the buzzsaw in that situation. 4 finishes in the back. Kyolamau, a big clutch coming in with 3 finishes in the back. And of course, when we talk about potential comeback as well. But okay, I did not know that the horse can actually swim in the water. That's my news to me.
Yeah, I mean...
this is... I did not expect that Seoul is going to be able to get out safely with those horses, and they are going to take a very, very slow swim ashore.
The next is what? It turns into a Pegasus and suddenly flies in the air?
Yeah, that's new. That's definitely new. I wasn't expecting this. They are out in the open, but this is such a risky thing to do. But all things considered, number 1, they're low on mats. Number 2, they don't really have much options. So fortunately for them, Alibaba Raiders gave them the slip up. They rotated away, and they have some sort of breathing room.
Again,
so very nice recovery coming from Seoul.
You know, I'm not pleased with that. I'm not going to buy that, I say, because this is the same problem that hits Team Seoul. They've been so weak with their military rotations, and this time, instead of rotating late, they did something different. But coming back to action at hand, we've got Mysterious 4 against Shockwave. As Shockwave himself is taken down, and not quite often you see somebody single tapping with the AKM and making a good work out of it. Shroud already down on his knees, and seems like Extrovert, he's also been spotted out.
Yeah, Sketch now, he knows he needs to go for the push. He needs those ammunition, he needs those confirmation. Extrovert needs to find a way to go for the defense here, but the nade actually clips him off. This is not looking good. Needs to pop the first hit. The rest of Mysterious 4, they are creeping up. Shroud is going to be taken down here. Sketch gets the confirmation. But as of yet, we do see Snowjaw getting taken from God's Rain from afar. Extrovert actually gets taken down. That is going to be Mysterious 4 that cleans them out. But the problem here is, can they get the loot? Because God's Rain has spotted them out. And will they go for the hunt? But with the smokes here, seems like they are going to be able to reset those utilities and swap out a couple of weaponries for Mysterious 4 now.
I'm really happy with how Mysterious 4 have been performing. 37 points, 5 finishes secured. They find themselves in a good spot. But this circle was destined for God's Rain. So, interestingly enough, they still are hovering around the northwestern side. But for Learn From Past, they also find themselves at the northern peripheries of the circle as Justin, he manages to find a finish. And there you go, Sketch. He's been confirmed as well. For Orangutan, I mean, I'm still trying to wrap my heads around what happened, that aerial battle that we witnessed. Have you seen it ever in the past?
Yeah, I've never seen it before. That was really, really wild. They're coming insane. They really found a glider and chased them off. But OG definitely caught off guard, but it seems like their secondary strategy here is to try and stay alive around the shelters in this vicinity, hoping that it is going to be one way that keeps them alive. But of course, for those guys watching at home, if you guys want to have a smooth drive down outside, you guys got to check out the Kia Ceros. He does have the cutting-edge technology and seamless connectivity with his Trinity panoramic display, dual-pane panoramic sunroof, and also Kia Connect 2.0 with 80-plus Kia Connect features to entertain you while on your drive itself. So be sure to check it out.
Yeah, and we do not recommend you to be using horses to cross waters. But yeah, desperate times calls for desperate measures. Have Seoul actually made it? Can't really spot them so far. And yeah, 2 players still alive. Now they've suddenly found a hovercraft. All right. That's a better vehicle to work around with. The only cause of concern is that they have been spotted out. Wyld Fangs in front of them. Even for Miracle Esports, not really that far away. And just 1 finish secured. They did manage to disengage against Alibaba Raiders. And both the teams understanding that it needed to be done, because look at them. You can clearly see the scarcity of loot being present there. They barely have any meds. They barely have ammunitions to work out. This is going to be such a tough game for Team Soul.
Yeah, but at the same time, same can be said for Mysterious 4 as well. They were able to stock up from Shockwave, but God's Reign, they've got them pinned. Now, Mysterious 4, they only have two options. One is push towards God's Reign, and the other is going to be pushed to Learn from Past. Either or, they have to take some sort of fight. And right now, Mysterious 4, they're pretty much out in the open. Fragger could be shot from all across, but somehow still mysteriously alive. As Learn from Past did not spot him out, but it eventually gets scouted out by Niku from the side of Jux that takes the party here because the fourth party comes in play, and that's going to be a little bit of awkward start here. Learn from Past. Looks like they don't really want to engage as well. They don't have the numbers to play this game. But Dope, he's going to make an attempt with the bicycle. As he tried to stealth his way through. It seems like nobody has been able to spot him yet. A very risky play, but he just might be able to get out here. Fragger, he was not by Jux, but no, he could not steal it away. Gosrain immediately spots him out as they were about to steal that finish away from Jux. And now they get another one. And just like that, Gosrain gets 2 points. How unlucky for Dope. Got greedy.
Yeah, I mean, that was really not needed. And as a result of which has been punished as God's Reign. They increase their tally up to 5. They've got Team Jux right in front of them. Whilst all of that was happening, even Team Orangutan did manage to secure a finish for themselves. Something to latch onto as now Alibaba Raiders, they decide to fight it out against Reaper. Now, this is a fight that's been happening around the southeastern corners of the map. It's going to be interesting who comes out of that one alive. As for Yash, the last surviving member from Learn From Past, he's got the entire team of Jux in front of him. The question is if Jux are aware of this lonely straggler coming in from on their tails, and even GDR very close. So for Yash, the best case scenario is to let God's Reign and Jux fight it out, maybe sneak in a couple of finishes.
Yeah, right now Yash is trying desperately to save up those mats. He knows for a fact there is a team right in front of them. As Jux, they're not committed yet, but Yash does have a slow walk in, so he's going to try and take some time here. But God's Reign, they're checking every single corner. Look at this, Yash. He's a little bit hesitant going for the push, but eventually gets scouted out. But it's going to be Neo from the other end that actually catches a glimpse of him and takes him out. So God's Reign down on 6 finishes in this game.
Oh, it's not looking good as of now for majority of the teams. They've been struggling, but God's Reign, they've been enjoying themselves, carrying forward with the momentum they ended the day with, having all their players alive for now. And this could be their game to lose as Destro out in the open scouring for information. And now suddenly he gets fired at, but response on Rebu as well, as he's taken some massive amount of damage. Jux Esports and God's Reign will fight it out against each other for what fate holds for them. Destro out in the open. I really do not like it. He needs to reposition. Somebody needs to watch out. Somebody needs to give a cover fire. Instead, it's going to be his teammate Neo, who is going to try and safely get him out of there. As Shax wanted to punish but ran out of mags. As Delta wanted to fight back. A very sticky fight happening right now.
What a save coming from Neo, but now they are going to be running in towards the Lion's Den as well as they try to make it a push. And guess what? They run into 8-bit. They get the confirmation in Equinox, but Somrush holds down the fort. Was able to take another one as well. Now Justin versus Somrush down towards the last pixel. And Neo pushes through on the other end. He cleans out the members coming from 8-bit. And Neo, last player left, coming in from God's Reign as he tries to equalize. But 8-bit, they still have to. Somrush still alive on the other end. He gets tagged up. But the nade doesn't connect to Neo. As you can see on bottom side as well, Raiden's still alive. But Somrush, they are getting third party from outside the building itself. As God's Reign, he somehow managed to survive with Neo. But seems like he is going to be the solo warrior here as well. Somrush trying to go in for an off angle. Another nade comes through, doesn't clip him. As Neo is going to force a share the building but alongside with 8-bit. It seems like he is going to try and reposition to a different building to get better cover.
Yeah, it's such a mad scramble I see so far, and I'm still trying to contemplate what's happening because now God's Reign, they're back to where they begun and do not have enough men on them.
What?
And even Team Soul, they are still alive, still breathing. And they have somehow not made it inside the circle yet. It's going to be a long crawl.
Wow. This is some insane shot calling coming from Legit. This is going to be the sneakiest entry point inside military base. But for some reason, nobody's going to be able to spot them yet. And now Wyld Fangs, they are going to crash onto his gate side. And so they do scout this out. But the problem is, does Wyld Fang realize there is enemies beside them? They've not taken a shot. As Wyld Fangs going to be caught out in the open. Do or Die is going to make sure they are going to be there. And Alibaba Raiders down to his water treatment is going to be the gatekeepers for Wyld Fangs. So Sensei, he might be looking in the wrong direction here. Legit doesn't have his backpack exposed, but he does see a couple of loot crates in front of him. But seems like he is going to be thinking of taking the shots. But the moment he shoots Chris, that is it. Because the rest of Wyld Fangs is going to be a firing squad. So he is going to try and trail behind them. Legit stocks up his ammunition. He sees Chris. He's looking on the right side. He knows there is going to be a team there. But Legit, he's going to go for the confirmation. He gets it, and now Wyld Fangs, they are going to be exposed! It's a massacre! But Seoul, they tried their best, but Sensei was able to trade them off. Mistakes were made. Seoul could have been a big spanner in the works for both these teams, but it was done onto his Alibaba Raiders, though.
Yeah, these were desperate times for them, and I feel like they made the most out of the situation. I mean, they were still alive till the very end, just 3 points secured. And certainly not the ideal start for Team Seoul. But Wyld Fangs, they've been doing quite great. Still have 4 of their players alive, 2 knocked out. Should be hoping for a revive. It's not going to be that easy, given the fact that Team Jux, they're holding the high ground. And there you go, Fierce has been confirmed. So the big teams that we were anticipating to stage a comeback have been quite silenced. OG out, Team Seoul even out, and now Wyld Fangs has a very good chance. DOD has a very good chance. And God's Omen, they're literally sitting at the smack center. True Rippers, they're also fending off quite well.
Yeah, True Rippers doing a fantastic job this game as well. Especially the cleanup with Insane. Just pretty much opened the pathway for them to come in from the southwest corner. But it looks like Jux from on top of the roof. They are getting shot from God's Omen. They try to make their way in. They are going to be coming from the same entry point. But Wyld Fangs is going to try to stop them in his tracks. Sensei left behind to make sure they do not have a good time at all. As Jux tries to go in for a couple of dodges. Sensei slowly running out of ammunition here. But on top of the mountains, we do see Kyo Lamau actually finding a pick onto his Jax. As Jux, they lose 2 members on top. Rebo and Amazing, no way to actually save him. As True Reapers finds a couple of strikes themselves, but 8-bit now, they are going to go for the flush. They're looking for Neo, opens the door, sees him, and now he's going to reposition once more. 8-bit, they really want to clean him out. And Neo now just holding down the angle, but 8-bit, you can see the paranoia kicking in. They don't really want to go for the push. Som cooking for those nades, looking for an off angle, tries to tag him from on top of the second floor, but doesn't connect on Neo as he makes no step. As 8-bit once more, they're still trying to choke his way through, but he gets out to safety, and Neo now right on top of the roof, and he's going to be A-okay.
Yeah, I mean, for now, he's still surviving.
My God.
But a little bit more exposed right now. He has to play this very, very carefully, I see. All of these teams that are around the edges have to, especially with Wyld Fangs Sensei. He's got to make that move, but eventually it's going to be DOD. Certainly did not see that one coming. Trey Scott had himself exposed. As a result of which, combined effort from DOD and Jux, as Wyld Fangs are also dealt with. Jux finding a nice recovery, have made it inside the top 6. Same goes with DOD. And even God's Omen. Day of comeback and the underdogs. They have been so amazing.
Feels bad for Jux. Rebo wanted to take one finish of Wyld Fangs. He was just 1 second late, and Do or Die was able to clean them all out. It's just so unfortunate, though. But all things considered, we're down towards the 6 teams. True Rippers having a little bit sense of control. Wasn't expecting the monument to be in play. This is my first time seeing this. As True Rippers is playing this pretty well. The statue, pretty much in the middle, out of nowhere, giving them some decent amount of cover. One Smoke was able to just reinforce the whole place. But the rest of the teams, they have to try and zone him out, because the circle is going to shift away from that monument. So that means True Reapers needs to push into his God's Omen. And we have a firing squad known as Neo on top of the roof and 8-bit inside the buildings themselves.
And look at this. Both of these teams are now outside the zone.
Yeah.
So they'll have to make those movements. And given the fact that God's Omen and True Rippers are keeping such a close watch. So the best case scenario is for both these teams to be hoping that True Rippers and God's Omen or DOD, they fight it out amongst each other whilst they sneak their way in. It's going to be so difficult. I mean, for 8-bit and God's Rain especially, they have had a really great start. So, and they've still played okay so far. I mean, not as worse as the others, but for now, Jux Esports is going to be a very important game. 3 finishes. They've made it into the top 6, I see. But how much deeper can they go?
Yeah, they are going to be playing on the outskirts as well. They don't really have an entry point, but True Reapers, they have to make the mark. Keo, oh no, he's going to bleed out his zone. Just smaller of a pixel as well. The sprays come through. God's Omen looking for the takedown. Unfortunately, no connection as True Reapers scrambling to try and find some sort of space. Keo, the knocked man from the zone, gets confirmed from God's Omen. And that might be the confirmation. But as of yet, they're not exactly eliminated yet. So God's Omen know for a fact there is still a couple of stragglers. Neo now is going to try and look for a couple of finishes. Sprays has been made, but his position is exposed. True Reapers tries to take him down. But guess what? 8-Bit is not in the building himself. They are also scrambling. Neo is going to try and tank up the zone. He's going to try and reposition. There is a lot of smokes in front of them. Now the sprays come in. They heard the footsteps, and 8-Bit knows he's going to be coming from that direction. Takes him out. That's going to be God's Rain bowing out in 6th place. What a defense coming from 8-Bit. But at the same time, oh no, he is taken down. Gyro God, he's exposed, but Rebu, he doesn't want to take the shot.
It's fine. It's a clever move because now God's Omen, look at them. They've got their entire attention on the players of True Reapers. And this is a perfect cue for the likes of 8-Bit to squeeze in. But no, Rebu, he's going to assassinate Somraj from the backlines. That's lovely stuff. But now, in order of doing so, he's given his position away as Stone BGMI gets the final player of True Reapers out. And now we're down to the final 4. It's a battle between 8-Bit, God's Omen, DOD, and Jux Esports. Who's going to come out of this situation alive as Raiden, the last member surviving. He's been such an unsung hero. Now against 2-player of God's Omen as those grenades gets flung out. Still no damage done. Raiden does have that slight advantage, but he needs to be watchful for the players of Jux.
Yeah, he can't really do too much as well. DOD hasn't really made their mark because as of yet, center control, they have to push past God's Omen, and Raiden, he can't seem to get out. But seems like Jux is going to help things out here. They are taking shots onto a duo die. While that's happened, God's Omen finds them, and while throughout all this commotion, Raiden, he somehow sneaks past them, and now he's looking for those confirmations. Molotovs has been used. Rebu, he's going to bleed out to zone. Not going to be able to steal away those finishes as Raiden might be throwing a wrench into his God's Omen now. Jux, amazing. Can spoil the dreams for God's Omen right now. And this is a problem, but Raiden, he's stuck in a small little corner. Down towards the final 3. Now the spray down comes through. Amazing. He's got them caught out in open, but the suppressed fire is making it very difficult. Amazing. Goes for the pick again. Needs the pick, but he's dropped down so low, and he goes out. And even Raiden goes out as well. God's Omen takes the chicken dinner in this game.
What a game. What a comeback for God's Omen, as this was much needed. We started off this day saying day 2 will be the day of comeback, and yes, God's Omen have done exactly the same. And the same goes for the likes of Jux, 8-Bit carrying forward with the momentum, do or die. Also a nice performance. 8 finishes chicken dinner, 18 points out of this match should be enough to push them past 40.
What an unexpected finish as well, but you can see every single team is stepping up the competition here in the BMPS semifinals week 2 itself. And what a performance coming from God's Omen. They held the ground, they were able to shut things out. But at the same time, we have to give credit to where credit is due. Commendable effort coming from Neo. Commendable effort coming from Raiden, coming from 8-Bit as well. Commendable efforts coming from Jux. Everybody played as best as they could. Even Soul, even though Soul should not have been put into that situation, but legit and Nako tried their best. So a little bit of commendable efforts. But yeah, let's talk about this replay.
I love that fight. The way Goblin was isolated and how Alibaba Raiders was so patient, I see, first getting 2 of their players. They wanted to have that man advantage and Goblin was isolated. So, that happened, and this was an interesting one as well because Team Insane, I felt like they had no information on how True Reapers was positioned, as a result of which they had their blinders on and wanted to just charge through. From Learn From Past, I expected a decent game. They tried to survive. They had some early finishes, but Mysterious 4 and Learn From Past, they made those mistakes, and God's Rain were the ones who capitalized. We all thought it could be a God's Rain game because the circle was around that military base, but we know how the entire drama unfolded, right? Neo still commendable effort, but my hero has to be Raiden.
Yeah, Raiden definitely clutched things big time in this situation here. But obviously, we haven't seen too much of Do or Die. Let's take a look at how they actually played as well, because Do or Die was just picking off all those tight angles, catching a couple of glimpses here and there on towards the teams trying to rotate in, which resulted in Alibaba Raiders, Wyld Fangs, and also 8-bit to be stuck all in the outskirts themselves.
No, I'll tell you how DOD and God's Omen played so well. If you remember, when the circle was formed, we saw from the western bridge, DOD and God's Omen made that quick rotation. While Scott's Rain really went out of their compound, venturing out around that northwestern side, God's Omen and DOD, they were hunkered down at the military base. Whilst all of these teams were actually fighting it out, they waited for their right opportunistic moment. And as a result of which, you can see now, Stone BGMI, nice performance, 4 finishes, could be the MVP of this game, but has nice support coming in from Gyro God and Bad OP. Not a very high fragging game, but still a very important game, considering where God's Omen were.
Yeah, they just held their ground as much as they can, and they just took out the competition. And of course, this was a home ground for God's Reign. God's Reign went out going for the hunt, and then unfortunately got a little bit angsty and got taken out. So it's a little bit unfortunate attempt coming from them. But small little mistakes. I think there was a miscomm where I think we saw that save coming from Neo, right?
Yeah.
Initially with engagement with Jux, I believe. Neo actually had no choice but to save Destro, and the moment he tried to reposition, they had no choice but to hard crash onto his military base. So there was a little bit too quick of a decision coming from Neo, but the rest of the pack tried to adapt to the situation, but still lost that fight against 8-bit. But they still put a dent into 8-bit's defense, which is a small little victories coming in from God's Reign.
Certainly, and now we also need to talk about the MVP of the match, and I'm surprised it's going to be Reaper. And if you remember, I see Reaper was that one guy who had that top position where with that one grenade he got 3 players out.
Yeah, Troy Tamilan Esports.
Yeah, against Troy Tamilan Esports. So as a result of which, he's earned himself the title of being the best player in this game, as he's followed by Stone BGMI. He's also got 4 finishes. Look at the damage difference, which puts Reaper above. But Rebu was a very interesting player in this one as well. I mean, kudos to him surviving till the end. He was doing it all. Same goes with Raiden. He did a lot for his team there. And for Neo, I mean, he's been such a hero lately, right? One of the latest entrants coming in. He's tried to save Destro. He tried to secure those survival points. He did a lot.
Agreed. But now, speaking of which as well, let's talk about the points. Who has it been given into us as well? God's Omen with the chicken dinner, they will get themselves 18 points. 8-bit with 10 points, Jux with 10 points, and God's Reign with 10 points. So that means each and every single team from this table, especially these 4 teams, is having a little bit of a bounce back or a lead. In particular, 8-bit God's Reign continues to try and pull ahead, but God's Omen and Jux definitely making a little bit of bounce back. Same can be said for True Rippers here with 9 points, 8 points for DOD, 4 Miracle with 5, Mysterious 4 with 5, Wyld Fangs with 4, Soul with 4, Alibaba Raiders with 2, Insane with 2, Troy with 2, OG with 1, Learn from Past with 1, and Shockwave with 1. It seems like things are not looking good here for some of the teams, but let's take a look at the overall standings. Of course, Team Insane will take a little bit of a slight tumble this game. God's Reign and 8-bit will take the number 1 and number 2 spot, but God's Omen sneaks up to top 4, Mysterious 4 on the top 5 themselves, 2OP on 6, Volcano on 7, and True Ripper sneaks in the top 8.
This is so interesting because we are seeing that shuffle around the top 3, all of them having played their 5th game. God's Omen also making such a nice mark here. Mysterious 4, they had a great start if you remember, but could not secure those important position points. 2 OP officials yet to play, but as we move on, Learn from Past still holding on, that 30, nothing lost really, 1 more good game and they could squeeze in. But Wyld Fangs, this was a very important game. Yes, early moments, we saw a couple of finishes, but when you look at the grand scheme of things, not really a great game for Wyld Fangs.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very tough comeback as well, but it is slow improvements that wins them the race. Slow and steady wins the race. That's going to be the game plan for them. Meanwhile, Jux having a little bit of bounce back from all the way last place. With this performance, they were able to get themselves into the 18th position. So it is a start of something that is going to be magical, but it's still a very, very long journey for them, considering that they have played 5 matches. So 11 more matches for Jux to try and stand a chance to qualify for top 8. But if they do it in the end of day 4 itself, that's got to be the biggest comeback story.
You know, for a lot of these viewers have actually tuned in to watch how their favorite teams perform. I have to talk about Team Soul. This is something that I wanted to discuss about during the broadcast while the match was going on, because I felt like it's the same problem happening again and again. We know that the Southern Island has not been the best of positions for Team Soul, and the problem again continues. There was a small minor fix, but it feels like we're back to the old days again. But for all of you guys, first of all, thank you for being a part of realme BMPS 2025. How? Because you've been grinding a lot of BGMI, you've been playing a lot, as a result of which you've been exploring the Discovery Island, you've been securing so many points, as the prize pool for this year's BMPS has set a new record. We have already gone past 3 crore, and there is still chance where we could reach somewhere near 4 crore or even maybe surpass that. So for that to happen, you need to play more and help us breaking new heights.
Exactly. Of course, it is going to be giving you guys some amazing rewards as well to claim in the game. So we have to achieve the milestone. The more you play, the more we will increase the prize pool itself. But now, back towards the question as well here. We've seen a little bit of glimpse on how some of the top teams has made adaptations. But it seems like Seoul still a little bit shaky as well. We saw a little bit of a confusion between the fight where Manya was the first to be picked off. So I'm not exactly what was going on, but Seoul, I don't know. Hopefully they are going to be able to bounce back. But for now, we're going to be taking a very short break. And right after this break, we will give you guys the next group of matches. See you guys right after this.
Kia, movement that inspires.
All right, one game done and dusted, 5 more to go. As ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You are watching the realme BMPS 2025. We're in the semi-finals. It is week 2 where elimination is on the line. Of course, elimination does come with survival, and now we've got another group making their way in. I've got IC along with me. It's a match between groups A and B. It's going to be an interesting one at that, because it is going to be the map of Miramar.
Well, speaking of the map of Miramar as well, we are going to be giving you guys a different of a group setup here from this match. It is going to be between Group B and Group C. And of course, they are going to be playing the time of their lives. And of course, you guys watching at home, if you guys want to play a very fantastic game, you guys got to check out the realme GT7, because with this device, you can have a smooth experience in BGMI for up to 6 hours of stable 120 FPS inside BGMI. So be sure to check out the realme GT7. Gives you that uninterrupted gameplay at its finest performance. This device has been tested by both the realme and Crafted guys, so be sure to check it out on Amazon. Now, speaking of towards the fights itself, now in the map of Miramar, we have B and C coming to picture once more. Do you think there is going to be a little bit of adaptations?
There has to be. I mean, at this point, when you look at
sorry, it's A, B, my bad.
Yeah, it is A and B, and now we've got a new set of teams actually coming into play, right? So we've got Godlike coming in. We've got Reckoning. These two teams have to stage that comeback. 2 OP officials were exceptional yesterday. Rising Inferno. I love VOLCANO. Hyderabad Hydras, if you remember, IC started off really well. So they need to catch a little bit of air today. They need to be off to a great start.
I think Ninju is definitely the star here, especially for day 1 itself coming from Hyderabad Hydras. He's definitely has made a lot of very clutch moments, which I think in terms of awareness-wise, he was able to realize that there are a couple of loopholes which allows him entry to certain specific spots, and being aware of those blind spots is what gave him that upper hand over the rest of the team. So that's something that I really like about Ninju specifically coming from Hyderabad Hydras. But it is going to be a day of comebacks. BO7S looking to stage a comeback, Reckoning as well, and most importantly, Hero Stream Godlike. Will they bounce back? Are we going to see a roster change? We shall see, because we are going to be heading in towards the map of Miramar right here, right now, for day number 2, game 2 for today. It is going to be Group A versus B in the map of Miramar for the realme BMPS 2025. As you can see, the flight is going to be starting things off from the southeast corner of Puerto Paraiso, heading in the direction of the northwest corner, ending towards the north side of La Cabrera. So a pretty balanced flight path for every single team in this game.
You said it, IC. It's the game of comeback, and the big teams need to start doing that. We've seen the underdogs, they have been exceptional. The first game we saw what happened, and now we're also going to be expecting the bigger names to bounce back. Yes, OG, Soul, Godlike, Wyld Fangs, all of them, and even Reckoning into the picture in the mix, and they need to get a chicken dinner at the very least. But now, as we move on ahead, still eyeing out for where the circle is actually going to form. We see Reckoning head out down south, still playing with Max. Wyld Fangs still have Anuj in the mix. While Godlike, I don't think they've made any changes to their roster.
Yeah, but I want to see how they are going to be playing in terms of the play style here, because that's going to be very important for them. But on screen now, don't see major changes so far, but I'm a little surprised that Reckoning is going to be playing from the south side. Seems like they are going to be heading towards Portona, maybe even Minas in that direction, maybe even considering looting the vehicles outside of Los Leonas before actually heading off. But I think Reckoning Esports kind of pivoted away from Los Leonas after realizing that Wyld Fangs is in the vicinity. It's a little bit of a setback here coming from Reckoning Esports. OG heading towards Chumacera, no contest from them. Hyderabad Hydras heading towards Picado, also no contest. For Miracle actually switching onto his power grid. Interesting. I was expecting maybe God's Reign is going to be hitting that direction. Where is God's Reign? Okay. Yeah, God's Reign is going to be playing on the right side, Impala. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, God's Reign literally have been going there ever since. They're very conservative people, right? They do not like changing things. They do not like change. Whatever the case may be, they head over towards their desired drop locations. But this circle is something that I see we have seen in the past also. In fact, yesterday only, as a circle around Los Leones. OG still will be happy about the fact that Team Forever are not here anymore. So a nice rotation in. And for Wyld Fangs, yesterday we saw it was a fight against the players of 2 OP officials, if I'm not wrong, where Trey Scott was picked off pretty early on. So this time, I think it is going to be good because Wyld Fangs have dropped down uncontested.
Yeah, they are in a little bit of an uncontested in this situation. But I think teams have definitely adapted in this scenario. So that's going to be a little bit of a plus sign for some of them. But the biggest problem here is how will they rotate in this circle, right? So I would say in terms of circle favorability for this zone, it's still unpredictable yet. Yes, obviously Los Leonas is going to be in play. We do have Picado also in play. We have Hacienda in play. It's nothing super major because most of these places have a lot of rotation pathings to actually dock through, just because of the fact that you're not expecting that extreme high ground extremities, especially from the east side of the map, or maybe in the far west near the wall itself, where long range battles becomes a huge factor in deciding where you're going to be hunkering down. So in terms of dictating how other people should be rotating around you, especially of specific hotspots, there's not a lot of it here unless the stage 2 or stage 3 zones kind of appear. So that's going to be the biggest priority. So making sure that you are going to be centered in stage 2 is going to be a little bit easier. So it is going to be a little bit more lax, especially when it comes to first phase. So every single team has a little bit more room to work with.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, majority of the teams are also inside the circle, just barring a couple few. But a very important game I see for Orangutan. And yesterday also we saw in a similar circle like this, I think heroics of AK kept them alive. It was an absolute bloodbath happening. It was fights left, right and center. Early phases was quite silent. We did see some teams making mistakes. But amidst all that chaos, it was GDR who managed to secure the chicken dinner. So again, when you've got a similar circle, you would expect GDR to be quite consistent. And this is again one of the secret spots around Miramar map. Do let us know in the comment section if you drop down over there or maybe get some loot around that tunnel. I'm not a huge fan of it though, but it's nice to find yourselves some of those cheeky positions.
Well, speaking of cheeky positions here, seems like 2OP official, they're going to be on the move right now as they're trying to get a little bit more center here. We do see a cluster of teams heading towards the middle of the game itself. Picado is going to be dodged, of course, because of Hyderabad Hydras. On top of the mountains on the north side is pretty okay spot to be in. But third parties are going to be very easily coming through from San Martin themselves. So that's going to be something that they have to worry about eventually. VOLCANO is going to be playing on the east side, but a lot of teams are dodging Los Leonas first, just because once you go in, it's so hard to exit there unless you are a solo striker. So a lot of teams definitely understand that basics right now, as they want to try and capitalize on a couple of stragglers later on mid-rotation.
2OP officials, this time they're actually doing things different, I see. Yesterday we saw them dropping down a little south, this time from the northeastern side, and they've been such a delight to watch. Look at them, the first game of the evening, and they're already at 35 points. They've been oh so good, and same goes with God's Omen. Who would have thought they would be at the 4th position? They'd get a chicken dinner just early on, and now they've got Godlike right in front of them. The big question is Godlike aware of God's Omen's positioning? We get to see them back again in their aggressive ways, and Gyro God, he does not want to be a part of this. Just runs away from here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. Hero Extreme Godlike now. Seems like they are caught in a little bit of an awkward scuffle as they heard a lot of gunshots, but they don't really know who's going to be where. And Mino spots a glimpse right on the horizon. Goes for a burst fire, but no connection as they try to re-rotate away. But it does give him a little bit of space to re-rotate for a different position, which forces Hero Extreme Godlike to actually move past the horizon.
And there you have it, the Realme GT7 in all its glory. Does house the iSense graphene rear cover, which ensures that your device is 6 degrees Celsius cooler and you get uninterrupted gaming. But something different you've noticed from Godlike, have you? They are playing around the center today. No more of the edgy style of play. So they've made that adaptation, and they would be hoping that it works, right? So for now, it's a good approach, in my opinion, actually. Hold on to a nice central spot, use your players, defend the territory, get some decent position points, or maybe even a chicken dinner. Something to give you a good head start.
I think the difference between Jux and Hero Extreme Godlike is very, very different right now, is that Jux has always been playing edge zone for quite some time. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they do tend to switch it up by going for a 1-1-1-1 white spread.
Yeah.
Where they are going to get zone control and try and isolate people around them. So that's something that Hero Extreme Godlike likes to do a little bit more. Whereas for Jux, they're always looking for third parties. Like, when they trade for the edge, they hear gunshots. If they get some sort of third parties, they are going to go in for those kind of commitments. It used to be something that Godstrain loves to do back then, but now they definitely have switched up their strategies here in the semifinals week 2. So that is going to put into what's an awkward situation for some of these teams to try and capitalize as well. So what is going to be the priority and what works and what doesn't is going to be completely shift on a case-to-case basis.
You know, for Godstrain, I feel like, yes, they've made those tweaks, but now they've gone back to their old ways where they kind of make those modifications. But for Team Soul, we're also anticipating them play a little bit around the center. So all these big names, seems like they've gone back to their shell where they want to go back to the bare basics. Just hold the center, try to find some cover, do not take any unwanted fight, have a good game, and then carry forward.
Well,
but
speaking of a good game, God's Omen, they might have flipped the Fico. That's going to be a little bit of an awkward start for them.
That's actually a bad omen.
Oh boy, that is indeed a bad omen. But still, they did pretty okay in the previous game.
Yeah.
And at the same time, 8-bit
okay.
Also, okay.
Doing it.
Oh, okay. They're trying to salvage one car at least. Seems like they got 2 cars stuck somehow. Making a little bit of an awkward start for them. But God's Omen continues to take a little bit of a central control. They have a decent amount of high ground on top of those north side here. So they are going to hold down the fort. But Godstrain, look at this. Justin actually getting knocked there. As Riding seeing Inferno Esports is going to look and try and clean them out. A couple of nades comes through. Destro actually gets knocked. He did not move at all. Godstrain off to a very, very bad start. Now the rest of Rising Inferno Esports is going to go in for the flush. They are dropping a lot of nades. It's up to Delta and Neo to try and clutch things out. Nades being tossed from Neo, but no connection. He himself gets tagged up, and now the flush comes through. Delta, he has to hold down the fort inside. He needs backup, and he's gonna get cleaned out, and just like that, God's Rain are the first team to be eliminated. What a clean takedown for Rising Inferno Esports.
No way we saw that happen. And Rising Inferno Esports being the kryptonite for God's Rain. A very well executed push, quite clinical at that. The moment you see one of their players, Neo, was taken down and it was all tumbling down. But look at the circle, it has taken a shift and now it's a more concentric one, slightly skewed towards the southwestern side. Hyderabad Hydras, they've got the center to themselves. You've also got the players of Miracle, OG, everybody actually in a cluster. And somehow, everybody is still thriving, I see. Nobody is really fighting it out. No outliers except True Rippers. They're far off in the blue. They'll be rotating from the eastern side. Rising Inferno might have a little bit of trouble, but PNW IGL has already entered the compound. But Team Soul, this is quite an iconic place for them. The old roster of Soul has a lot of memories, and Goblins surely does. So should be aware around this area as they finally get a finish on Amazing.
Wow, this is going to be interesting as well because Soul finds his straggler inside Picados. That's going to be Jux in the play. But I'm really surprised that Soul actually make the call to actually dock into his Picado. And fortunately for them, if the circle shifts down north, every single team needs to push into Picado itself. So this is going to be a gamble. Hopefully they do have a decent amount of exit strategy. But seems like Soul, the only company they are going to be expecting right now is Jux, and they are playing back-to-back right now. Nicole and Goblin playing together, while Legit and also Manya is going to be playing together on a off angle coming from Soul to play this. Seems like they are trying a difference of approach of play style this game. And finally, they are able to play as 4 compared to the previous game. Manya going to be scouting out ahead here all by himself. Nicole not going to be able to provide some sort of cover fire, but the circle actually shifts down away from Picado. So Soul, they need to get out of the city as the circle actually shifts part into his Los Leones out in the open. And this is going to be a very interesting divider because there is a road in between these roads. It is going to be divided by south and north, and BO7S has got full control for the south side right now.
Look at Wyld Fangs. They have a very good position to hold with. The only problem for them is going to be Reckoning from the backlines. And this could be a sketchy fight. And even for OG, they're making some movements. They've got BO7s right in front of them. On their backlines, they've got 4TR. Godlike, they were hoping they would get the center. Not anymore. But the good thing is that they're still inside the circle. But what's concerning is that VOLCANO Esports is also around the horizon. Now, VOLCANO Esports have been quite exceptional yesterday. On the northeastern side, they could pose some threat for Godlike, and they are feeling themselves. As now, Team Jux, they're going to be making a move inside the circle. And in front of them, 4TR is present. But for Miracle Esports, seems to have begun a fight against BO7s. Would love to see what's going on there.
Speaking of which, this is going to be a very interesting one. True Rippers. And it's going to be, one of the worst possible outcome possible. As they just arrived the zone from the south side. But fortunately for them, they are able to find some sort of a cover to work with. But the question here is, where is their information coming from? But speaking of information, OG also a little bit late to the zone. And now shots have been fired as well. AKOP taps onto the Jelly. Jelly needs to reposition away, knowing that it's just not worth going for this fight. But at the same time, OG, they're running the same direction. They might intercept against each other once more. As Orangutan may actually run into them. Seems like the rocky terrains are going to be very awkward. Aru actually getting knocked here. They trade 1-for-1. Kyo gets taken out. But we have to hold that thought for now because Hero Extreme Godlike, they're pushing in towards Wyld Fangs. Fierce with the nade. Opens up the fight. And now he goes down. Wyld Fangs versus Hero Extreme Godlike. And Godlike sends one building, takes them out. And the defense of Wyld Fangs completely crumbles as Godlike is able to take Fierce down with them.
Yeah, completely isolating Fierce in that position. Had that proper information, and Godlike, we're finally getting to see that textbook Godlike play happen, where they have that information and they're acting upon it. Of course, there was those knocks, but it's fine. But now look at this, even True Rippers taking a dig at the players of Orangutan, as now the numbers start to dwindle again for OG. A massive crumble as Ninze, he's going to get back up. Of course, they've lost out on Kyo Lamau, so fights did break out. And now Godlike, we were talking about them. We're at the northeastern side, now at the center, whilst OG, They've got no more options but to get the hell out of there because only 2 players survive.
Great interception coming from True Rippers. They cannot allow OG in. It is getting a little bit too crowded, and because of this, OG is losing a lot of members. And throughout all this commotion, Jux, they heard those gunshots, and they are going to rotate directly in. But at the same time, Rebo, he almost got taken out by Jelly. And as of yet, Jux Esports, they still haven't really found a cover. Nico has found some sort of spot inside the zone, but the circle is going to shift up towards the north side. Orangutan finally makes their way in. VOLCANO driving past them, but they're not going for the hard stop. They're not in zone yet. It's just not worth risking. True Rippers taking a stop as well. VOLCANO, do they want to continue? Seems like they are going to regroup further inside the zone as they find themselves a decent amount of cover to work with, and VOLCANO arrives safely to the next phase of the zone now.
Yeah, they said yesterday in the interview they are going to be on their opponent's faces. That is exactly what they're doing, spotting out Rebo. Psycho is going to take a dig at him. But as we see Reckoning, they're also having themselves engaged in a fight. But BO7s, it's looking chaotic at this point. As even Jux Esports, they've been eliminated. And suddenly, Wyld Fangs, they're also tearing through BO7s. Couple of knocks here and there. Couple of finishes also secured. And now, for Dizzy, he needs that revive ASAP. But that's not going to happen. As Jelly will eliminate him. As BO7s, at this point, oh, looking quite helpless. Out in the open. Just getting shot. What's going on?
Oh no, BO7 as they get the reset, but they've lost the IGL. Doroki Ghostface was able to scout out a different entry point as they try to gather their bearings a little bit more, because True Rippers is going to be coming from the south side. They were almost able to take out a little bit more coming from BO7S. Fortunately for Dizzy, he is going to be able to get out to safety, and that means True Rippers will find some sort of space to push through, as that major fight early on has resulted in Jux getting taken out. 2 teams out in the game. There's still a lot of room to work with, but the bigger question here is the congestion down south, because right now in the northern side of this hemisphere is still relatively empty, and every single team on the screen right now that is coming from the south, when they drive through, they have to drive to 2 teams. That is going to be Wyld Fangs and Hero Extreme Godlike to dictate the tempo. And this is a prime position for both those 2 teams that will shut down everyone right now. But of course, True Rippers, they don't realize this as well. The biggest threat is still going to be their neighbors, but it seems like True Rippers, Jelly scouts out movements coming from Wyld Fangs, and they've realized that, oh no,
look at
that's
this.
a very awkward spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, for Rising Inferno, they have been amazing so far. Again, finding a knock on towards Wizgod, and look at how fearless they have been. And Wizgod did get that revive, but not allowed to stay alive any longer. As 6 finishes, Rising Inferno Esports, they are men on a mission at this point. And I completely agree with you. I see Team Godlike and Wyld Fangs holding on to that central spot. Of course, losing out on Fierce early on is going to be hurting them a little bit, but still, no love lost, as this time Godlike can actually get that much wanted position points, making those right adjustments. But look at this, True Rippers right next to VOLCANO Esports.
Yeah, they're going to lay low for a little bit as well, but here comes the crash. True Rippers, do they want to go for this as well? But the zone is about to move in 45 seconds. Seems like they are still deciding their entry points. But speaking of deciding the future of the prize pool of BMPS, you guys watching at home, you guys got to check out Discovery Island itself. Follow the missions, clear all those missions, and complete it. You will help contribute to the overall prize pool increase by the end of the entire tournament itself. So be sure to play more games. That's exactly what you need to do. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see the map actually shift down towards the outskirts on the north side. So, TOP official, they have a decent cover on the east side. Godlike has a wide spread from the south. And Wyld Fangs on the south side. So, every single team either has to clash on towards Godlike or Wyld Fangs, or rotate away, which results in Hyderabad Hydras clash on the west side. We have Seoul all the way from the north side. God's Omen from the northeast corner as well. Pick your poison, guys. Everywhere is going to be a big battlefield right now.
It's all about how well-versed these IGLs are with the topography and the terrain, as now Hyderabad Hydras spotting out the players of Miracle Esports pass. Shots being taken. Ninja needs to connect at least one, but fails. And now for Miracle Esports, still not out of the woods yet. One of their players is stuck out right in the middle of nowhere, as even Reaper, Ninja is messing up a lot of those shots eventually, but Godlike is going to capitalize on that. As for Miracle, they have started losing out on players. Surely will not be pushing on the matters yet. As now True Rippers, they also come in very close to the players of Hero Xtreme. Godlike as Admino. Beautiful knock coming in out as Ninze. He gets taken down.
Wow, what an insane knock as well. True Rippers, they're stuck now. The nades comes true. They are going to try and clean them out. Nades from S-Power. Can he find the confirmation? Seems like no, it will not. True Rippers still somehow hangs on, but they're bleeding. They're hurt. But at the same time, the third parties from the sides, BO7S, they find the knock on Admino. Punk is out, and Hero Xtreme Godlike, they need to defend from two fronts. True Rippers, they find some space as they try to walk up. Jelly, they've realized that BO7S is the bigger threat as they are crashing in. Ignoring this, BO7S is going to open a pathway for True Rippers. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are hurt, they're weak, and here comes the rush as True Rippers is going to walk this and take a bow here as they expectate what's about to happen. Jonathan with the nades, he's going to try and shut out BO7S, but no connection, they're still alive. Hero Xtreme Godlike seems to be scrambling as they try to back up, but S-Power, he gets picked from the sides as Jelly finds the pick. Not a way that Hero Xtreme Godlike was able to defend this. But now the nades from Admino finds Dizzy. BO7S, they're about to burn, and wow, finds another one. A big catch from Admino.
Yeah, lovely stuff coming in from Admino nonetheless, but no, other finish is getting stolen away. That's the big question. Yes, indeed. Jelly, he's been doing so much over there, and now he knows he's got Godlike pinned to a corner. Now Jelly is going to be cooking up this grenade. All he needs to do is find a knock on towards Admino, and the floodgates will open. Look at the position of True Rippers. They've got their players on guard. Jelly already looking so solid with 4 finishes. When does that push come through? That's the big ask, I see.
Oh my goodness, True Rippers, perfect reset coming in from them, so they have to thank BO7S. BO7S definitely made the opening for them to get the reset. Took some space, and here he comes. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're stuck out in the open. True Rippers still hasn't exactly made their mark yet, as every single team from the Southwest corner needs to push into the zone. It seems like True Rippers, they are going to be scouting on the other side. That's going to be the Western Shores. That, as you can see, Hyderabad Hydras is going to be coming in. 4 Miracles on the other end as well. There's not a lot of room for True Rippers. It all comes down to perfect timings. And even 4 Miracles, they're pretty much stuck out in the open. But guess what? Shots from Wyld Fangs says, you know what, True Rippers, we don't know where to go. We have to reposition now.
I mean, Wyld Fangs have really notched down the pace, right? After losing out on Fierce, they are completely back in their shell, playing for position. As Admino, he's going to squeeze in one more finish. Much more needed. Much like it. Admino and Jonathan, they will have to piece this one out. No excuses anymore. As of now, Ghostface still just around them. Whilst Hyderabad Hydras, look at this. Mox getting shot from elsewhere. Could be the backlines, or could be, in fact, Team Soul, who've been apparently decent in this game. They've secured 3 finishes. And now, look at this. Goblin, he gets spotted in Ninja. Those quick taps. They did some damage. Not enough to knock him out, though.
Yeah. As of yet, Hyderabad Hydras, they have a wide spread from the west side, a decent amount of natural terrain to work with. Soul, they're having their backs a little bit exposed here. Ninja going for a little bit jiggle picks, but he has to be very careful in ammunition. Starting to run out very low as well, considering that it is getting a little bit less now. Ghostface actually makes a mad dash. He tries to escape this, and he somehow actually escapes this as well. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they go for the exit as True Rippers goes in for the flush. But BO7S, they will get taken out by Wyld Fangs, and now True Rippers out in open. Jonathan finds Sam. A big opening for him, but Admino is done for as Jonathan now has only one thing to do, and that is to survive all by himself. This is going to be a very important clutch for him as well, as the nade comes through from Ninzi. Jonathan pretty much exposed out in open, gets clipped up pretty low. But can he survive?
Ninzi
gets the first ace in time.
Look at Ninzi. He's got 3 grenades. All he's got to do is patch himself up, but no, Jonathan, he wants to press on the matters, getting shot from the far lines. It's going to be Wyld Fangs, but a beautiful knock nonetheless. Eventually to be foiled out by the players of Hyderabad Hydras as Godlike out of this game. And even the same could be said for True Rippers. What is happening? Rising Inferno, they've been dealt with. It's going to be Team Soul. They have been exceptional this game, I see.
Yep, speaking of exceptional right now, we're down towards 8 teams, and Wyld Fangs, they have to push through from the south side. But let's take a look at the DOA status. You know who's performing really well right now? Reckoning Esports as well as Seoul. They've got 6 finishes and 7 finishes, followed by 5 from Hyderabad Hydras and also Wyld Fangs. That's a lot of domination from the Gnome teams. And as of yet, from the perspective of Reckoning Esports, they are going to make a pounce on Wyld Fangs as the circle continues to push them out in the open. The teams in the south side, they have to get out.
Now, Max, look at him. Again, value added. 3 finishes for this player. He's been doing so much for Reckoning.
Wait, am I seeing this right? Salme and Max is playing together.
Yes.
From the side of Reckoning Esports.
They've made adjustments. We'll get there because now look at Team Seoul. This time, they're playing it quite safe. They're not taking those risky fights anymore, as a result of which 7 finishes. And look at Manya. He's sitting at 5 right now.
Wow.
Making their way inside the zone. They've got Hyderabad Hydras though, and could be dangerous. A fight against 40R, and Goblin instantly goes for the slam in. Knuckle will find a beautiful knock. Manya still scouring around with the vehicle as INF got one of the final players alive, and Team Seoul would want to fight this one out, but the trade's coming in, and suddenly they still have their numbers intact. 2 players alive though, but Hyderabad Hydras could come in with the flush.
Oh my goodness, Hyderabad Hydras, they almost actually third-partied as well, but Salme, they saw all this as well. Reckoning Esports, they're going to try and third-party. Seoul in trouble, Hyderabad Hydras as well, but the rest of Seoul has been taken out, and only Legit remains. The third party continues, and now he's going to get completely swarmed. 10 finishes in the back. Hyderabad Hydras, they're looking to clean him out. Legit, he needs to survive. He's edging a lot towards the circle, but he is surrounded. He is outnumbered, and he is going to go down as Hyderabad Hydras cleans out Seoul, which bows out on 6th place. A big game coming from Hyderabad Hydras right now.
Yeah, indeed, and Miramar has so far been their strong suit, I see. But a decent recovery from Team Seoul at least. 10 finishes secured, decent amount of position points. 12-13 would be something that they would latch onto. But now Reckoning, they've got such a golden chance. 2 OP officials. They have been amazing so far. Max, he's got 2 players in front of him. Does not have that altitude advantage as Shady finding a knock onto it. Smokes. Max, he's got the cover fire from his IGL himself. But let's not forget Sensei. He's still alive. He's still breathing. Could pose an imminent threat to the players of Reckoning from the backlines if not dealt with.
Oh boy. Final 5 teams, 2 OP official. So also surviving in this game, but a massive performance coming from Hyderabad Hydras and Reckoning Esports. And look what we have here. God's Omen. Very, very consistent run. They were able to get the chicken dinner in the previous game, but this time they are part of the top 5. Nice. Guess what? Max again finds the opener from Reckoning Esports. Looking for those confirmations. As in front of them, we have Shade 2 OP official. Going to be forced to go in for the reset. They want to try and pick up liability. Ninja trying to go for the third parties against them. But it is going to be very difficult. But on the finish feed, Gravity gets picked off from Reckoning as well. And it's only Max that remains coming from Reckoning Esports. They're trying to hold out for the better placement points. But Hyderabad Hydras, they're still pinning on 2 OP official now. Bot fire continues with the aggression. Ninja sees a couple of sprays, but can't seem to find any kind of connections here. As the pressure continues, the zone forces him to reposition. And Hyderabad Hydras, they have to give up high ground control right now.
Where's the revive on towards Ninja? Is he lost? Seems like they're going to cut on their losses and move ahead, or maybe try and force this one out. But look at who's at the center. It's God's Omen once again. Could be their back-to-back because Stone BGMI, he's cleared the backline. Sensei, he's been dealt with. Wyld Fangs are out of the server, but a very important fight this one. A 3-on-4 situation, or in fact a 3-on-2 situation for God's Omen as now Max. He's been pushed on as 2 OP. They're starting to take over. 4 players alive. Not a lot of finishes though, but they'll be happy. They'll take it if they get the chicken dinner.
3 teams remain in a very chaotic circle. And who's going to get the chicken? God's Omen now having center control, but they do not have the numbers. Hyderabad Hydras have the numbers, but they're pinned by 2 OP official. It's going to come down towards the last few moments. 2 OP official, they do not have those vehicles, but they do have a firing squad. And unfortunately for God's Omen here, for Stone BGMI, he doesn't have those nades. Hyderabad Hydras gonna look for the reposition. Stone BGMI goes for the spray. Botfire finds Ninja. Ninja now from the off angles. Now Stone looking for the flush, and Hyderabad Hydras, they get taken down by both God Omen and also TOP official. What a shakedown from them. And now God's Omen looking for the back-to-back chicken dinner. Stone BGMI from the side, 2 versus 4. Can they make the miracle? Stone BGMI goes in for the push, and he gets the takedown. 2 versus 3 now. What am I watching, God's Omen? What is happening?
They're making it happen. They're making it real. But still, no love lost for 2 OP officials. They've got the higher grounds, and Botfire a very interesting position. I'm curious to see if he's got any grenades though. Anything to flush out Bad OP from his hiding. Because Stone BGMI's position, still unknown. He's been making those maneuvers. He's on the lower ground, but he's somehow making it work in his favor. Very close to Stone.
No
BGMI,
way.
nice Molotov. Will flush Botfire out. He's gonna take those damages. Stone BGMI, he scores, strikes at the right time. And now Lab
No way!
above him. That's absurd. That's criminal, and now it's been brought down to a 1v1 situation. Stone BGMI, he's actually on the cusp of securing back-to-back chicken dinner for his team.
Oh my goodness, Stone BGMI, 29 bullets, he's out of meds, he's got no utilities. 1 versus 1, Shady, he sees the pixel. Is he going to photo for the pick? Yes, he will. No connections though. Shady going for the pick as well. White swing, no connections from both sides. Pre-fire coming through. Nades has been set up. Shady out in open. Here comes the tap. Stone BGMI, he just might be able to do it. 1 versus 1, down to the last wire. Can he go for the push? Stone BGMI going for the shakedown. Shady, he's panicking as well, ringing around the rosies. Can he go for the connection?
Wow!
He does it! Stone BGMI has done it. 2 versus 4, and they clutched the chicken. Back-to-back chicken dinners for God's Omen. What did we just watch here in day number 2? What did I just see? Stone BGMI, what a performance!
What a performance, what a resurgence, and what resilient play coming in from God's Omen. Imagine how they started off with just 29 points to enter into the top 3, and after this, back-to-back chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure there's no doubt they are going straight at top. These are moments for which we yearn for, and God's Omen have given us exactly that, I see.
Stone BGMI has come to prove that they are the next generation of pro players. I've never seen this happen before, but what a game from Stone BGMI.
What a presence of mind in such tight situations. When you're on the lower ground, everything is against you. We'll get to that. But not a great start for God's Reign in this one. Rising Inferno, I see, actually had a very nice start to the day. In fact, in this matchup, we saw them get a lot of finishes. But eventually, they were taken down by the players of Team Soul.
But at the same time as well, we have to talk about the teams that were struggling outside the zone here as well. In particular, Xtreme Godlike, they had a little bit of a prime position to shut down every single team coming from the south. But BO7S was the ones that actually stopped this aggression for True Rippers and allowing True Rippers to kind of sneak up. And because of this, Xtreme Godlike just got slowly dismantled bit by bit. Even it came down to the last wire where Jonathan was able to get a very, very nice shutdown against True Rippers. Unfortunately, was third party by Hyderabad Hydras. And of course, this awkward fight between Soul and 4th-year official, which resulted in Soul winning the fight, but the amount of noise that they have made has attracted the members from both Reckoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras to actually clean them out. So that was a very, very unfortunate ending for some of these teams, but eventually it came down towards the final 3 teams. Hyderabad Hydras, God's Omen, and 2OP official. My goodness, God's Omen. Man. How did they survive with 2 men for the longest of time and just completely shut them down? Stone BGMI just single-handedly dismantling everyone for 2OP official.
You know, this is something out of ordinary, right? You do not see these days such players coming up. You know, such a nice presence of mind in that tight situation. They were not having the numbers. They were on the lower ground. Everything was stacked up against them. But Stone BGMI made such proactive movements there, especially that first Molotov to flush that player out, then eventually to catch liability off guard. He did everything right to the T, as a result of which 6 finishes. And there you have it. I think 7 finishes, not a very high fragging affair, but I do not mind that as long as you get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. So, and you're at the top spot. So the comeback is real, at least for God's Omen. Still nothing taken away, I see, from 2 OP officials. Their first game and a second position. I'd take that.
Well, fair enough, but at the same time, so this was a very, very high stressful game for each and every single team. But God's Omen, 2 back-to-back games on 2 separate groups. Seems like they are going to be the team to beat as of yet, because God's Omen seems like they are showing no signs of stopping at all. But my, oh my, that has got to be the clip of the day. Stone BGMI definitely doing one of the most cleanest takedown in this entire day itself.
Beautiful, like I said, right? Chef's kiss is how I would describe that clutch. As a result of which, top 5 players in front of our screen. So, Stone BGMI, that was inevitable, but Manya finding a little bit of a comeback there. 5 individual finishes for him. And same goes with Hyderabad Hydras. I think they've always been quite comfortable in Miramar. Or initially, their early games are very strong. Jelly, he's snuck in a lot of finishes, stole a couple also from Admino. And Max, he has been creating such impacts. Reckoning also had a decent time this time.
Well, definitely as well. But God's Omen, another chicken dinner in the bag. But this time, they only got 7 finish points. So that means they will get themselves 17 total points. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras in the top 2 here with 14 points. TOP official with 12 points. But Seoul making a very, very huge recovery this game.
Yes.
Even though there was not a lot of placement points, they still got themselves 10 points, which gives them 12 points. Reckoning with 11 points. Wyld Fangs with 9. Rising Inferno Esports with 6. True Rippers with only 4 points. 4 Miracle with 3. But Hero Stream Godlike only 3 points this game. A little bit unfortunate ending for them. Fortorix official with 2 points. BO7S with 1. Jux with 1. VOLCANO 0. OG 0. God's Train having 0 this game.
Yeah, I mean, for Seoul, at least they recovered some points, right? I want to talk about OG. They got nothing. But when we take a look at head-to-head, match 1 versus match 2, not a lot of difference there, just 1 point separating. And this time, however, God's Omen, they had a lot of damage dealt in terms of the finishes. So the damage, the knocks could not get converted. But you've got anything on your mind? The damage received is also absurd.
Well, to be honest, I think God's Omen, the reason why they got a little bit more damage was because when in the previous circle as well, especially in Erangel, they were 4-man alive, got the chicken dinner as a 4-man team. For this time, they had got the chicken dinner in the 2-man team. But again, with that back-to-back chicken dinner, a fantastic start here coming from God's Omen immediately pushes them into as a number 1 spot here with 58 points. So that means in 6 matches, they have gotten themselves 58 points. But the question here is, their remaining 12 matches, can they actually get the same amount of points?
I like how 2 OP are still maintaining that top 4 position at least. Of course, God's Omen have made a huge climb, a nice bounce, but 2 OP still have 1 more game to go. So who knows? Maybe they can topple God's Omen or even GDR over. Even 8-bit is up for grabs. But True Rippers maintaining that 8th position, 37 points is where they're sitting at. So the cutoff right now is at 37. Rising Inferno, it was a nice recovery from them, especially the first game not going their way. Did, however, got a couple of finishes, still afloat. Still 5 matches played. Reckoning and Seoul, they made a nice bounce back here.
Yeah, very, very nice bounce back for them. But Seoul, unfortunately to say, their position points is not really that great, because if it comes down towards a tiebreaker, their position points is going to eventually hurt them. But still, with those finish points in this game, it does give them a little bit of breathing room to push through, because as of now, the difference between Seoul and the top 8 is still very, very close. However, when we talk about the last page, another concerning team here is still going to be Hero Stream Godlike and also OG, because we saw a little bit of moment coming from Hero Stream Godlike, but it wasn't enough.
Look at this, 0 position point out of the 5 games they've played. Same goes with OG, just 2 position point. For Godlike, I understand they have not really been seeking out for position points in the past, but OG did have a lot of position points in week 1. And this is something they are heavily missing out on. Is it again them fighting and battling their demons and succumbing to it? Because this is not the orangutan that we were accustomed to see in the earlier phases of this tournament.
I can tell you for a fact that the realme BMPS, the competition is getting tighter and is more intense as well, because we know for a fact that there is, well, a lot of hints heading towards the land itself. The trophy is going to be the most important trophy in 2025. It is going to be the next symbol of BGMI gaming. And of course, if you guys want to support the realme BMPS, guess what? You guys got to check out Discovery Island, because it is you guys
you guys watching at home, the more you play will be helping us to contribute into the BMPS 2025 overall prize pool. So the more you guys play, the more we will be increasing the rewards for the prize pool, and also you guys getting unlocking a lot of new rewards in game itself.
Yeah, and thank you also that you've already helped us in crossing 3 crore. You can make it to 4. Just a couple more days to go. So, honest, humble request, all you got to do is just play, right? Enjoy yourselves. But so much going on, so much more left to come. But before that, folks, a very short break. We'll be right back after this.
Kia, movement that inspires.
We've seen Erangel, we've seen Miramar. Now is the time that we charter through the rainforest. It is Sanhok time, baby. It's going to be fun, amazing. But this day has been exciting because comebacks have been made by God's Omen. Welcome back once again. You're watching the realme BMPS 2025. It is day 2 of the semi-finals, week 2, as we are anticipating comebacks also from the bigger teams. I've got Icy with me. He's going to be there with me the entire day. But Icy, coming back to matters, Sanhok, what are we expecting? I'll get to that because we've got a big shout out to Realme GT7 for making this event possible, helping us. And you can check out the phone. It's got amazing features. It's live on Amazon. So back to conversation. Sanhok, I see. What are we expecting?
We are expecting absolute pandemonium. We are expecting absolute chaos because this is a map where every single team, especially with mechanical prowess, is going to step up. But with that performance coming from Stone BGMI, to be honest, I'm hoping to see Godlike do really, really well in this game. Unfortunately to say, they're not playing this group though. Are they? No.
It's going to be NC. But it's fine. At least when you look at the greener side, we get a different winner. So that's there. The schedule will be in front of us, folks. It's going to be groups A and C this time, playing it around. So it will be interesting because 8-bit will be making a comeback. Insane were not off to a great start, so they need to settle their way back in. DOD, however, I think the first game they played, they were looking quite nice. So anticipating them to play well, and even for Troy Tamilans, they also need to bounce back.
Yeah, they definitely need to as well. But speaking of the circle itself, in case you're wondering who is going to be playing in Group A and C, this is on screen as well. We have Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Reckoning, Rising, Inferno Esports, 2OP official, 4TRX official, Hyderabad Hydras, VOLCANO, and VO7S from Group A. For C, we have Alibaba Raiders, Learn from Past, Troy, 8-bit, Mysterious 4, Team Insane, Do or Die, and also Shockwave in the respective group.
Yeah, and you know, so Group A, they will be continuing from Miramar, so they've got their hands hot a little bit. So we've seen these teams making an adjustment, and one of which I think would be taking the headline, something that you actually mentioned, that Max is there. They also have got Some back in, which means Dionysus has been sitting out. Now, this is something I want to take your expertise on. Is this the right moment to be making such changes? Like, Reckoning has constantly been experimenting, man.
I think it comes down to just who is doing well and who's not doing well, right? Yeah. So there are days where if this guy is a good day, let him play. If there's a day where this guy doesn't play well, sit him out. So I feel like Dionysus, in terms of performance, he is the consistent guy. But lately, he has been struggling in opening up a couple of finishes as well. So I guess from Reckoning's perspective, they realize that maybe Dionysus needs to take a little bit of break here. He might be something going through his mind or everything like that. That's why they swapped in him. But I think as a team, it's not just a 4-man roster. It's also their subs included as well. There are days that somebody's feeling a little bit down. They need to swap in and be ready to score some points. And every single point matters. And in this case, Reckoning, they took a gamble and it's still paid. It's kind of paid off, to be honest.
But you know, then again, Dionysus and Some, they put something different on the board. Because if you look at Dionysus' style of play, we've seen Dionysus to be one of the anchored players, you know, on the back lines. He's trying to get those trades. But Some has been more on the face. So do you think Reckoning are maybe trying to change the tempo?
Yes, they definitely have to change as well. Because based on how the groups are as well in terms of playstyle, some are playing a little bit more passive, some are a little bit more aggressive as well. And seems like majority of the teams that are playing a little bit passive, except for the teams in the center control, everyone has kind of struggled as well. So you definitely need a strong frontliner. And in this case, 2OP official was able to demonstrate it in the previous game. So it's just completely shutting down multiple teams, including Godstrain. Full on send. And guess what? What a better way to actually send a team itself. It's going to be inside the map of Sanhok, where we are going to be full sending it all the way in towards the rainforests of Sanhok, where each and every single team is going to be very up close and personal with each other in this 4x4 map. Now, without further ado, we're going to be jumping in towards a plane path, and it is going to be from the west side of the map, heading on towards the northeast direction. It seems like, based on this flight path trajectory, it is very, very northwestern shift, and it seems like teams heading towards the southeast corner is going to have a very, very long stretch here, and maybe, just maybe, we are going to be seeing a lot of drop clashes down towards the south side.
Yeah, I'm actually, again, looking forward to where the circle actually forms. So we've seen a lot of these southern circles build up lately, I see. So I would want to see something different, maybe somewhere around the northeastern side. That would be great. But taking a look at VOLCANO Esports, they've again dropped down on the bootcamp. Thankfully, there's going to be no Wyld Fangs here, so nothing much to worry about. Godlike, since God's Rain is not there, they're going to go off to Paradise Resort, have a little bit of a spread going on. Rising Inferno, around Cow, Reckoning, back to their drop, around Camp Bravo. Alibaba Raiders, this is another team that I really want to see bouncing back as Team Insane. They've also dropped around Painan. So no drop collisions. Couple of teams are nearby, but this is something that they've done the homework for. I think the nearest fight that could actually begin, I see, could be Learn from Past and 8-bit, very close to each other.
Well, speaking of close to each other, guess what? The circle actually shifts down towards the west side, split between Alpha and Charlie Island. And you know who's not inside this game?
Yeah. Team
Well,
Seoul.
yeah. It's
The one game where they had the circle, they're not there. But look at Inferno. He is caught in a very, very awkward position.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck in an awkward spot as well. Troy Tamilan Esports, they need to find a way to get out. As 4TR is X for official, has got a decent amount of compound. Inferno needs some sort of back out to actually save his life. Morty is pretty much setting his crosshairs trying to stop Troy Tamilan Esports. But Hydro, he's going to try and provide some sort of cover. But at the same time, 4TR, it does have an off angle with INF God from the sides. He does have a 3x and an M4 to actually go for the sprays, but here he comes. Morty finds Inferno, and Redbeard goes down as well as 4TR official starts this off with a bag with a 2 takedown. As they're trying to find even more here, INF God going to be checking their back lines in case there are potential third parties. But Troy Tamilan Esports, they are very weak now.
It's going to be interesting. INF God, he needs to provide aid for his teammates as Troy Tamilan's Mac. He's been an exceptional player, but he's been silent so far. As now, Team Troy Tamilan, how do they remedy themselves out of this situation? Runway 2 players down. Hydro has got to make some movements. It seems like not the case as for TR. Got the numbers up. Even Utkarsh, he goes for the push. A fight, a 1v2 situation. And now Hydro in a real bad spot. He's got some cover fire from the backlines, but for TR, they're going to be gracefully taking all these finishes. Now Hydro, he's still alive, not anymore. Dealt with easily as Troy Tamilan, they bow out with not even a single finish on the board.
What a takedown coming from 4TR official. INF got repositioned to try and reset as well. Gunshots do attract enemies. In this case, repositioning away from those gunshots specifically does give them a little bit more space to reposition. So that's going to be a little bit of victory here. 4TR official gets the reset. But at the same time, there's just nobody around them. So that is going to be a good sign for them. Meanwhile, Xtreme Godlike, they do start their journey from Paradise Resort. So they are back towards their comfort drop spots. And guess what? A very early rotation coming from Xtreme Godlike to try and get center control in this game. And it seems like bootcamp is going to be their priority. They're still deciding on where they want to go here. As the circle may shift towards Alpha, may shift towards Charlie Island. So it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot for Xtreme Godlike on how they want to approach this fight.
So the ideal case scenario would have been where learn from past are. But that space is occupied. So even Godlike is aware of the fact this time they've done their homework. They know that Volcano loves that bootcamp region. And this is not a team to be trifled with right now, especially with how good Volcano have been. And even if Godlike goes further stretching over there, you still have Mysterious Foe. So Godlike has to make every single movement count. Now the next course of options are from the northern side. But that is where you've got OMEN present over there. So Rising Inferno Esports is present. So it's going to be a difficult call, a very difficult rotation for Godlike to pull off as around the center. Look at Shockwave. They're making some bold moves around the center.
Yeah, they're trying to get sense control. It's something that Shockwave loves doing in terms of their position so far. But let's take a look at how things happen as well, because as of yet, we do see Volcano pretty much surrounded by a lot of teams. Xtreme Godlike from the northeast corner. We have Mysterious 4 from the southeast corner. So Volcano's exit is going to be very tricky. But from the south side, we have Insane, we have 4TR, we have 8-Bit as well. Somraj also playing a little bit slow approach. But we have a lot of late rotations actually as well. Hyderabad Hydras still far all the way in the south side. But it looks like 2OP official, they are going to be playing on top of the mountains themselves. We do have Ainhax going to be right near the tippity top.
Yeah.
But I think he's scouted out a couple of players coming from BO7S. But there's no cause for them to take shots yet and give away their information and positions for now though.
And again, guys, do check out the realme GT7. We've been talking about the features. I have been mentioning about how you can play BGMI for 6 hours at a stretch at 120 FPS. That's amazing. Do check it out. But now coming back to discussion, I think I have this feeling that the circle will go towards the western island. So because of the entire island engulfed, there's high chance. And a lot of these teams are actually taking a gamble. 2OP officials, they're looking quite good. They've got the higher ground. They've got the terrain. And seems like they've also spotted out, like you mentioned, not just BO7s, but Shockwave. Yeah, that vehicle is a giveaway. So that they know for sure there's somebody over there. And for 4TR, it's going to be interesting. How do they make their movement? They've gotten 4 finishes, but right in front of them, they already have Team Insane, who has set up a blockade for them.
Well, speaking of a blockade right now, seems like even Rising Inferno Esports, they're very hesitant on crossing the bridge from the north side themselves. They do see a pixel that, wow, Roki, okay, you know, Owen, you're able to spot that out. Even though you're prone there, seems like it's going to be very, very difficult cross here coming from Rising Inferno Esports. Seems like BO7S, they may have gotten the mountain terrains locked down, but a lot of teams are anticipating all these engagements very, very soon. Reckoning Esports going to be taking the late approach. Seems like they don't really want to run in blindly in the zone, especially when there is no gunshots. No gunshots means there might be potential snakes lurking by there to set up a couple ambushes. But as the circle is about to move in, guess what? Where does it shift? It is going to shift down south.
Ooh.
Reckoning Esports, they do hear a couple of commotions in front of them as well. It's going to be Alibaba Raiders, so they have to be oh so careful on how they want to rotate this.
Yeah, this one will be an interesting one for Reckoning. They've got teams around them, and how do they play this one out? Even you can see Godlike, they're making the right call, going for that longer stretchy rotation all the way from the east to the south, maybe even tank some damage from the blue, and they can inject themselves actually from that Nakam region. Could find Hyderabad Hydras and 8-bit in front of them, but for Reckoning, a little bit of a pit stop, and now they're on the move once again. So for Reckoning, it's going to be an interesting one because now they also have Hero Xtreme Godlike approaching very close to where they are at. And this is something that we did see coming, right? T2OP having the high ground. Of course, there were teams below them. And BO7s seem to have taken the brunt of it.
Yeah, they knew about it as well. But guess what? Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're about to run in against Reckoning Esports. They were bound to happen as well, but now Punk, he's flipped the table. Now Reckoning goes in for the flush, but a spray down from Punk looks good, takes one out, but he also gets traded. He needs some sort of backup. Jonathan is able to find Salme from the sides, but Reckoning Esports, as of yet, they're not exactly in the prime position, and Mino also getting taken down. And it's going to be a 2 versus 1 situation. Max dropping down pretty low, the nades coming in. Jonathan looking for those confirmations, as both Hero Xtreme Godlike and also Reckoning has taken some serious damage. And now Dion is going to get confirmed, but while this is happening, a third party is about on his way. Mysterious 4 is going to try and third party this, but Jonathan, he says, you know what, I don't care. I'm taking every single finishes from this game. Max goes down and S-Power takes him out. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they win the fight, but guess what? Third party is here. It's going to be Mysterious 4. Sketch now has an off angle. S-Power, he's stuck in a very awkward spot. Mysterious 4 has got him pinned down. Can they save him? No, they can't. He's going to get knocked. And Jonathan is the last man standing from Hero Xtreme Godlike. And even then, he gets taken down by Alibaba Raiders. That is it for the 2 titans of Reckoning Esports and Hero Xtreme Godlike.
It's a mad frenzy still out here because this fight has really not ended as it goes on. Alibaba Raiders wanting to be a part of this one as Mysterious 4 having secured a knock on towards Wanted. Chris's position, not revealed yet. White Tiger and Fragger tanking damage from the blue, but Fragger from Mysterious 4, he gets taken down. That is not good, especially for Mysterious 4 on what they wanted to accomplish. They came in here for a third party, and now suddenly I see they're on the verge of a collapse.
Yeah, they heard so much rotations as well. Alibaba Raiders was one of the first teams that Reckoning Esports spotted out and just refused to engage. But when Hero Xtreme Godlike came knocking in, it was the perfect opportunity for Alibaba Raiders' third party. And even then, Mysterious 4 got a little bit angsty with the third party, but still lost the trade against Alibaba Raiders. But all these 4 teams, they've definitely taken some sort of hit. As a circle is going to force them in. Alibaba Raiders, they are the latest away, or in this case, latest to join in the next phase of the zone itself. Mysterious 4 already repositioned. And Rising Inferno just made it in from the north side. As the circle is about to shift in about 5 seconds. Seems like it is going to be shifting onto its ruins once more. Will the circle shift there, or will be a scam? Nope, it is going to be on towards the bridge area on the west side. Ruins and also the bridge area is going to be the hotspot for Lisbon.
Is it safe to say that 50% of the circle is almost submerged in water? So less playing grounds, and already Team Insane and 4TR have got such a nice position to hold. Rising Inferno, they've made some quick movements. They've come across the junction. They still are inside the circle. Shockwave One of the players, Shroud, he's taken a fall, but for Team Insane, now this is where they could actually make up for all that bad start they had in Erangel.
Oh, this could be the most awkward situation for this situation. But you know what's not going to be awkward? It is going to be the Kia Ceros for you guys. With its cutting-edge technology and seamless connectivity, you guys got to check it out. The Kia Ceros is evolved by the future itself, with its Trinity panoramic display and dual-pane panoramic sunroof to keep you guys going on the fly on the ride itself. Of course, when it comes to performance, you got to talk about the engine itself, the dynamic turbo petrol engine and manual transmission for exhilarating driving experience with the Kia Ceros. So be sure to check it out. Well, at the midst of this, let's talk about the game itself here.
Liability.
As you can see, Hyderabad Hydras, did a bit of an awkward skirmish coming on.
I also saw Liability just falling off the cliff, especially for them. Whilst they have to rotate in, that's going to be a little sticky. But Team Hyderabad Hydras, they've got foes in front of them. It is going to be 4TR. Hyderabad Hydras did have a great game in Miramar. Secured a lot of finishes, but now they're surrounded by foes from multiple fronts. Liability, he's going to get that revive, so no trouble whatsoever. But now the circle is starting to close in, starting to squeeze in, and this is where majority of the teams I see are hunkered down around that southern island. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out of it alive. I really like DOD or how they've positioned, but for 2OP to really get inside the circle, they'll have to finally pick a fight against Shockwave and then deal with Rising Inferno.
Well, speaking of this fight itself, Alibaba Raiders gonna be, oh well, it is gonna be fighting as well. Insane going up against 2OP official, but in this fight, seems like this circle is kind of awkward to actually deal with as well, especially from Alibaba Raiders' perspective. They do have a vehicles to work with, and their opening is gonna be the third parties of some other team. In this case, no major team coming from Southside is going to be having a major collision anytime soon. So, as soon as the circle shifts, it is going to be the sound of gunfires blazing across the battlefield, as VOLCANO is just about to arrive into the zone from the east side. So they don't really have a clue on what's happening inside the zone itself. And guess what? The circle shifts even far deeper on towards the bridge itself. Rising Inferno Esports got a prime spot on top of those bridges. But the problem is they need to clean out every single team from the north side first before handling the zone inside.
This is a very interesting zone. An uncommon one, that. And I kind of love 4TR's positioning. They have themselves segregated. Everybody coming in has to come in front of them. But now, Rising Inferno averting the threat against the players of Shockwave. No losses secured. And they have secured a lot of finishes in town. 4 finishes to their names. And now, even 2 officials. They're also around the corner. BO7's right beside them. And now Jatin, he wants to have a go at the players of 4TR. Even learn from past, they're taking quite some hefty amount of losses. 2 players already done and dusted. Sahil OP, he's gonna fall as well. As now Honey, the last surviving member, BO7s, they know that the times are very dire. And they're making any desperate attempt of at least securing a couple of finishes before they bow out.
Oh, he sees a small little pixel. He's gonna take shots on the foot themselves. Honey, not in a prime position there as well. Sahil OP needs to be picked off. But as of yet, Honey hasn't exactly reviewed his position yet. Last player coming from learn from pass. PO7S getting a little bit angsty, but they are getting desperate here. Fixes as the zone is about to close in. They have to push through. Meanwhile, the bridge on the west side, Rising Inferno gets picked off. PMWI getting shot from Pain is live. As the circle is going to force them out in the position here. PMWI forced to crawl away on the other section. Meanwhile, Honey still stuck in the awkward position while Dusty has to tank the zone. Honey is going to try and farm those finishes, but as the zone pushes through, he is going to reposition. He's only got 1 first aid kit. He's going to make a mad dash away from this as he tries to push into the zone. But as soon as he tries, Dusty is going to take a couple of pot shots in, but no knockdown for him.
And look at this. Dusty does not even have a single first aid. He's got to make do with all the bandages.
He's done.
Yeah, almost done. As Alibaba Raiders fight against Team 8-Bit. That's an interesting one at that. As BO7's the last surviving member. Space. How? Oh, that's quite unfortunate. Liability does find that knock, and oh my god, it's been stolen by Team Insane. And even Jatin is down. So Team Insane racking up a lot of finishes to their names, as for Team Rising Inferno, Cotton should be there to get that revive successfully. But now this is where the trouble arises. They have to now cross the bridge, and they've got 2 OP officials above them. They've been spotted out by the players of 40. Yeah, but Shady.
Wow.
That was a knock and a half, I see.
Wow, that was a very, very easy 2-tap headshot from a forward to suppress shot. That was very, very nice for them. But at the same time, they need to actually cross towards the road themselves. Rising Inferno Esports, they do know there is company on top of the roof. They are going to land a couple of nades in. Liability does get a little bit of connections on goes Go 10. But the question here is they need to get into the zone. Go 10 getting tagged up pretty bad himself. Liability with the off angle. Gonna try and go in for the fight, but guess what? They get the takedown. Bonfire is gonna look for this confirmation. Molotovs is there, and Goten is not going to be able to regroup with his team here. But as the circle drives by, 2 OP official forced to take the mountain terrains as Liability gets taken out from on top of the bridge. Jatin side by side with Bonfire, but no, he wasn't expecting this. Jatin gets the knock, but he gets traded off right immediately as well. Rising Inferno squad, just complete disaster here. Owen, last man standing from the side of Rising Inferno Esports. Solo warrior play from him.
Yeah, so much to do for this young lad from Bhubaneswar. Owen, a grenade tossed and no damage done. Not enough to take Gods out of the equation. Another one ricocheting. This time Gods gets knocked out again. Atom needs to instantly get that revive back up. But now Team Insane, a lot on their plate. At this point, they've got 2 OP to deal with. Rising Inferno, that grenade. Yash needs to watch out. He survives. Tanks quite a lot of damage though. As Yash, he's starting to play with fire. But Owen, he seems to fight back. He does not want to bow out without at least taking 2 or 3 players along with him. But he's got to start with 1.
Well, it all comes down towards the calm before the storm now. As you can see, it's a game of patience. Insane was able to take out the members coming from Mysterious 4. Very, very nicely done coming from Insane. It's Gods from the off angle. They aren't going to shut down teams in ruins, but as the zone slowly shifts on towards the west side, you can see the Team Insane has got a wide spread coming in from a northeast corner, but the problem is they have to push through the bridge, and Owen gonna be the gatekeepers from under the bridge itself. Let's bring it down towards the suburbs. Adi tries to go for the nades, gets scouted out in the pixel, but the nade is good. He will take him down before he finds the confirmation, so the reset comes through, and they do have the vehicles to barricade themselves here. Meanwhile, Ruins, Volcano, they need to get out of Ruins.
I mean, for Volcano, they'll have to do it ASAP. They've got Alibaba Raiders watching them, and that was inevitable. White Tiger finding a knock, though. Will get the revive, no trouble whatsoever. But the big concern, look at Arjun, he does not even have a single smoke. They've got their vehicles, only one of them that's healthy, and it's going to be a 2-seater. So at this point, Volcano Esports really need to squeeze their way in, but DOD, they seem to have made things a little bit easier for them as they're going after the players of Alibaba Raiders. Now Volcano, no, the floodgates have opened, but they were unaware of Mysterious 4 finally going for the slam in. They had no other option and will land in front of Hyderabad Hydras as Sarved completely caught with his pants down there as that grenade comes in from Ninja. Nice trade, but the knock still not secured.
Wow, what a tactical push coming from Volcano Esports. They were able to keep 3 men alive, but the re-knock coming in from Mosh is going to find one more. Volcano Esports trying to stabilize, but another nade comes in from Ninja. Cleans him out. That is going to be the complete Volcano just shut down. What a catch from Hyderabad Hydras. Volcano Esports, they were able to equalize, but unfortunately a well-placed nade from Ninja just shuts him out. But now another nade comes in. Omega tries to lob it at the pixel of the window. Try and catch off Ninja. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so, but he himself, Omega, gets naded off by Alibaba Raiders as Do or Die seems to have a very decent widespread from the southwest corner.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this, right? They've been keeping their black lines cleared. They need to deploy a smoke, get Omega back alive. Hyderabad Hydras having the luxury of those compounds. And all these teams are really eyeing out for their heads. Frag Noob, the final player surviving from Alibaba Raiders. How far can he go in this match? As Utkarsh, he'll find a knock onto its Bhalu. Interesting one, as he quickly secures that finish. Even for 40R, I see they've got their back skid clear. And now in front of them lies Hyderabad Hydras and the likes of DOD. But look at the circle shift going away from them. And DOD had a good position. But Reaper getting knocked out makes things worse. It's going to be Fragger. He's doing so much.
Oh my goodness, what a nade. Do or die. Forced to reset. 4TR, north side, insane east side. We're down towards the final 5 teams. And Hyderabad Hydras is going to be the first line of defense inside the zone from the north side. Insane needs to push through them. 4TR, seems like they are going to rotate from the outskirts here to try and trail this behind. And do or die, seems like they weren't expecting company. They've lost a little bit too much. And 4TR might be able to first team to actually take them out. And while this is happening as well, Alibaba Raiders gets pushed in from Insane. Adi first to get taken out. Fragger finds the opening. It's now Adi. Oh, he's not going to be confirmed, but Fragger Noob gets found in an off angle as 4TR, paying his life, takes him out. And now Do or Die prone out in the open. Omega also getting taken out here by 4TR official. What a big game it is. 12 finishes in the bag for 4TR official.
It's not over. Look at Team Insane. They want to go all out. They are finally sensing this chicken dinner in the making. As gods, he has been phenomenal. A sticky bomb at that to flush out the players of Team Hyderabad Hydras. 4TR on the sidelines, watching all that action commence. As now gods, he's waiting for that perfect cue. Maybe make an entry to maybe make a flush, and finally Ninju, he gets the job done. Insane, they have been stopped. As now Mox, she's going to deal with the threat from the backlines. It's going to be Utkarsh against whom he's going to take a fight and win it out. Hyderabad Hydras, they're not giving up. As even 4TR, the numbers seem to dwindle, and 4TR swinging through as INF God will be the last member surviving, will be enough to secure them a very important winner chicken dinner.
4TRX official. One of the biggest bounce backs in this game here with a chicken dinner and 16 finishes in the bag. Wait, 15 finishes in the game.
When?
4TR just completely shutting out every team from the north side itself. 4TR made one of the biggest domination run in this game itself.
And let me tell you, folks, that this is the highest finisher chicken dinner in week 2 of the semifinals. The previous record was 14, was held on by 3 teams, and 4TR at such a crucial junction have surpassed everybody. And this is what Sanhok is about, right? This is a map of uncertainty. Nobody saw 4TR coming, but so far it's been a day for the undergods.
Well, it truly is a day for the undergods as well. For a second, I thought they got the final finish as well, but it seems like the last player was pretty much denied to the blue zone, not giving them 16 finishes. But still, a massive performance coming from 4TR themselves, because it all started with this engagement against Troy Tamilan Esports, where they were able to quickly take down Troy Tamilan Esports and giving themselves 4 points right for the get-go. And later on, we saw a massive fight between both Reckoning Esports and Extreme Godlike, which resulted in both teams taking casualty, but Reckoning Esports taking the L.
You know, there were third parties after this, because Mysterious 4 joined, and then there was Alibaba Raiders to also follow up. So this is a fight that none of these teams actually wanted to take. Everybody wanted to rotate inside the circle safe and sound. So getting the timings wrong once again, but a lot of these teams actually around the northern side of the map had so much trouble when the circle shifted down south.
Yeah, it was very awkward as well. 2OP official, they needed this bridge control, but every single time they tried to go for it as well, there was just a little bit more company against Rising Inferno spot. And because of this skirmish between them, it resulted in them getting completely taken down. And even Insane as well, they did really well in making sure to get themselves into the zone. And even Hyderabad Hydras, for some reason, they were able to read the zone, center circle every single time. And while this is happening as well, 4TR official, they were the ones who were at the farthest northwest in the circle from start onto the end, and they just held the ground and made sure nobody made into the zone safely from the north side. And that's the reason why they were able to get 15 finishes in this game.
You know, that's so absurd. I mean, they were so patient at the same time, so clinical also. And we were kind of anticipating maybe this is Insane's chicken dinner. They went in, but Hyderabad Hydras really had their guards up, right? They played valiantly, but who were even better were 4TR in front of us. We've got Pain is Life, 4 finishes. And sometimes it feels like this map, in fact, is actually made for him. If you'll remember how he was hunkered at the security post couple of days ago. And this time he's also got INF God, who survived till the very end. He's also got 4. Utkarsh got 4 for himself, and Morty's got 3. So a combined team effort resulting into a very big game for 4TR.
Agreed. 4TR is official, especially coming from Pain in his life. Sanhok Bam has been his signature here in BMPS. Every single time Pain in his life is in this game, he has caused pain to every single one in the map of Sanhok. For some reason, it's only Sanhok.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but this I've never seen a team so accustomed to Sanhok and just dominate. Like, put it down there. Like, we talk about Erangel, you know, there's going to be teams like OG, there's going to be teams like Godlike, but for some reason, 4TR is on a different level of annoying in the map of Sanhok.
But whatever the case is, as long as they're getting those points, I'm nobody to complain. I've been loving every bit of 4TR. I hope they also stage a very big bounce back. They've already done so, as the MVP of this match is going to be none other than Gods from Insane. I mean, this was actually supposed to be Team Insane's chicken dinner. They had the circle center from quite some time. 5 finishes, 608 points of damage. Decent performance. Nice bounce back actually coming in from Team Insane in this one. As we take a look at the top 5 players, we've got Utkarsh, Pain is live, INF God, and Moksh from Hyderabad Hydras joining Gods.
What a performance coming from all these players, man. Like, Pain is life just, well, causing a lot of pain to every single team as well. But even Utkarsh was able to get a little bit of step up this game. God's definitely coming from Insane, was able to get a lot of huge pickups against Volcano as well early on towards Ruins. But let's take a look at the match rankings in this game. With this performance coming from 4TX official, they get themselves 25 points. And Insane on the second position with 13 points. Hyderabad Hydras with 11 points. Very, very consistent run here from Hyderabad Hydras. Do or Die with 6. Alibaba Raiders with 6. Volcano with 6. Rising Inferno with 6. Mysterious 4 with 5. But the second half, again, Hiroshima Godlike, BO7S, Reckoning, having one of the worst possible run-outs for them.
Brother, were 8-bit and learn from past even playing? Because I did not see them for even once. What happened? What went wrong? Because this is not the kind of an outing you would expect from 8-bit. But for 8-bit, there's still that leeway. They had that little cushion, but that's slowly lifting away. Look at them. From the top 3, now they've been pushed back on the 5th spot as Insane has taken the top spot away from God's Omen. And 4TR, there you go. They make an entry finally in the 7th position. As even Rising Inferno, they've also squeezed in. So now the threshold is at 42 points.
Exactly. But as of yet as well, one good game from any of these teams here in day number 2 could give them the opportunity to sneak in towards the top 8. So it is going to be very, very important for teams in the bottom to try and step up the game. 3 games is done and dusted for today itself.
Yeah.
And a majority of the teams has played 2 matches so far for today itself. So there's 2 more games for each and every single team so far. And as you can see on the screen, everybody's played 6 matches. And of course, in the second half as well, we do see Reckoning still very, very close on towards the top 8. Mysterious 4 also with the almost close to the top 8. Volcano taking a little bit tumble despite a good performance yesterday themselves.
You know, again, for all these teams, just one chicken dinner should be enough to push them through into the top 8. But for these teams in front of us, folks, you know, they'll have to drive themselves through. Especially, I'm talking about 2 such big names, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, and Orangutan. You know, 2 of the biggest orgs of the country, and now they are bleeding profusely. So they'll have to do something about this. Even for Miracle Esports, DOD, they've been on a little bit of a recovery, but they still can do better. Even for Troy Tamilans, they have been so lackluster in this week.
Shockwave just getting shut down as well. Even Alibaba Raiders just stood no chance.
Yeah.
Earlier today, we saw Jux having a little bit of a comeback in the first game, but after that, we saw them kind of taking a little bit tumble. But as of yet, they're still making some sort of improvements, but they definitely need more than this in order to qualify in the top 8 itself. So it all comes down to reset mentality. Can they score some points? Because time is ticking, time is running out, and they have 2 more games by the end of today, and we will officially reach the halfway mark of the semifinals week 2 itself. And oh boy, this is very concerning for some of the teams.
Very, very, because even all the casters were discussing, Hindi desk included, that if somebody needs to make a comeback, has to be today, because tomorrow there will be teams who have secured their spot. They will be going all out, and you do not want to see what's going to be in store for them. But again, folks, a huge thank you to all of you watching this broadcast, because you've been grinding a lot of BGMI lately and have certainly been helping us in increasing the prize pool of this year's Realme BMPS 2025. We've already crossed that 3 crore mark, but you still stand a chance to make it up as high as 4 crores. All you gotta do is head on, play a lot of games of BGMI, and in doing so, you're also going to earn rewards, a lot of cosmetics, and also help this community in growing.
Well, be sure to do that as well. More you play, the more the players will increase the prize pool. But of course, the more you play, you guys will get even more rewards. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll continue the journeys of the BMPS itself in this next upcoming match. See you guys right after this.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back, folks. You're watching the Realme BMPS 2025 as 3 maps already done and dusted. It is semi-finals week 2 and it is day number 2. As we know, we've been talking about this being the final chance for all these teams, because from here on, only the top 8 teams qualify, and we'll find our final 8 who join the other top 8 teams that have already qualified from week 1. And before we begin with the conversation, again, a huge shout out to Realme and then latest release, the Realme GT7. We've been talking about this phone, the features that it has. I've been enjoying myself. So 6 hours of grind non-stop in BGMI. You guys can do as well in 120 FPS. So do check this phone out. But now, Group B and C. It's going to be Sanhok once again. What's your take?
Well, this time, this is where things get a little bit awkward as well, because my question is, will there be any contention onto his bootcamp? We saw Wyld Fangs versus VOLCANO before, but this time, just now, Wyld Fangs wasn't in the game. This time, VOLCANO is not in the game. So I can only assume that Wyld Fangs would not have any kind of contention coming into his bootcamp. We need to see some sort of bounce backs. And we talk about the top teams making a little bit of comebacks here. OG, Soul, and Wyld Fangs definitely needs to step out. But a name that we did not really highlight too much here is going to be True Rippers, because every single game they have somewhat been consistent in their gameplay. They're very close towards the top 8, but they're not exactly in the top 8 yet. So that's going to be a small little victories coming from them. But today is a day of undergods stepping up big time as well. And in case you're wondering who's playing in Group B and C, this is going to be what they are going to be on screen.
So a very important game for OG, a very important game for Seoul, Wyld Fangs, all of them, like you said, True Rip is also into the mix. Group C will be carrying forward from back-to-back Sanhok, who would be feeling a little at ease. But you were right straight at the point, I see. You were watching out for bootcamp because VOLCANO and Wyld Fangs did happen yesterday, where VOLCANO successfully wiped out the entirety of Wyld Fangs.
Yeah, it is going to be a very awkward one as well. But fortunately for them, they don't really have to actually deal with it as well. So that's going to be a little bit of plus points for them. Yeah. But in Paradise, obviously, Xtreme is going to be heading towards that direction as well. Reckoning Esports also not in the game, which again, Reckoning Esports has shifted their drops from inside Sanhok. Again, they're not playing this game. So nothing super major. I don't think we're going to be expecting major drop clashes. And of course, without further ado, let us take a look at who is going to be playing and dominating this game, because we are going to be seeing a different group set, and that's going to be Group B and C in the map of Sanhok once more, as we are about to head in towards the rainforest itself. And based on the trajectory of the plane itself, it seems to be coming in from the west side of the map and then ending all the way towards the northeast corner of the map itself. So a pretty northwestern shift of a flight path for all these teams, very similar to from the previous game itself.
I really hope we do not get to see a similar circle though. I want a circle somewhere maybe around the eastern side. It's been ages that we've seen a circle maybe form around Camp Bravo. But like you said, right, you're not anticipating any drop collisions. Of course, breaks my heart a little bit that VOLCANO are not in this. Would have been a fun fight. But Mysterious 4, they're just around that bootcamp region, and we've seen even in the previous game they kind of tend to drop around the outskirts of bootcamp, and they can actually set a blockade for Wyld Fangs if they want to. But this map has to be all about OG, because they have been so lackluster, they have been so lost, and Sanhok being one of their stronger suits, a comeback has to be there, right?
Yeah, a comeback definitely needs to be there as well. Every single team, every single story has to be told separately as well, as everybody's eyeing for the qualification to actually make it inside the grand finals here. And as you can see, based on the zone itself, the circle is going to be shifting. A pretty balanced one as well. Seems to be heading towards Charlie once more, but we do see the main island kind of in play. Wyld Fangs not contested. Mysterious 4 going to be playing on the outskirts. God's in Paradise. Nothing super crazy. God's Omen on the north side. But on screen, OG still playing on the outskirts of the east side, knowing that Cave has been taken away by 8-bit. So this is going to be a very, very different sort of approach coming from OG as they try to rotate in. Fortunately for them, it is a very, very easy entry point coming from the east side, so it's not super crazy. WizGod currently a player that is super, super underrated, as I want to see how WizGod is going to be playing this game themselves, knowing that OG is one of the top performers and most consistent team in this entire tournament itself. But for them to actually take a tumble in the semifinals here is very, very uncanny of OG's gameplay, to be honest.
And this is again same things repeating, rinse and repeat for OG. They always have a great start to every tournament, and suddenly when the stakes are highest, that is when they tend to choke. But you know, in the past at least they've been making it inside of the grand finals. The way they've been performing right now, they look far from ensuring the ticket. Yes, Team Seoul, they've made a little bit of a recovery. They've crossed past 30, sitting at 31 points, and this time they're back to their old ways. Yesterday we saw in a similar circle, Team Seoul had a very absurd split. This time all the players are together around the Camp Alpha Island, and they are rotating together.
Manya? Are you okay, Manya?
Yeah, he's fine.
That was a little bit... Was he looking at the map and not looking at the road? Okay, makes sense,
so,
right? Considering that you are an IGL, you are going to be looking at the map a little bit more, try and plan ahead. So they are going to be playing on the northwest corner from Alpha. This is unfortunately a circle that's not going to be shifting onto Alpha Island, though. So let's take a look at how circle shift is. Well, Learn from Past has center control. Wyld Fangs going to be trying to make it towards the southern side of bootcamp, the mountain terrains, to try and hold down the fort. Mysterious 4 is going to be there as well. But based on the PIP on the right side, we do see a little bit of an awkward engagement between Sensei, pretty much caught out in the open, as a lot of gunshots has been made from the side of Mysterious 4. So there is going to be a couple of scrappy taps here before they actually push up towards the next phase of the zone. Also insane coming from the south side. Troy Tamilan from the southwest corner. Even 8-bit is going to be taking center control. So we do see a lot of early aggression rushes onto a center right now.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very important game for 8-bit also. They cannot afford to lose any more steam. But an equally important or even more for Wyld Fangs, as they will have to survive and win these fights, especially with God's Omen just around them. Just does not make things easy. And they're on a streak right now. If they get a chicken dinner in this also, they will be securing a hat-trick. And in the meanwhile, folks, just after this break, go and check out the Realme GT7. We did talk about that insane Titan battery. It also does have the iSense graphene rear cover. So make sure that everything is cool and dandy. Nothing to worry about whilst you're gaming.
Exactly. 120 stable FPS for your BGMI gaming for up to 6 hours. First, it is industry itself. Be sure to check it out. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see God's Omen having a little bit of a scuffle, trying to make their way into the zone. Can they score the hat-trick is going to be the question here. They couldn't score the hat-trick because they weren't playing the previous game, but this time, if they get the chicken dinner right here, right now, they have officially be the first team in BMPS to score the ultimate hat-trick.
Wow. That would be great.
All
right?
3 maps, a chicken dinner in a sicko game. That's going to be the official one for today. Right in contention in the hands of God's Omen. Meanwhile, for Miracle, going to be hugging on towards the hills right on the south side of the map. This is something that they do love to do every single time in terms of pit stop. It's nothing super out of ordinary coming from 4 Miracle. They are going for their usual textbook plays.
Yeah, and even
yeah.
for OG, they've been going their own ways. These are one of their comfort spots, especially zones if they take a shift towards that quarry side. But I wanted to talk about learn from past a little bit. They are hunkered down around the southern areas of bootcamp, that little hill, that point which Team Soul loves to take. And we were talking about 8-bit couple of moments earlier. Seems like they found some action. They've got wanted the IGL from Alibaba Raiders. So it's going to be interesting if they pursue that and get those extra finishes, because the previous game of Sanhok was something that 8-bit does not want to remember.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very awkward start here coming from them as well. Alibaba Raiders losing a player right from the get-go, as 8-bit was able to pick up Bot. Wanted now, pretty much stranded. Can they pick him up is going to be the question here. Seems like based on the range, 8-bit can't seem to find those confirmations. This Wanted is slowly going to be drowning and also bleeding out the zone. But Toy is looking for those confirmations, as 8-bit actually swapped out. Well, who did they swap out this time?
I think Gamla Boy hasn't been playing, so it's
fine. They've been swapping out players left, right, and front and center for 8-bit.
I mean,
1 minute we saw Toy, 1 minute we saw Gamla.
Yeah, but so far I think they've been sticking to...
No, today I don't think I've seen Toy play.
No, Gamla wasn't there today.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're sticking to this current playing 4. And this is something that even I would ideally go for, because you have been playing with these players for quite some time. You've actually won the championship with this lineup. Of course, his power is missing, but look at the circle. It's taken a little bit of a shift towards the east, and GDR find themselves in a very nice position. But this one could be under threat, because OG is in the nearby vicinity.
I think based on the journey of BGIS as well, Toy was part of the roster to actually help push all the way to the Grand Finals themselves.
And Raiden also.
Yeah, on
He's
Raiden
very
as well.
underrated.
Super underrated. Like, I think yesterday's performance, especially from Raiden, was just a very, very dominating performance coming from him. But let's talk about the star player here as well. It's going to be Orangutan coming from AKOP. That was the stats which we kind of missed a little bit. But AKOP is definitely the stars that really, really stepped out here coming from OG. And I feel like in this particular performance, AKOP needs to step up big time, because as of yet, they're not doing too well. They're 17 points in the overall standings. And hold that thought for now. Sahil OP gets caught mid-jump by Troy Tamilan Esports, and now that's going to be the confirmation. Who would have thought one button is all you need to get sent to the lobby? And that unfortunate jump from Sahil OP caused him to be taken out by Troy Tamilan Esports.
Yeah, I mean, learn from past cannot mess up this circle at least. They've got things going in their favor. For Troy Tamilans, though, it's been a downhill story. They've not been getting any better. They have been constantly getting wiped out. And Sahil OP already out of the picture. Learn from past. They need to learn from their past. And now look at this.
Oh boy.
The Fangs are on the prowl. So Troy Tamilians in front of them. Wyld Fangs haven't pressed the matter yet. But they have such a nice position inside the circle and high ground advantage. And Wizgod on the sidelines, he gets a knock. Now this is what I wanted to talk about, I see, because yes, we always talk about AKOP when OG comes up. But Wizgod, he's been getting a lot of finishes for himself.
Yeah, that's going to be something that we have to pay attention as well. But as of yet, learn from past. Seems like a nightmare is about to begin for them as well. Straight out of a horror movie. As there's just so many people around those vicinities. Learn from past. They don't really have any kind of breathing room to pick out. And even then, look at this. Yash getting spotted out. Honey getting picked off by Inferno 15. Learn from past. Definitely in a nightmare. They're completely stuck out of nowhere. Technically, they have some cover. But because they were caught out in the open position, they just could not fall back to safety. Just like that, learn from past. They're separated. Just like that, with Dope and Yashu going for a wide split, no choice but to play solo warrior moments from each of these respective players from Learn from Past. As you can see, Troy Tamilan's got this entire place locked down alongside with Wyld Fangs. And on the east side further off, we've got Mysterious 4 as well to get completely shut them down. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see True Rippers. They do have a decent amount of vehicles to work with.
Yeah.
As they are going to be rotating in very, very soon, though, from the east side. They heard a couple gunshots, but I don't think they are looking for any kind of engagements yet.
At this point, I'm just waiting for the circle to form up, because this is what I wanted to talk about, right? Look at this. Now Team Soul, they're isolated from each other. Nakul is the only player who's close to Yash, and finally, assistance arrives. Now, I want to see if Nakul is aware that Yash is hunkered down right at the corner of this compound. And seems like Team Soul might have caught a whiff, but no confirmations yet. And if they do not check these compounds thoroughly, a big disaster is coming their way. Team Soul cannot afford casualties at this point, especially at such a crucial junction. It seems like he's been making those noises. I see his position might be out in the open.
Yeah, so they don't realize this as well, but this is definitely a nightmare from Yash as well. Like I said, learn from past, they were stuck right from the beginning. They could not regroup, and now Yash is left to fend for himself here while the circle shifts out towards the north side.
Oh
so
no.
They don't really want to position into this fight as well. They're not exactly inside the zone, so they are going to reposition to get away as well. Legit. Going to be spotted out from Yash, but they don't see him at all, so that's a really, really good sign. Meanwhile, Legit, they might... Oh my goodness, Legit. They don't see Yash at all. What is this timing? So, you gotta be so lucky. As the exit comes through, they are gonna give way as Yash is gonna survive this onslaught. Well, let's take a look inside the zone. 8-bit also making a move from the south side. Dragon OP looking for ditch as well with those horses. He's gonna be able to get out of safely.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still trying to get myself into one piece after what we just witnessed a couple of moments ago. But yeah, 8-bit, decent start nonetheless. And finally, look at that. Legit, he's been taken down.
Oh no.
Oh no. And even Manya has fallen. Adi's been doing the job, and Atom gets a finish. Team Soul again getting dismantled one after the other. Now Yash can actually participate in this 1v2 and come out swinging with flying colors. Molotov deployed. No damage done whatsoever. And from the backlines, look at who's coming. It's going to be for Miracle as Goblin. He's going to catch Yash astray. He was not paying attention to him as Team Soul again in a whole world of trouble as poor Miracle Esports. They come striking in.
Oh no, worst timing to be picked off here coming from Soul. Now 4 Miracle is going to be coming in. Nakul is pretty much stuck in the outskirts, and now the nade comes through. Nakul gets taken out, and now Goblin has to save the day. He gets 2 knocked.
Wow.
Can he save the fight? It is a 1 versus 2. Goblin, he needs to push through. He needs to save his camaraderie. But now pixels are coming in. Shotguns being shot through. Beard Baba trying to bait him out. He's all alone now. Goblin, can he go for the 1v2? He finds a pump.
Ooh.
He gets the knock, but unfortunately could not find more. As Dragon OP will shut down the last player of Soul. And just like that, Soul eliminated on 16 position this game. What a way to go out for Seoul.
Very clever outplay coming in from Miracle. They were so opportunistic. But now, coming back to matters at hand, even OG find themselves in a very tough spot. A fight against GDR where both these teams have lost a player each. But to GDR's fortune, they've got the higher grounds to themselves. A little bit of a spread. Whilst OG still struggling for space. They're feeling nauseated at this point as Justin constantly barraging them with those grenades. As there you go, another one goes falling down. As Aru and Atanki, 2 players alive as GDR pressing matters from multiple fronts. They know Atanki, he's surrounded. So is Aru at very low HP. He's gonna fall. And now Atanki, his position also compromised. I see some shots being rattled down. And Justin annihilating them. GDR win this fight. OG, another terrible game at that.
Oh no, do or die. They've heard all this commotion. Balu, you're all by yourself. He sees the remnants of God's Reign. He's going to find the opportunity. Justin gets taken down, and now Destro. He has been picked up, but he's outside the zone. He is going to get re-knocked by the zone here. And Balu is going to rack up this points. Thank you very much, God's Reign. And now Neo is stuck outside. Balu stays, you know what, I'm going to snatch away your vehicle and back off as he repositions, leaving Godstrain stranded outside the zone as Neo needs to lick his way in. Oh, what a terrible way to go out for Godstrain. You sneaky little thief, Balu. Just like that, Godstrain gets shut down. Oh my goodness, what a play. What a annoying thief known as Balu from Do or Die.
Hey, not really out of the picture yet. Neo still alive for God's Reign. He needs to get some position points, but look at this. For Miracle Esports, they're having quite a run, but eventually they will also get those finishes on Team Insane. That's lovely stuff. Instantly go for the pour, and suddenly Team Insane, they turn history. And even God's Omen participate in that fight. As for Miracle Esports Dragon, now he goes falling down. Fights happening left, right, and center across the map as True Rippers find themselves in a little bit of a spot. Team Jux taking a dig at the players of True Rippers as Sam down on his knees. We've seen this yesterday in one of the games of Sanhok. True Rippers missed out on a chicken dinner to the players of Team 8-Bit. And now in a similar state again against a different team though. But this time the circle really not favoring them. But a fight they certainly can win, I see.
Oh no. 11 teams remaining. Circle out of nowhere. It is half centered in boot camp, half outskirt as well. God's Omen for some reason gets compound once more. Mysterious 4 from the south side, God's Omen from the west. In this case, True Reapers, they have to push in from the north. They have to cross to the ridge and make their entry into his boot camp themselves. And right in front of them is going to be Rebu. Unfortunately, this snake will eventually be scouted out. There's just no hiding room for him. He pushes into the warehouse. True Reapers is going to farm him off. He stands up. He's going to get shot by God's Omen. This is the worst possible rat spot you can ask for Rebu. There's not a lot of things he can do. But seems like he is going to try and make a mad dash to smoke himself up to try and make an attempt. Smokes has been heard. True Reapers, they know there is somebody around.
Yeah.
As they are going to check every single corner. Rebu, he knows there is a lot of company. He needs to make a mad dash. He needs to make an attempt. God's Omen, he does find him as well. Still BGMI. Looks for a couple of sprays. Rebu goes for the dab and he takes him out. He somehow survives. And he's down towards the last health, but eventually goes down. God's Omen takes him out. And True Rippers might be the next to follow, but they haven't crossed the road.
Look at Neo on the sidelines. He's securing a lot of finishes. Alibaba Raiders, they have been completely caught off guard. And seems like Neo has just saved the day for them. I think 3 finishes secured there. And look at this. Chris and 8-Bit right next to each other. Neo is still alive. Yes, how is also what I want to ask. But he's doing this. Imagine him taking down a couple more. Maybe this time against the players of Team 8-Bit. He's squeezing in from the back lines. Equinox needs to hear this one out. Get a couple of first aids here. How many does he find? This is the perfect avenue.
Oh my
you
goodness.
Is actually
He's got
starting
8
to
first
squeeze
aid
in.
kits.
Yeah, even more.
He's got 8 first aid kits. He can actually out-survive this. He just might be able to as well. Stage 6 on his play. He needs to spam all these first aid kits. It's going to be very, very close here coming from God's Reign. Can he sneak in a placement point? But as of yet, he's trying his best to get into his 8-Bit. 8-Bit doesn't realize there is a team outside. Shockwave stranded out in the open, and 8-Bit continue to hammer onto his Shockwave. As 8-Bit doesn't realize there is a Kryptonite behind there. But eventually, with 30 seconds left, Stage 6 is going to move in. Will Neo survive? Guys, keep in mind that Neo is still alive. As long as Neo is alive, 8-Bit might be in trouble.
Yeah, that's quite alarming. You talk about trouble, Shockwave, they've got their own troubles in front of them. Team 8-Bit, and now Team 8-Bit want to make those movements. In the meanwhile, Trey Scott gets dealt with. It is going to be the players of Mysterious 4. They've got such a nice compound to hold. As Neo, he does it! He gets a knock onto his Raiden. Finally, position out in the open, but does not matter. He's done his job, but can he secure that finish? No!
He could not get those points, but Shockwave, they managed to defend. And 8-Bit, the Kryptonite, has started to act, and now with the nades coming through,
Ouch.
Madman taking some serious damage. Only Toy remains from the side of 8-Bit. What a spoil sports coming from Neo. Shockwave somehow survives, and they are going to get the reset. And while this is happening, Mysterious 4, they are looking to try and go for the third party. And Toy, he gets taken out by Extrovert. What a way to go down for 8-Bit. What a way to be shut down just because of Neo.
What on earth is happening, I see? Shockwave, they were literally on the verge of a collapse, and suddenly they have all their players alive. But say whatever you may, one thing is sure, God's Omen somehow find themselves in a really good position. Not anymore, as the circle has shifted away from them. You have Fears alive. Right next to them are the players of Miracle Esports. They're around that trenches, and somebody needs to take control of those eastern warehouses. Two out there. In front of them, Mysterious 4. And let's not forget, folks, if God's Omen win this chicken dinner, they are going to be setting records here. A hat-trick in the semi-finals. That would be insane.
Oh boy, but now speaking of which, Shockwave, they finally have the breeding room to sneak into zone. But Jux, they're going to be caught out in the open. Wyld Fangs also taken out as well. Jux also next to fall in 6th place. But let's talk about what's happening on screen as well. True Ripper is going to be running head-to-head against God's Omen. True Rippers, they managed to sneak into his boot camp. But True Rippers, they're going to be out in the open. Stone BGMI is looking to try and clean them out. Jelly goes in for a huge tag, and he's going to be surrounded. The zone comes in, but Jelly, he's looking the wrong direction. Stone BGMI takes him out, and the reset comes through, and True Rippers, they collapse. And Stone BGMI and the team, they come out on top. God's Omen, what a performance once more from them.
10 finishes secured already and hungry for more. But look at this. Extrovert finding Sketch off guard as Mysterious 4 force out their compounds. Fragger has no idea.
No way.
There's a lying snake and he is venomous. Dust Strike makes things easier for the likes of Miracle Esports and God's Omen as now Stone BGMI. He's got to conjure magic once again. A 1v1 against Reaper. He fails as Reaper succeeds. But for Miracle Esports, they will have to fight the blue as Gyro God still alive. Reaper out in the open. Perfect golden chance for Gyro God. He will clutch this one out. God's Omen on the verge of creating history as Gyro God. He's fallen down. Snow Jordan Jax needs to piece this one out together. But Superman, he's actually doing this. Now down to a 1v1 situation. Snow Jordan and Superman, both of them pretty low.
Oh my goodness, 1 versus 1. Snowjaw standing out in open as well. Are they going to get the hat trick? Superman, they're trying it as well. They've got the ping, and they've done it! God's Omen gets the third chicken dinner! The first hat trick in BMPS! All 3 maps of chicken dinner in the hands of God's Omen. Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. God's Omen has done it again. What a day in the semifinals week 2. This time in the hands of Superman. 15 finishes from God's Omen. What is going on? What have we watching?
They woke up and chose revenge. Revenge against everybody in the lobby. Revenge against the gods in the parallel universe and this earth also. They have conquered it all. Chicken dinners across 3 maps, I see. This is it. Who would have thought a team like God's Omen would secure such performance?
They got the hat trick, the first ever in realme BMPS. All 3 maps a chicken dinner of Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok in the hands of God's Omen in a single day. God's Omen has made one of the biggest comeback here in realme BMPS, regardless of stages. In one day, 3 chicken dinners from outside of top 8, now in the top 8 in today's performance itself. They are so close, and I mean this close, very close to securing the first ticket in the Grand Finals. But all things considered, a total of matches need to be played is still 60 matches.
Yeah.
God's Omen still needs to be a little bit more consistent, but what can be more consistent than this? 3 chicken dinners.
You know, they've already won my hearts, and I'm pretty sure all the audience that are watching, I think God's Omen have been phenomenal. It feels like they've cracked the secret sauce of success. They've cracked all the zones. Every single time you see a circle form, they're somehow in the thick and thin of it. And this time, they're just amping it up, right? Constantly getting those influx of so many finishes. But highlights of this game, Neo, another shout out to that young lad, right? That lonely straggler. And the reason why possibly 8-bit could not get a chicken.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, God's Omen, they just held down the fort for some reason. Every single game they've played, they've pretty much gotten center zone control all the way through and just dominated every single game and got their chicken dinner. They could not get the back-to-back non-stop, but still they got all 3 maps at chicken dinner in a single game. So that is still, in my opinion, a big win.
And this one, especially towards the end. And this is where I've seen even the biggest of stars fumble.
Yep.
And in such a tight situation, God's Omen again did not have an advantage. Not a man advantage.
Yep.
Mysterious 4 had the numbers up, and despite that, it was just that resilience.
Firepower.
It was just that grit, never give up attitude for God's Omen. Look at that. 7 finishes for GyroGod. Superman with 6 this time. Of course, Bad OP and Stone BGMI, they still played that part, but nothing taken away. It was again another team effort coming in from these 4 players.
It was
impeccable stuff.
It was a very, very important split-second decision between Stone BGMI and also GyroGod.
Yeah.
Yes, Mysterious 4, they had 2 guys knock, but they weren't close enough in front to actually spot out Superman to actually go for the ping, whereas GyroGod had like a very small elevation on top to actually see, and because of how Mysterious 4 in the final player, he stood up. That gave them the information to go for the spray, and because of that, Superman had the preemptive jump onto them and take him out. So just one small little pixel mistake, which allowed them to win the fight. So nevertheless, let's talk about the MVP of the match. It's gotta be GyroGod from this game. They've got 7 finishes in this game, and God's Omen, oh boy, today is a great day for the undergods known as God's Omen, because now they are truly gods among men in today's performance.
And look at those numbers, okay? I mean, I'm not Ocean, but I love this pattern. 7 finishes, damage 777. It's so lucky if you talk about it. But,
lucky 7.
Yeah, lucky 7. Superman with 6. Of course, Neo. Nothing taken away from this young lad also. He did a lot, and especially GDR wiping out OG, and Neo single-handedly dealing with 3 of the players of Alibaba Raiders. That was impeccable stuff. But the match rankings in front of us. God's Omen, 25 points out of this game. For Miracle Esports, a nice, decent recovery. This was much needed, I see. They were not doing that great. Mysterious 4, however, they've been quite consistent.
This is the day of the undergods. Who would have thought that...
Look at 15 and 16.
My goodness. This is 15 finish points and 25 total points once again for God's Omen. Did they get more than 60 points in a single day in these 3 games?
I think they might have. Because the first one was a little slow. Second one, they got around 14 or 15.
So the first one, I think they got 15. Yeah, the second one got 15 as well.
Yeah.
Now they've got 15.
So yeah, they've easily got past 60.
No, they are somewhere around 40-something points in a single game.
25, 25, 2 games, 50, and then 1 game they got, what, 18 points. They've gone beyond that. 83, look at this.
Wow.
They started the day off with 29 points, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And now at 83. 20 more points to go, and they could get that golden ticket.
So the expected cutoff for the top 8 is somewhere around 115 to 120 points here.
Yeah.
They've done 83 points in 7 games. So technically for God's Omen, they need 2 more big games, and they should be the first team to get a ticket in towards the Grand Finals here from the semifinals week 2. So they will be team number 9.
Yeah, they will be. And I really hope they do. I would love to meet this place. But Mysterious 4 is something that I wanted to talk about. Very consistent, 52 points, 7 games played, and even in this one, yes, it was a close affair. 2OP, they'll be coming into play next, but some movements here for Miracle Esports. They've made quite some climb. For Team Soul, just 1 point, not acceptable. For Learn From Past, they have also been struggling. Rising Inferno, we'll see them in action later on. Even Reckoning has a match to play. But this is where, you know, my disappointment is out there. Wyld Fangs, Godlike. Now, even Wyld Fangs have been pushed back. Godlike is there, and OG. I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, I really don't know as well. This is not a great day here for the teams to actually make a bounce back. But we do see a little bit of bounce back coming from Seoul for today in particular. But based on this performance, this is pretty much it for the overall standings. Now, I've got the next biggest question. Each and every single team is going to be playing 4 matches in a single day. God's Omen right now has gotten the first ever hat-trick in a single game. Will they take the golden road in securing every single chicken dinner that they have gotten in a single day? Because as of now, God's Omen might be the first in the history of BGMI in any tournament to get every single chicken dinner in a single game. It's never been done before.
Go all the way, baby.
They're the closest right now.
Go all the way.
To set a new record.
Yes, at this point, I think ICU and I can be completely rooting for God's Omen. We want that record to be created. And a team like God's Omen, if they do it, this would be amazing. But you guys, we're thankful. You've done something that we are grateful for. That is increase the prize pool of this year's BMPS 25. Of course, we have crossed over 3 crore rupees. So thank you for that. You've been grinding a lot of BGMI, but yes, there's still window to increase that prize pool up by 1 crore more. So you have a chance to close it out at 4 crores and keep on playing BGMI. But right now, we'll be tuning in for a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
Kia, movement that inspires.
We begun this day saying that this was the day of comeback. Yes, comebacks have happened. Yes, dreams are getting fulfilled. And God's Omen on the verge of creating history. They've already done one in BMPS. Welcome back once again, folks. As now we'll be charting through. We've got games from Group A and C coming in. But I see I'm still hungover in that moment that we witnessed.
We are here to forge champions, and guess what? Forging champions is exactly what we need out of God's Omen right now, because they have definitely stole the show for today. They've gotten themselves the hat-trick. Now, the bigger question here is, will they take the golden road? And that is going to be one of the most difficult tasks in this entire tournament itself. Every single game you played, you get a chicken dinner. Total matches played is 4 games per today, and they have 1 more game to go, and that is going to be the final game of today. If they get a chicken dinner, they will officially achieve the golden road of a day.
And it feels like, they've been grinding a lot on the Realme GT7, as a result of which you could see the performance right in front of you. And what are you guys waiting for? It's not just one of those phones where you kind of are just beginning with esports. You can actually play esports and dominate in the battlegrounds. But quick look we took at the schedule. It is going to be A and C. It's going to be interesting because it's a game of Miramar. Because now, alright, we do not have God's Omen, but we do have Godlike, Reckoning, 2OP, Rising Inferno, Volcano, BO7s, Hyderabad, and all of these teams coming into play. Pre-thoughts, I see.
Pre-thoughts? Well, dude, God's Omen. Think about this. 3 chicken dinners in a single game. Like, they have literally stole the show from every single one in this game itself. Like, there's 24 teams competing. 24 teams competing. Right now, today, it's all about God's Omen.
No, I get it. They're not playing in this one.
I know.
I'm now manifesting that for Godlike to win, I want to know the conditions, because we'll discuss about that, because the voice in my head says, I see, that we are ready for Miramar to begin. So what are we waiting for? Let's go directly into the dessert and find out what mystery unravels in this game, as the flight path trajectory I see is from Trailer Park to Impala. But now tell me, what do teams like Godlike, Reckoning, and even the likes of Learn From Past, Alibaba Raiders, Tamilan need to do to stage a comeback, bro?
Get the chicken dinner. That's a pretty obvious answer, no?
How? Let's start with specifics for Godlike.
Finish everybody. Finish everybody, get all the points, and you get the chicken dinner.
Okay, that's one way.
Play as a team. Most generic answer I'll give you. Play as a team. See somebody, finish them, get the points, get the chicken dinner. Pretty straightforward answer, right?
Yeah, I mean, that has to be it. No other ways. Or maybe could just take a page from God's Omen's book. Trust each other, focus on the center, and get a chicken dinner. Get some position points. Godlike, I do not think they have even a single position point so far. But yes, Team Insane has been doing pretty great. That's nice. Volcano Esports need to find a little bit of a recovery. Have been on a little bit of a slump. Mysterious 4. As mentioned, they have been amazing, I see. Seems like if Mysterious 4 can be this consistent, who knows? We can also see them in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, Mysterious 4 has been under the radar in these games as well. They have been very, very consistent into the finals stages of the zone. They have been racking up some decent amount of points, which gives them a little bit of a stable performance coming from there. But based on this circle itself, it seems like it is going to be shifting up towards the north side as well. I think this is the first time we've seen Torre Almada and also Oasis in play. No, actually, we've seen it once, but it has never shifted on towards Oasis and Torre Almada at all this entire BMPS. We've seen a lot of Los Leonas, we've seen a lot of Western circles, we've seen a lot of Minas in particular, but not in particular a lot on towards Torre and Oasis. Water treatment, we've seen 1 or 2 games, but aside from that, nothing super crazy on towards San Martin as well, which is interesting, considering that BGIS we saw like 2 or 3 games in San Martin.
So 2 possibilities. One, we've seen that this circle kind of has that tendency to go a little up top from water treatment. Those hills, that would be a very crucial position to hold. Another one is the western side of water treatment. So some high ground advantage up for grabs. Let's see which team takes it. But Team Shockwave was a decent recovery in the previous game of Sanhok, where they were almost on the verge of getting taken down by 8-bit, and suddenly Neo gets to be the hero, and 8-bit get taken down. Shockwave suddenly have a nice game converted. So important game for team 8-bit as well. They've also been doing quite great. At the 4th position, 58 points. I think maintaining nice average.
Yeah, speaking of a fight as well, drop clash here in El Pozo. It's going to be a little bit awkward considering the fact that Insane is not too happy that 8-bit is around, so they have to share the compounds, and both teams pretty much not exactly inside zone as well. They can't really wait things out here, so they have to make a quick exit or a quick fight towards each other. But Team Insane, they are going to be playing towards the stadium and also the outskirts of apartments from the west side, and also the supermarket themselves, so nothing super major as well. I don't think they are going to be crashing onto each other anytime soon, so a very, very safe approach, but they have to be very, very careful here. In terms of exit strategy, Insane, they've got 2 vehicles, so it's not that hard for them to exit. But let's take a look on towards another team as well. Rising Inferno Esports, they're going to be playing from Puerto Paraíso, nothing super crazy. Entry point into the zone is going to be very tricky because their northern highway on the east side of this map is a long stretch that reaches onto Campo Militar, but it's a lot of curvy and rocky curves, which may result in them being ambushed by teams setting up a couple roadblocks.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, considering it's a different circle altogether, so teams will have to be on their toes. They'll have to make those adjustments, and again, Mysterious 4 have such a nice footing. As folks, you can check out the Realme GT7. We've been talking about the features, and one of which is the iSense graphene rear cover. Ensures that whilst your long sessions of BGMI, your phone stays extremely cool. But the point that I was trying to get at is this circle being created, I see not a lot of teams are actually inside the zone. So we might get to see some early battles.
Yeah, I agree. And even for Hero Extreme Godlike, they're currently in San Martin. They're inside the zone, so they have the shorter way to actually push in the zone. But based on the point system as well, they're currently 22 points. And 22 to 8 position is about 21 points of the difference. So one massive game from Hero Extreme Godlike will propel them in the top 8, but it needs to start from now, because anything more than now and tomorrow, it's still possible, but it makes life a little bit harder to actually qualify as well.
And the pressure just keeps on increasing after every single game. I think Hero Extreme Godlike need to do something like 40-hour pulled off. A chicken dinner.
Why not God's Omen?
Yeah. That's a long shot right now. That's the dream. That's the golden dream. But look at that. Some interesting maneuvers. Punk, he's been scouting for his team, and they've actually been trying to play center around Miramar today, which I heavily appreciate. What the problem has been for Godlike is the fact that they have not been able to win the fights. Those pushes coming in at their way, because now Punk even, I don't think he knows exactly that Mysterious 4 players are actually around him. So if he's caught off guard, there's no saving Punk.
Well, speaking of a potential bounce back as of yet, let's talk about do or die. In terms of position-wise, for them to actually hit towards top 8 here, they only need about 12 points to actually tie it with 4TRX official, which is not that bad as well. Just one massive game. Do or die should be in the top 8, so it gives them a good footing for the run for the top 8 in terms of positioning here. But consistency is going to be very, very important for each and every single team competing right here, right now. Do or die, they've had their fair share of moments, but so far in today, it has been a huge deep in performance coming from them.
It indeed has been. I mean, at this point, they need to wake up from their slumber. And you know, when you take a look at this, Mysterious 4, again, a very nice team. Could not do really well in the week 1, but in week 2, they've got their guards up. But folks, do check out the Kia Soros, as we have been constantly talking about those beautiful features, as it's a futuristic design, and it also does have the streamlined door handles. It's got a Kia signature digital tiger face. It's got Star Map LED DRLs and Star Map LED tail lamps. So it's got a very nice price. Don't forget to check that one out. As now, finally, as not a lot is actually happening. All these teams are taking their due time, I see, to make a rotation inside the circle. We can see Reckoning entering in from all the way up north, even for Alibaba Raiders. They're also making a movement from around the western side, from Crater Fields. So it's going to be interesting to see if they actually meet the players of Team Insane, or maybe 8-bit at a longer stretch could be caught with their pants down if Alibaba Raiders decide to strike.
Well, speaking of the fight itself here, seems like based on the zone, teams are going to be heading towards the north side. Xtreme Godlike will be taking the mountain terrains. We've got Alibaba Raiders coming from the west
there's
side.
a fight.
And it looks like we are going to see a little bit of skirmishes here coming from Shockwave, going up in Reckoning Esports on the northeast corner. Shots has been taken coming in from Shockwave, and Reckoning Esports, they are going to disengage. But the problem is, where will this circle be? Because it seems like this stage 2 circle is going to be a very important shift. And Insane on this minimap, seems like they are expecting Oasis, which I think Oasis hasn't exactly appeared for the longest time.
Yeah, I think last I casted an Oasis circle was, I guess, 4 years ago. So a lot has changed. But yes, 8-bit having a perfect read. And we know, I see, that Miramar has been always one of the stronger maps for 8-bit. So this is one of those games where they will be eyeing on chicken dinner. Everything has been laid out for them. But Reckoning, not really a great start. Losing out on Max pretty early on. Shockwave securing that finish. So it's going to be interesting to see if Reckoning can actually enter top 8. They've got a very good chance, and this is how the first finish happened as Max. He was just trying to rotate, right? He meant no harm to the players of Shockwave, but Shockwave, they took it with their hands embraced.
Yeah, super sub, pretty much done and dusted for that game.
Look at this.
But now Xtreme Godlike, they're going to be having a run in with 8-bit. Toy going to be scouted out. Here comes the spray from Admino. Looks for a little bit of connection here, but Toy, he's pretty much stranded. He actually hit onto his rock. This might be an opportunity for them to take him out, but Toy is going to try and survive this, but cover fire coming from 8-bit will stop the push. So they are going to be able to disengage from this fight. So Xtreme Godlike now continues here as Jonathan, he's really not making it easy for Toy. The vehicle is about to explode. Can he make it out of safety? And yes, he will. He finds some sort of cover to reset his fight.
I have no clue how on earth was Troy allowed to live like that. Like, there were multiple instances where individually players were having a go. I felt like both the players, I mean Admino and Jonathan, if they shot at him together, things could have been different. But now Troy lives to tell the story, and 8-bit will have a smirk on their face. But now, moving on, do or die. They find themselves around the central positions, trying to rotate in through. They've got 8-bit right beside them. But the ask is if Do or Die Esports are actually interested in taking this fight. They've heard those commotions. Troy's back to cover. They've got a reset. This is not looking good for DOD, I see.
Yeah, DOD, they're going to go for the push. Seems like Balu is going to make a run as well. Guess what? He's going to roll in for a run, but he gets shot down by Aquanox. Oh, what a cutoff. What a shutdown. So unfortunate there. The rest of Do or Die, they reposition an 8-bit. Is going to be able to defend this and scare off Do or Die. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to censor that fight itself because Balu could not survive that fight at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of starting to speculate if DOD even had the information, because so much shots were being taken at Troy. They should have had an idea. As a result of which, 8-bit will happily take this first finish. Still poised around the center, whilst Alibaba Raiders, they've got a nice high ground to work with. And let's not forget 40R. They've had a very nice day. Secured a good chicken dinner in Sanhok, a high fragging affair at that. But Alibaba Raiders, I think we've been so much indulged in other teams, but hold on to that thought. Because Team Insane, I see. Look at Gods, he's very low, and 40R actually want to press on the matter.
Now, speaking of the important moments here as well, 40R official. Pretty much getting surrounded here as Insane is going to go in for a very, very quick flush here as they take him out. And now INF God forced to defend against this. Yash and Adi getting shot apart as well. Adi getting tagged up. Now INF God in a 1v1 situation, but he needs some sort of backup. But shots are being shot from every single angle. Third parties after third parties. And guess what? Xtreme Godlike is not making it easy for both these teams. But they need those points. Now here comes Yash with the nades. He will not be able to secure it as INF God clutches it big time for Insane. Gets 3 finishes in this game. and shuts down Team Insane.
This is momentum speaking, baby. For 40, you know, in the midst of this commotion, I saw Jonathan. He actually managed to take Gods down. He got that knock, but eventually it was stolen by the players of 40 because they were in the close proximity. So Godlike really not happy. That could have been that first finish. Something, extra points would have taken it, but 40 big comments. They've been playing really well. And now, moment of truth, the circle still around that water treatment area. This is, Godlike is actually holding that exact spot that I thought the circle would go at. They've got some nice high ground advantage. Luxury is there, but look at this. An interesting fight again brewing. You've got two OP officials up against Reckoning.
Well, Reckoning, they do have a decent amount of cover to work with. Two OP officials, they have to find a way to get in as well. As time goes by, third parties are going to be coming in. But as soon as I say this, here he comes. Third party is there. Two OP official.
Ooh.
We have Mino going for a couple of attacks. It's actually Punk that finds him at the pick, so that's going to be the confirmation coming through. And now Hero Extreme Godlike, they continue the pummel on going for the third party. And guess what? He finds aim hacks as well. Looks for the confirmation, but aim hacks, no, they don't get the point. Thank you very much, Godlike. Reckoning says, as Gravity secures it.
Yeah, and Godlike has such a nice luxury, right? That higher ground. And now...
And two OP official, they just get eliminated. The last player getting picked off by BO7S.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. But as we move on, look at this. Shockwave and Mysterious 4 right next to each other. Jax has already stepped out of his vehicle. He's got Shroud in front of him. Extrovert on his backline sketch. Trying to create some flank angle. He's out in the open. Shockwave finally deciding to fire at him. But Shockwave does find a knock. It's going to be in the form of a grenade knock. And now Shockwave, he wants to secure the finish as well. He will do so as Mysterious 4. Numbers starting to crumble. At this point, Team Shockwave, they need to figure a way to get an elimination. But no, Rising Inferno Esports, they come in out of nowhere. And suddenly, Shockwave, they find themselves in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, they definitely do. Extrovert now going to be hiding in the smoke. Oh no, he doesn't see him go.
What?
He just goes by him and surprise, surprise. Thank you for the points. Extrovert gets a freebie, takes him out, and now Rising Inferno Esports, they've lost Jatin. And Extrovert may be able to try to apply even more pressure, but just like that, Rising Inferno Esports, they've just lost the fight. They've lost two players. Jatin completely abandoned by OMEN and PMWI. As Extrovert continues to find the remaining players here, but seems like there is no footsteps, so that means he is in the clear. But he's a little bit afraid here to look for those confirmations. Extrovert playing the discipline play, but Shockwave, they have to make a move inside the zone as they try to re-rotate away. Meanwhile, on the screen here, we do see Hero Extreme Godlike going to be playing the Northern Hemisphere zone, but Punk, well, he's getting a little bit sneaky here because he's single-handedly making sure that Reckoning Esports does not get out of the zone. And while this is happening, Reckoning Esports having a run-in with BO7S.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Gravity, he's got the players of BO7S's locked. And that was a nice presence of mind. Just trying to deny that grenade coming right at his face. The door tanking all that damage, and now BO7's struggling against the blue. And even if Reckoning survive that, even if they win that fight, they've got Punk keeping such a close watch. Even Ranveer, he's taken a fall, and this is not looking good. BO7s, they might be having a rundown against Punk, as even Reckoning quite unaware. As Admino, look at that. He's gone after the players of BO7s. Dizzy already getting taken down, so Godlike looking hot in this one. A great start nonetheless, but Reckoning, they've heard all that commotion. They know that Godlike is atop those hills, and now they cannot afford to make a mistake. Dionysus back into the game. He's still alive.
Well, Viper has been subbed out this game. Reckoning Esports, they're definitely trying everything here as well. But can they do something about this is going to be the question here as well. But Toy finish off BO7S, but Admino finds the confirmation of Reckoning. And just like that, Reckoning, they are in shambles as Hero Extreme Godlike just completely dismantling everyone. Now Reckoning Esports pretty much stuck out in the open right at the foothills themselves. But guess what? Sneaking up on towards Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be Alibaba Raiders, and S-Power might be in for a little bit of awkward spot as well because Alibaba Raiders is slowly but surely walking up on them. As S-Power, he knows for a fact there is going to be some teams laying by. As the zone is about to shift in 35 seconds left, Hero Extreme Godlike, they've done their shenanigans. In particular, going to be from Punk and Amino.
Yeah.
But Reckoning Esports, on the other hand, they were forced to take a pit stop here because of Hero Extreme Godlike. And Shockwave will be the ones to end their misery in this game. And they will bow out on 12th place.
You know, Shockwave, they've been so opportunistic. Always waiting for the right moment to strike. And this time also getting those third parties. Now they've got Mysterious Force, no shot in front of them. Meanwhile, Flash, he's dealt with one of the players on the sidelines. Learn from past Silo P. He's taken a fall. Now the circle has taken a shift, I see. It has gone away from Hero Extreme Godlike. And Hyderabad Hydras, guess what? They're at the smack center of the circle. We also have talked about how much of a strong map Hyderabad Hydras has made the presence felt in Miramar. So certainly eyeing out for that. But VOLCANO, they've been on a little bit of a decline. They need to recover in this one.
Yeah, they definitely do. Meanwhile, now VOLCANO finds a little bit of inch space, but they were scouted out and learn from past. Finds a small little pixel. Not exactly the greatest spot here. But if Arjun pops his hit there, he is going to get shot. But let's take a look at the circle right now. Seems like Central Control Hyderabad Hydras today once again somehow finds Cento priority as he's going to go for the gatekeeps. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike S-Power has to take the full brunt against Alibaba Raiders. He's dropped down pretty low as the rest of Alibaba Raiders are going to be fighting back. But while this is happening, 4TR helps third partying, takes down Fragadoop. This is a good sign here for Hero Extreme Godlike.
This indeed is. They really need to make this one count. 4 finishes secured already. Admino spotting out Wanted, goes out in the open. His power finds a knock onto it. Chris, Admino, he's brought down the other player quite low. Chris in front of him. In fact, it's going to be Wanted. Barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Admino, already a grenade pinned out. Needs to lob it into perfection. Will not hit its mark. The door saving Wanted,
nice.
but not anymore. Admino breathing fire. 7 finishes for Hero Extreme Godlike. 4 for Admino. And Godlike are looking really good in this one.
Very, very quick takedown for Admino as well. Used the nade, popped the nade, immediately masked the footstep, went for a jump. White Tiger just could not react in time. Admino just popped up in the moment where he wasn't expecting this burst. So very, very quick reactions coming from Admino. 7 finishes for Hero Extreme Godlike. And seems like they are bearing mark as well. But wow, I'm looking this. Shockwave. Oh no, Extrovert finds 2 pickoff and a massive one at that. 2 players from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike gets taken down. Admino is able to salvage the fight, but they've already lost 2. Punk and Jonathan is down. And it's all up to Admino and S-Power to try and continue their journey as they push through. What a fumble from Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, big one at such a crucial junction. Should have really kept the numbers afloat, but still nothing taken away. Admino has been a monster so far in this map. But coming back, we've got Team 8-Bit holding on to the higher grounds. Oh, Morty's knocked out. That will be a quickie for Troy. And he's going to have that slight smile on his face as 4TR not really having the same emotions regarding how Morty got picked off. And those smokes being deployed over there, seems like 4TR are in a really very bad position.
Yeah, very nice one-way pick from that as well from Toy. But speaking of one-way ticks as well, now let's take a look at how things are happening in the north side as well. OMEN, pretty much the last player coming rising. Inferno Esports, pretty much stuck out in open. Molotovs has been lit out as well as OMEN. Being shot from multiple angles here from 8-Bit, from Hero Extreme Godlike. He's pretty much stuck there for the longest of time. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike not exactly in the zone. They have to push through as well. And Hyderabad Hydras still having full control coming in from the south side of this terrain inside the zone. While 8-Bit having the high ground on the west side. And they themselves are getting attacked here from Learn From Pass.
Not yet. Not yet. Learn From Pass just hovering around.
No.
Honey already down on his knees, and Learn From Past will be taking second thoughts. Admino getting finished off like that. He was the only player from Godlike performing so well right now. And now 8-Bit has a go. Learn From Past. They're starting to lose out on their players. Seems like a couple of finishes being stolen already. It will be the players of VOLCANO, as even the players of 40 are trying to take advantage of that opportunity. And suddenly it's a fight where even Owen was present, and he's going to take those finishes away.
Wow.
Thank you, says Omen. While 8-Bit, they've done so much damage. Rising Inferno Esports still in it.
Yeah, they did all the heavy lifting. In the end, all the effort was Or in this case, the credit has been stolen away by OMEN as Rising Inferno Esports claims all those finish points.
Yeah.
Top 8 teams, Hero Extreme, Godlike, only S-Power remains, and he's pretty much outside the zone as well. OMEN stuck in the shack. He's not exactly in zone, and as soon as OMEN walks out, he is going to get taken down. And it seems like S-Power with the Molotov actually takes him out. Okay. Very, very nice takedown from S-Power, though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just secured that one finish point. And also, given the fact that now that Godlike has made it into the top 7, so position points will also start flowing through. But now, as the dust settles, Hyderabad Hydras still holding on to that high ground against the players of VOLCANO Esports. 3 players together. Hyderabad Hydras, they've got a decent spread to work with, but Fragger wanted to camouflage himself, but shown no mercy.
Yep, not this time. No more snakes, no more solo warrior moments. And Troy Tamilan Esports
Power
is going to go in for the hunt there. S-Power forced to play this solo as well. He is scouted out by Troy Tamilan Esports. Hydro, they are going to try and check this out. He might be solo, he might be a full team. That's going to be a problem for them. Well, meanwhile, VOLCANO, they try to climb out a mountain, and Hyderabad Hydras is going to go in for the shutdown. Sarvit pretty much on the side. Psycho gonna go in for the flank, but VOLCANO, they're fumbling. They've lost 3, and only Psycho remains. And what a clean out coming from Hyderabad Hydras.
Absolutely, Hyderabad Hydras. You know, they have been quite dominant, but finishes haven't really shown up. As for VOLCANO, they've been on that dip down. Arjun also dealt with. Has been a problem with this squad. That consistency, that erraticness being shown as Ninju. He preps up a grenade. Knows that Yash is hiding somewhere. Buggy being a giveaway though. As Ninju cooks another one. S-Power still alive. Folks, they've made it inside the top 6. And Yashi does not want to move. I think he's on the other side of the wall, as a result of which none of these grenades are actually going towards him.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, they definitely have a rough idea. But let's take a look at the zone here as well, because it is about to shift. Seems like Learn From Past is going to be center control, and yes, it will. As Learn From Past, Yash has got a lot of time to work with. Meanwhile, S-Power, he's got to pull the biggest comeback of his life. Solo warrior for Hero Extreme Godlike, and this is going to be a very, very important moment for him as well. He's only got 2 finishes, but the team's got 9. He's got himself a decent amount of placement points now.
It's going to be very poetic, I see, against his former teammates, the one that he won the championship with, and he's there to stab them on the back. He's coiled up. 8-bit, they've got their attentions diverted. They have no clue that his power is round the alley. Oh, did Troy spot him? No.
Yeah, you know what's interesting as well? Solo warrior coming from Neo was the reason why 8-bit got shut down in the previous map in Sanhok.
Yeah.
This time, S-Power might be able to sneak up on them. But the problem is, oh, never mind. Savraj, they've learned their lesson. They're checking every single corner. They're not making the same mistake because of Neo no more. And it is going to be S-Power that gets taken out. So, nope, no revenge, no nothing. Goodbye.
Yeah, and a nice message sent. You leave me, I catch you. Devouring S-Power, Godlike bow out, but commendable performance, especially from Admino. Little recovery coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike, but VOLCANO Esports, everything rests on Psycho's shoulders. He has to be psychotic in this one. He's got to go mad, he's going to go berserk, but 8-bits so far, they've had extreme control over this game. 7 finishes secured, everybody contributing. 3 finishes for the IGL himself. The biggest fight should be between 8-bit and Hyderabad Hydras, and maybe Psycho could play spoil sport in this one.
Oh boy, 8-bit now having the high ground. They were able to secure, or they almost got the chicken dinner in the previous game, but this time, no more mistakes can be made. They have the high ground. Circle, not exactly in their favor, but they do have the advantage among everybody else. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras, they have center control of those compounds. Every single team needs to push towards them. And you can see the hesitancy, or in this case, the hesitation coming from Troy Tamilan Esports to actually push through. Because they know for a fact, if they make the first move, every single team is going to third party this. And 8-bit, they get scouted out from Troy Tamilan Esports. They don't want all these vouchers known as 8-bit to shut them down. They have to play slow as well. And eventually, it's only between 8-bit and Troy Tamilan Esports that has to crash into his Hyderabad Hydras.
Interesting movements being made by 8-bit actually. If you take a look at the minimap, Raiden is a little aloof from his back. Whilst it's a 3-1 split, as Hyderabad Hydras, high possibilities that they actually might get sandwiched. The only blessing in disguise is that they've got a compound to play with. And look at this. This is what we were talking about. This is exactly why those grenades were not coming at Yash. He's also been a lonely straggler. Maybe Raiden snuffs him out. Asteroid Tamilan's one of the best games so far, if I must say, in week 2. But can they get a chicken dinner? They need it desperately.
Yeah, seems like the zone is going to force them out of the high ground as well. 8-bit going to make the first rotation in. And that rotation is not to directly contact on towards Hyderabad Hydras. They do find a small little pixel right on the northern side that is inside zone. So Raiden was able to scout this out, but they are taking shots. And even Troy Tamilan Esports, they're dodging Hyderabad Hydras here as they don't want to be the first team to make first contact. And because of that, it's going to be in an awkward spot as well. But Troy Tamilan Esports, they do see VOLCANO. It seems like Psycho as a solo warrior has been scouted out, and he's not exactly in zone. And as of now, Troy Tamilan Esports is going to try and clean out all of these Kryptonites. Or in this case, solo warriors and stragglers. And now Psycho, he does have 2 grenades. He can play spoilers here from Troy Tamilan Esports as soon as he lobs his nade. The counter nade coming from Troy Tamilan Esports, but he is going to get taken out. It's going to be Mac that takes the talk. As the nade was able to clip him by. So VOLCANO will bow out on 5th place. While there's still 4 teams left alive. It's 3 4-man team and 1 solo warrior known as Yash from Learn From Past.
And Hyderabad Hydras still have a compound to themselves. And Troy Tamilan's showing no signs of interest as finally 8-bit they've realized they've got to make some movements. And Sarvit, oh, that's a nice knock. Especially Troy. Now he's done. No chance on getting that revive back up as 8-bit storm through, blitzing through the compounds of Hyderabad Hydras, whilst even Troy Tamilan's can have a dig at this as Ranveer taking down Yash in that situation. So the lonely straggler being dealt with, but 8-bit, as things stand, they're brought down to just 3 members.
Speaking of 3 members here, Troy Tamilan Esports, they're so close towards Hyderabad Hydras. Pressure is on. There's 2 teams they have to fend against his. 2 teams they have to fend off. As Troy Tamilan Esports just needs the opening, but Nade's pretty much down towards the last wire here from Hyderabad Hydras. But here he comes, the Nade. Oh, a massive one for March. Catches Somraj, finds a pixel, but at the same time, March almost gets shot from behind as Troy Tamilan Esports goes in for the pressure, needs to force the reset. And Troy Tamilan, they are looking to swarm this as the zone is going to slowly push them out of these mountains here. Troy Tamilan Esports, they have control, but they are 8-bit, they're looking for the reset right now.
Yeah, and this is where Troy Tamilan's making such movements, and suddenly Hyderabad Hydras in a pickle, really. Which fight to take and when, and suddenly 8-bit get another chance at this chicken dinner as Troy Tamilan's decide to infiltrate on the compounds as Ninja will be taking a fight against the players of 8-bit. It will be 2 against 1, and 8-bit flourish. They thrive with a lot of finishes in this one, but suddenly it has come down to this. 2 teams alive, Troy Tamilan's having their numbers intact, and Somraj living no more as Troy Tamilan's a very important chicken dinner. We were talking about day 2 to be a day of comebacks. Yes, God's Omen did it, and so did Troy Tamilan's at a very crucial junction.
Day of the Undergods, truly unbelievable here today in day 2 of the semifinals week 2 itself. Every single team going all out, guns blazing, looking for a shot for the top 8 and looking for their ticket to qualify in the grand finals. The road to the championship, the road towards the top 16 in all around India still continues. But all things considered, here in day number 2, a big comeback here for Troy Tamilan Esports. But of course, 5 games done and dusted. The known teams pretty much in the gutter for today itself. But seems like we might see a completely new face into the grand finals eventually.
You know, I've been since I was on the desk, I think I've been constantly trying to focus on the fact that we're seeing the new era ushering in, and I think it's time, right? It's time that we embrace all these new young lads. But taking a quick look at the highlights, I say this was an action-packed game. It had twists and turns. We've seen nice circles forming up. 4TR, I mean, that was a very nice fight, and Godlike having such a nice high ground. Kudos to Admino. I think this one lad still does not want to give up, no matter what the circumstances is. He is putting his hearts out there, and it's visible. But for the others, I mean, nice rotations coming in from Punk, But Espower and Jonathan, it's time they step up, they get back to their old ways.
Yeah, I think Punk, this was just one small little mistake coming from Hero Extreme Godlike, which allowed Extrovert to just walk in, pump in their way through, and Mino wasn't really prepared for this fight. Was able to get a little bit of refrag, which is kind of nice and all, but I feel like Hero Extreme Godlike made a little bit of improvements here because of this game. And that improvement, which also cost Reckoning their fight as well, because Punk, as usual, has done dirty towards a different team. Previously, he's done dirty towards Reckoning and also Godfrey. This time, Reckoning again pretty much takes the brunt once more. But of course, when it came down to the final zone as well, 8-Bit played their cards really, really well. They had no choice but to take the fight against Hyderabad Hydras. And because of that fight, Tamilan Esports was able to capitalize on this and take this chicken dinner away from 8-Bit. But still, 8-Bit, a very, very consistent run still in day number 2. They should be in the top 8 for now, but Tamilan Esports with this chicken dinner at least gives them a fighting chance to fight for top 8 in this next upcoming matches to go. But now, I want to see how the overall standings here, how this affect the overall performance in each and every single one.
Yeah, I think same is going on my head, because given the fact that Tamilan's a team that hasn't been performing well so far, they get a chicken dinner. So I think the table kind of stirs up now, because we'll see some new teams stepping up over there. But yeah, we need to talk about Hyderabad Hydras a little bit. Miramar has been such a great affair for them. Even for the likes of 8-Bit and Hyderabad Hydras have been amazing in Miramar. I want to see how many points they've secured. But before that, yes, like we said, right, valiant effort finally gets rewarded, gives him the MVP of the match. At Mino, he has been playing like a boxer. He has been constantly fighting his way. He's been cornered. There have been multiple situations. 5 finishes, 656 points of damage. Godlike, it feels like he's that lonely glimmer of hope.
Yeah, definitely as well. But and we know definitely one of the consistent teams as well to actually play this as well. I want to see more performance. But joining him into the top 5 as well, we do have to give credit to his Extrovert, because he was the one that single-handedly shut down 2 players coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Of course, bowing out to Enmino. And then Somrush also making a little bit of step back here coming from 8-Bit. We have Shockwave coming from Shockwave himself, also making a little bit of bounce back in this game. Hydro from Tamilan is also going to be part of the top 5. So these are pretty much your top 5 players, or in this case, the players that dictated on how the game played around this entire zone itself. So this was the stars in this game. But now, with that being said, we have the match ranking points on screen. Tamilan Esports on the number 1 spot with Chicken Dinner with 19 points. 8-Bit followed with 15 points. We have Hero Extreme Godlike making a huge bounce back with 11 points. This is a good sign here for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, this is much needed 11 points. And this will still keep them, keep their heads barely above the water. I'm not saying that they're still safe. They're doing extremely well. Godlike can do way better. They just need to harness their true potential. But 8-Bit, 15 points, very good. Hyderabad Hydras, 9. It's fine, something they can live with. For Inferno Rising, this is also one thing that we wanted to talk about. They've been doing really well, enough to keep them in the top 8 now, as the overall standings do come up. God's Omen still holding on to that top spot. 8-Bit at the second, 73 points is where they find Hyderabad Hydras. Consistency on the board, 59 points. They've been amazing. I've been loving them.
Agreed. 8-Bit has pretty much played 8 games, and they are officially at the halfway mark of this entire week 2 itself. So 8 more matches to go, and they will be officially in towards the Grand Finals if they maintain their performance based on this performance so far. But the next page as well, we do see 40RX going to be on 9th place. VOLCANO taking a little bit of tumble into his 10th position, but they still have 1 more game to go. Reckoning still on the 13th position there. They're still not that far off from the top 8, but it's only getting further away. So they still need a massive game coming from Reckoning Esports. Hero Extreme Godlike sneaks up into the second half here, which is a good sign considering that they still have 1 more game to go. So technically, in 1 more performance like that from Hero Extreme Godlike, they should be able to sneak into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean,
barely sneaking.
This is good. At least from what we've seen so far, this has been one of the best performances out of Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yep.
But for Team Soul, they
boy.
need to push. I mean, again, you know, brothers in arms, they're together, 16, 17. We're kind of back to where we began at.
Yeah.
But
it was them and Wyld Fangs as well.
Yeah.
And OG took a tumble.
OG took a massive tumble.
Yeah.
They're literally at the 23rd spot.
Yeah, this is not something I was expecting out of OG, to be honest. Like, this is my first time seeing OG playing at this level at all.
And let's not take away anything from the fact that OG was the team that was dominating round 1. They had a great start into semifinals week 1, and then the crash Oh, that has been looking quite nasty. But something that has been a saving grace and something that has been amazing is you guys supporting us. Yes, you've been playing a lot of Discovery Island. You've helped to increase the prize pool of this BMPS to 3 crore already. There's still chance for you to push it a little bit further to 4 crores. All you gotta do is play more of the classic matches, explore Discovery Island, get some nice cosmetics, and be a part of this community. The sense of belonging is there. But yes, 5 matches done and dusted. 1 more to go. But before that, folks, we'll be cutting short for a short break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
It's been a long but a very exciting day for both of us, and I'm pretty sure you guys watching are enjoying the matches as well. So much drama has happened, and once again, welcome back, folks. You're watching the realme BMPS 2025 as we head on to the final game of the evening. Before we get started with the pre-segment, of course, a huge shout out to realme GT7, because of which we are able to have this show running and gunning. And you can check this out. This phone is live on Amazon. Got great features. Do check it and maybe also get it, because I have one for myself just over here. But I say, final game of the evening. What are we expecting?
Well, today, okay, so obviously we saw a little bit of bounce back coming from Hero Godlike, which is a great recovery. But this final game, my eyes is on God's Omen. They have officially got themselves the hat-trick in a single game. Can they get the golden day? And that is going to be every single game they have played a single day and get every single chicken dinner. They've gotten Erangel, they've gotten Miramar, they've gotten Sanhok in a single day. Can they get this one final map of today? And if they get the chicken dinner in Erangel, I can say that God's Omen is officially the first ever team to have ever achieved the golden day of taking every single chicken dinner that they have played. And as you can see, this is going to be the groups playing in this final match. It's going to be Group A going up against Group B. And God's Omen is sitting in Group B. And if you guys pay attention to the schedule just now, every single Group B appearance on this game, God's Omen has got their chicken dinner. So that means this final game, if they can do it again, they have officially done the golden day.
I'm with you, brother, because before this day began, when we all commentators sit down and discuss about today's narratives,
No one expected God's Omen.
Nobody
No one.
expected God's Omen, and at this point, we came in thinking about the big teams if they can stage a comeback. Few have done. But at this point, everything has been tossed out of the window.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. Everybody wants God's Omen to win. At least you and I,
Yeah,
we're in
we're
unison
definitely
with
on this one. I'm sorry, Hiroshima, Godlike, Soul, Reckoning, or whatever. Hyderabad Hydras, BO7S4, Miracle, Jux, whatever. I want to see God's Omen do it. Like, this is history in the making. Never, like, call me biased or what, but I want to see a team to achieve greatness right here. You must understand, this is the BMPS. We're here forging champions, and right now, God's Omen has done a near impossible feat. Nothing never before achieved in the history of any BGMI player. Right now, one more game, and they have done it.
one feather to their cap.
Yeah.
Only few.
It's not a
mere mortals.
trophy, but this is a achievement feat that is
why not?
very, very difficult. I've never been achieved before. Trophies, many teams has gotten before, but this is achievement,
a record, right?
A record, yeah.
And we want that to happen. And like IC said, few mere mortals have ever been able to accomplish that, at least not in the realms of BGMI.
Yeah.
So that can definitely happen. But yes, action is hot. But before that, we want you to get some popcorns up. So we'll be cutting short for a short little break. We'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a longer one. Guess why? Of course, we wanted you to have your popcorn with some melted butter and some nice cheese seasoning. That's how I like it. And it does take a little bit of time because now the lobby is also ready. Welcome back once again, folks. You're watching the Realme BMPS 2025. I've got with me IC. As we were actually discussing about why we both want God's Omen to win this one and create history. But putting God's Omen aside, we've got a couple of other teams that we really want to see them making a comeback. It has to be OG, Soul, Godlike, and Reckoning once again.
Well, as of yet, I want to see how things are going to be going here for this match as well. But now, can they pursue it? It's going to be a different question here as well. But another team that is going to be fighting for their lives here is going to be the top teams trying to secure some spots and decent comebacks here in this game as well. And what the way to do it here, but that this one final game here in Group A and B itself. We are going to be jumping into the final game for today in the map of Erangel for day number 2 of the semifinals week 2 itself. And the flight path is going to be on its way as the plane is going to be starting things off from the northwest corner of 70, heading all the way towards the southwest corner of Ferry Pier. So it seems to be a northwestern shift of a flight path up on screen right now. As you can see, teams are going to be playing a little bit onto the western shoreline, so we are going to be expecting some sort of drop clashes along the roads heading towards the east side, especially from Ferry Pier, maybe even alongside the Pachinki southern approach, maybe even Rozok as well for those drop clashes. But the major one should be the south side of 70. We've seen a lot of hotspots and contention that vicinity.
It has to be, right? You did talk about all these teams dropping around those eastern corners of the map. They will be thrown in for a toss. I'm talking about the likes of OG. I'm talking about even Wyld Fangs into the mix. We saw how OG started off their day in Erangel, right? An aerial battle lost against Team Insane, and they will have to shrug it all off. Still, nothing lost for all these teams. Anybody can stage a comeback, and now the time is nigh. They need to do it as teams are taking the plunge. In fact, OG dropping down, doing something like what GDR likes to do. Drop at that junction spot, take a couple of vehicles, and head out to their desired drop location.
Well, speaking of the drop location right now, seems like the zone is going to be shifting all the way on towards Watertown themselves. Ruins in the picture. Pachinki also going to be in center as well. Rozok also going to be in place. So school apartments, this are going to be the center of this entire zone. So rotating out on the way, those spots is going to be a little bit tricky.
Okay.
But 4th-year official pain his life, he is just an absolute nuisance. What is that angle?
Brother, we love you, but not this time. Oh, he's got a nice skin on that AUG as well.
Oh, boy.
But, yeah, God's Omen, a little vigilant this time. They've had a little bit of a break before this, so I really hope they have that momentum building up. But what I also wanted to talk about is OG's second drop location, something that kind of skipped past me, because we have also seen OG going around Rozok as well when situation requires. So that's exactly what they're doing. They've got their vehicles, they're doing that. God's Omen, they will be looting the western exteriors of the Georgie city. It is quite flooded, whilst the circle is quite a generic one, I see.
Yeah, it definitely is. But Reckoning Esports seems like Dion is going to be still playing as well. So Max going to be joining in the fray. Viper has been set out, I believe, in the previous game and didn't really go too well. But guess what? Gravity is in a lot of trouble as well because God's Omen is going to be on the hunt. He's got the shotties. And can they get the flush here? Gravity gets a very nice opening. God's Omen needs to go in for the reset. Goes for a jump shot. Doesn't find the pick here coming from Gravity. But he is on the ground floor. But seems like Gravity is pretty okay going for this 1 versus 2. He's got the nades here coming from Stone BGMI. He's going to try to deny that push. But unfortunately, no connection there. Gravity was able to drop down pretty low, but here comes the save. They need Dion in the fray, and they are going to double down for this fight. As they try to go in for the shutdown, the rest of Reckoning are here, and now God's Omen, they're having the backs against the wall. And that is going to be the bad OP taken out there right from the get-go. Next is going to be Stone as he gets hunted down. 4 versus 1. Stone BGMI going for the flush. He gets a nice tag on the Dion, but he's dropped down so low. Stone BGMI can only do so much. Eventually gets shut down. Gyro God also joining the fray, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, for God's Omen, things aren't really working out in their favor anymore. Now have their backs against the wall. Pushed to a corner. Superman and Gyro God. 2 of these players have to shape this one out together. What do they do? Reckoning, they've got the the man advantage. They can easily overwhelm them with numbers. And Superman now out of any explosive grenades or Molotovs, anything at all. These smokes just trying to keep them alive. But look at this. Rising Inferno. They've heard all that commotion and seems like they want to also partake in this fight.
Yeah, Salme going to be playing from the sides themselves. He's got the Bison available. Superman was able to climb up onto the roof. This time he's going to look for those off angles. Dion still going to be looking for a little bit of flank, but from the horizon, I think Rising Inferno Esports was able to pop a couple of picks here. So God's Omen, they know what's up. But Max, he goes in for the push. He finds Gyro God, and just like that, God's Omen might actually lose the dreams, and even Superman was picked off for Rising Inferno Esports. That is it for God's Omen. They take a bow out. They may have gotten the hat trick, but the Golden Day record still unclaimed by any team in the history of BGMI.
Yeah, and seems like we were the ones cursing it.
Oh boy.
Caster's curse just
what a way to start the final game.
Yeah, I mean, talk about storylines being thrown out of the window. But the only blessing in disguise, Reckoning. You squeeze in 3 finishes, so good performance. And it is Max who's actually secured 3 there. So that's nice coming in from Reckoning side. As Rising Inferno will squeeze in the last. Chatin getting that final finish on the board as he gallops through the greener pastures. Will reunite with his teammate as when we take a look at the circle entirely. So this time we've got Orangutan and Team Soul placed around the center of the zone, around the epicenter. And Hyderabad Hydras playing around the outskirts of Gatka. They've got 40R with them, but VOLCANO. Now, what do you have to say about VOLCANO as a squad? Because yesterday, they were phenomenal, I see. Last game, don't get me wrong, they got a couple of finishes. But if you compare their day 1 to day 2 performance, there has been a steep decline.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit steep as well. All they need to do is just be a little bit more consistent. It should be A-okay. But as of yet, it has been a very, very big struggle here for VOLCANO. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of a bounce back coming from Jux. They have a very early rotation. I was expecting them to go a little bit later here, but it seems like Jux, they are switching up their earlier engagements to try and get center priority rather than the sides or maybe even third circle push. As Jux makes a little bit of difference in approach. BO7S playing from Novo. God's Train still in military base. Nothing super crazy coming from them. But I want to see how things has happened for what's going to be happening for the teams in the middle though, because as of yet, Hiroshima Godlike, they are going to be playing from the east side, expecting the circle shift towards Yasnaya. Very interesting approach coming from Hiroshima Godlike to actually give away control. So they are going to take control of those forest terrains first.
Yeah. Kind of reminds you of times when Jelly used to IGL for Godlike. This is the exact same split that Godlike used to follow. So, Punk taking a page out of Jelly's book. And the previous game, we did see the resurgence of Hero Xtreme Godlike, especially Admino as an individual. His power getting them few extra points out of survival. But guys, do check out the realme GT7. We did talk about those amazing features. Yes, one of which is the iSense graphene re-uncover. Just ensuring that you've got everything cool while you're gaming. As Team Soul, this is one of those teams that we have our eyes on. You know, it was just that one good game out of the 3 that they have played in which they had decent amount of finishes. But nothing convincing so far. Nothing even close to their potential or their standards.
Yeah, but Soul seems like all they need to do is just wait right now. That's pretty much it. There's no reason they actually go for hard commitments yet, considering that the zone is still kind of in the gray area. Even True Rippers, they are getting a little bit center as well. But it seems like this final game, especially for Group A and B, every single team is going to be applying center's control here. Except for Reckoning is going to be playing on the outskirts. Even Rising Inferno Esports as well. Playing a little bit late here to rotation. But now, on the move, next rotation, very, very important. Oh boy, he's not going to be in the city. It is going to be Everest and also Gatka in play. So, in this case, teams on the west side, they are going to be very happy about this. VOLCANO also going to be calling dips on towards the intersection buildings on the north side. especially before Everest. Everest is still unclaimed as well, so every single team has been scammed, and we are going back towards old school, and that is going to be Everest.
Yeah, I mean, Troy Tamilans would be quite unhappy about the fact that they're no more inside the server. This is the point where they kind of tend to take over the Everest area, and Rising Inferno, they've done the deed. So could be a potential fight maybe between Rising Inferno and VOLCANO for the contestations, as Reckoning will also squeeze in. But look at that influx coming in from that eastern side. You've got OG, you've got Team Soul, you've got Miracle, you've got Wyld Fangs. You've got so many teams closing in, and we know what that brings with us. Anticipations of something happening.
Interesting to see Orangutan actually, playing the position where I think Xtreme Godlike used to play as well. But seems like Orangutan, they are definitely pulling out every single pocket strategies to try and zone them up. And considering that this zone is still part of Watertown, and if the circle shifts out in the open here, they are in prime position to actually farm up all those finishes as long as WizGod does not get knocked. Because the moment he gets knocked, there's no way he's going to be able to get picked up. It's a long way up on towards this tower itself. In this case, Soul pretty much laying around as well, driving around, looking towards the mountains. They are paying attention that maybe they do scout out WizGod as well, so they are keeping tabs on towards that. Even Jux as well, they are going to be playing on towards the southeast corner of Everest. This compound's a pretty strategic position to actually play, especially if the circle shifts onto stage number 3. It's going to be very, very important for them to reposition.
I'm kind of still surprised, I see how these teams are thriving with each other. Such a small zone, so many teams inside of it, and yet we do not see any fights happen. But Gravity, hold on. He's slipped and fallen down from his vehicle. I think somebody from Rising Inferno must have given him a bashing and taken an emergency stop maybe, and has fallen out. But whatever the case is, Rising Inferno quite comfortable, and so will the players of Reckoning be as well. Because this is something they're doing out of ordinary. Reckoning, ideally, we've not seen them dropping down at hospital or taking fights. 3 finishes, good things. And look at that coverage that Godlike has. So far, so good. They've got True Rippers in close proximity. But the major chunk of teams are around that southern part and that central part.
Yeah, this is a very interesting read coming from here from Godlike. They're taking an unorthodox playstyle, knowing that the circle may shift down towards the south side. But it seems like they have to play edge to edge here for game number 3 if the circle shifts down south. And it seems like, no, it's not shifting down south. It's not going to be on Everest as well. It's going to be onto his ruins. And there is a divider between the north and the south. True Ripper is going to be having the compounds on the north side. VOLCANO on the south side. And Xtreme Godlike, they can stay on the north side as well. They are going to be making an entry from the west side here. But on screen now, Ruins battle on screen for Miracle and for TR Official.
Again, Pain is live. He's causing so much pain and agony for the opposition. This time for Miracle will be on the receiving end. And look at Morty, a grenade flung, and he succeeds. Finds a 2-piece. Poco, Morty, as Morty will be trying to rack up another one. And this time getting shot from afar. It's going to be Hyderabad Hydras.
Wow.
Surely this flush was anticipated. Yes, cannot afford to stretch these fights, as now 4TR also find themselves amidst trouble.
Sarvid is just playing out of his mind here. But at the same time, it's just hilarious coming from Beard Baba, considering that he could not have no angles on Morty because of the right-hand advantage. And Morty was able to just nade him out of the game itself. So it's just very unfortunate for Miracle. Morty's still going to be able to pick up as well. Pain is live going to double down, try and save him. But for Miracle, they heard all these commotions. They are going to try and shut him down. They know for a fact they're weak. And now for Miracle, they want their revenge. And now the nades come true. Pain is live. He's able to skedaddle and regroup in Morty. And he's going to be able to get the reset. So 4TR Official just might be able to survive this. Reaper has an angle. Oh, so close. Right on the mark, but for some reason does not get the knock. And now even the Molotov spread connects pinpoint, but just a small little pixel allows 4TR to survive this. That is so unfortunate for Miracle. But a great, great opportunity for 4TR Official.
You know, imagine what could be even more bizarre if they can get out of there, but no.
They get the counter nade. This is revenge. 4TR Official. They're not making it easy for 4 Miracle now. As now they're going to be stacked up on the corner. Morty, he knows exactly where he is. He is going to try and lob it over. It looks good. Oh, just right at the money as well. That's going to be a confirmation. And Morty gets another knock. And 4Miracle getting single-handedly dismantled by Morty himself. As the rest of 4TR official continues with the nades. Can they get the confirmation? Yes, they do! It is over. But it's not by 4TR, but it's by Hyderabad Hydras.
It's fine. You know, 4TR will take this at any given day. No casualties, 3 finishes. Fine. But
thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Arvid. It just made our lives easier because, you know, just a couple of moments ago, 4TR were on the verge of losing out on a couple of their players. So, yes, they're alive, and so is Team Soul. But look at this. I see they've got the Fangs in front of them. And I'm kind of keen to know if both these teams will actually engage. But hold on. Team Soul seems like they want to pick those fights. And they are absolutely surrounded by enemies. So the last thing they can afford right now is to pick fights. Given the circle, look at it. It has taken a shift. Still centered around Volcano and Jux. 4TR in the mix. Reckoning have squeezed in. And even the players of Xtreme, they're trying to get their ways around the southern side. But look at Godlike. I think they're on the ascent. They want to climb Everest.
That is so tricky to play.
Very risky at the same time.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of spot to work with here. So here Xtreme Godlike, they need to clean out here Rising Inferno Esports before they go in for the flush. But on the church inside Ruins, Reckoning Esports going against 4TR official. Morty finally goes in for the slam. Max is down. And now the days come through from Urkesh. Looking to connect. And yes, it will clip onto his gravity. Second knock for him. And now Reckoning Esports. Oh no, 4TR makes a little bit of blunder here. Bounces off the nade. But Reckoning Esports, they're losing a lot of members here. Morty goes in for the push. But Reckoning Esports, they get the cleanup. No, they don't. It's actually 4TR that cleans them out.
Yeah, it's fights happening on every possible direction. Oh, ran out of ammunition, but this time will eventually succeed. Pain is live. He's having a game of his life. Morty, he's been dealt with 4 finishes, but Wyld Fangs find themselves in a situation against the likes of Hyderabad Hydras. It's going to be Ninju who does some heavy damage on Sensei, finds him knocked out. As Fierce, he wants to answer back. And now he's pressing matters. Fierce is still alive, and it is imperative that he remains so. Smokes needs to be deployed, needs to get those revives, but no, Ninju, he's getting those cleanups, this time on the players of BO7s. What's happening? It is chaos all over the map.
Yeah, this skin of the hovercraft pretty much denies a little bit of information that there is someone there, but wow, Fangs, they are going to go for the nades. Okay.
Alright.
For a second, I thought they got the knock. It was actually Xtreme Godlike's nade.
Yeah, but look at this.
Feed.
Look at this, Goblin.
Wow.
He's got an important one. Sensei finished off. Fierce also down and dusted. Team Soul, they're making those movements. Knuckle, he's been dealt with surely, but Goblin again being the tip of the spear for his squad. He's actually starting to do it. Manya from the back lines needs to anticipate Ninju, but given the fact he's inside the hovercraft, nothing really bothering him.
Oh, wow.
That was
Ninju.
a narrow escape.
That was indeed a narrow escape as well. But on the finish feed as well, we do see Xtreme Godlike taking a dominating fight here against the Rising Inferno Esports. And now the push comes through. S-Power getting shut down by Owen. And now Admino looking for the reset. S-Power is knocked. Jonathan's pretty much down and low as well. And they need to flush their way through. And just like that, they go in for the fight as well. As of yet, Admino still looking for the fight. The third party comes through. God's Rain saves the day for now. As Rising Inferno Esports only has Jatine remain. It's going to be a 3-way showdown on Everest itself.
Everybody is on the hunt. Everybody's on the prowl. And yes, Neo strikes once again. He's a mercenary, a wrath of nature. No stopping. We are living in his matrix. As Jonathan on the higher grounds, a fight against Jatin. He'll lose. As Jatin prevails, as Rising Inferno still not out of harm's way. In the meanwhile, Goblin getting dealt with by the players of 2OP as they also decide to strike in. And Team Soul really out of options. They have to retreat.
Oh boy, look at this absolute chaos in every single map in the circle as well. Ruins going to be the point of interest, legit. Scouts a little bit of remnants here of a 2OP official. Molotovs comes through, looks good. On top of 2OP official, might be able to connect, but seems like They have to reposition as teams slowly creeping in here. But so they find themselves a decent amount of cover for now. But it's not exactly inside the zone yet, inside the ruins as well. There's a lot of enemies in every single corner. And they have to check everything as well. But the big nade comes through and hits Delta. But Godstream was able to get the single tap, and 2 OP official gets 1 player knocked. But they have to go in for the reset. But as the zone closes in, 2 OP official, they're stuck. They need to move those vehicles, but they just can't find a move. So many stray bullets, and it's all thanks to Delta. This tapping, an off angle that they just cannot see at all. 2 OP official, they're just stuck. Now a random headshot connection actually hits on the players. This is not great for 2 OP official.
But certainly great for God's Raid. They've been doing quite great, but look at this, 2 OP official. Now they've got the players of Team Soul exactly where they want them to be. Yeah, of course, bot fire Shady suddenly out of nowhere. What's going on? Oh my god, it is Justin. Liability dealt with, and 2 OP suddenly. Now they're on the back foot. Manya, he's gotten that revive. Seems like the numbers have been equalized. This even better on Team Soul.
This exact spot has laid the tool for more than 4 teams. And now with another one from Manya.
Wow.
Takes them out. Look at the crates. There was like, what, 8, 10, 9 bodies in the exact same spot? My goodness, 2 OP official bows out there. Wyld Fangs kind of bowed out there as well. 4 miracles there. What, there's 12 teams inside those facilities. The amount of bodies is just uncanny in this spot.
Yeah, should rename this place to Ruins of Bones. The way we've seen so many graveyards being dug there. At this point, you know, Manya legit still alive, still breathing. They had to tell the tale as legit. A little bit of that obstruction there. A little bit of that pinch damage. God's Rain still doing good nonetheless. They've got the numbers up, all 4 of their players alive. They've got their backlines cleared. And Team Soul could be the next IC on their hit list.
Well, could be the case as well. Because as of yet, they're right on the edge of the zone. BO7S has got them completely marked. But OG, look at this, a surprise entry. We haven't seen them for a while, but this time they're going to be coming in from the northeast corner.
I like this.
They look very, very healthy, and they look very eager to take fights now.
Yep, they're stocked up. They've been avoiding every single fight, which means they have been going back to their cocoon, back into their shell. They know they need a chicken dinner. Nothing less than a chicken dinner for OG would suffice. Literally dead last on 23rd position right now with 18 points. Forget finishes, they need some footing. They need to regain their confidence back as true rippers. They've also been enjoying themselves, I see. Especially Jelly, he's been having quite a ball. Assaulting wise has secured 2 finishes. Right now, outside the zone, will sooner or later enter in. He's just waiting for somebody to fire out and somebody to get the fights rolling. That is where True Rippers will be looking for a third party.
Well, it is going to be a little bit awkward as well. As you can see, Orangutan against True Rippers, former compadres, once upon a time.
Yes.
It's going to be very, very important here. As both sides needs to hold the angles, Orangutan needs a big win. As True Rippers also needs a big win to sneak in the top 8. But in terms of comebacks here, OG needs this important game. And so far, they have been laying low. Gunshots has been made from True Rippers, but most importantly, OG, they're just laying low. As Jelly does scout out his movements. We saw a couple gunshots in, and AKOP is looking to try and go for the nade. Here he comes. Nade comes through. No, wrong placement. But the nades pretty much indicate that they know there is someone there. True Rippers, they have repositioned. They have bailed out this fight. But Jelly, I think he saw the nades, right? I'm pretty sure he might have saw the nades coming from AKOP.
Yeah, surely.
No.
Or maybe not.
He might not be. He's not looking in. Okay.
Oh.
He's paying attention to the left side.
He knows. He knows that OG
But
is
he
there.
sees Atenki on the horizon as well, so...
Or maybe not.
He actually doesn't know.
Yeah, you do not get to see inside the water. It's just us. So that could be interesting. But for now, looking at what's in front of us, I see 40R official still holding strong around that church area. They have decent numbers to work with. Team Soul, they've got 7 finishes. They've made it inside the top 8. And now AKOP. Oh my god.
Huge.
Yeah,
That is
Jelly
huge.
completely caught astray.
Yeah, he didn't even realize as well. 2 names done and dusted, but just did not realize it was tossed right beside him. Very, very unfortunate for him, but 40R official now in a very prime position to try and shut out BO7S. But Seoul, they're still hanging on. Manya and Legit definitely doing big time this time as well. BO7S stuck on the edges. As it is going to be a slow rotation here, but BO7S is going to be the first to actually move first just because they are the closest to the edge of the zone. And right after that, it is going to be followed by Seoul and 4TR. All they need to do is just wait these two teams to duke it out before they join the fray. As you can see, BO7S, they don't really have an exit strategy here. If they go north, 4TR has got them locked down. They go west, Seoul is gonna shut them down here as well. But from the horizon on top of Everest, God's Rain, they have to go down and they crash directly onto a Jux. A very quick 2 takedown. And just like that, they take away the spots from Jux.
I love how the confidence is exuding out of the players of God's Rain. The way they're clinically taking these fights. As now another threat awaits. As now amazing with those grenades. Destro popped off. And now it's down to even Neo could get taken down. Those Molotovs could get him hurt there. Still surviving. I do not know how still alive. As still God's Rain. They want to fight back. Justin, he gets that finish onto it's amazing. God's Rain still alive.
Yep.
Neo down on his knees though, needs that quick revive.
What a survival. What a save coming in from Justin as well. But as soon as the save is, he gets taken down by True Rippers. And Neo was needed off from VOLCANO. They've heard all this commotion. And now the reset comes through. God's Rain, they have the reset. But True Rippers, they're coming. And they are going to go in for the finish as well. They need this space. And God's Rain is holding up all those space. And Delta forced to hide inside the car. But True Rippers, they want to clean them out. Ninze goes in for the push. 2-man up on the side of God's Rain. And guess what? Ninze finds the opening onto his Delta. Neo remains there from the side of God's Rain. But the supplies flank coming in from Neo. Takes them out. And Neo once again still surviving for God's Rain. What a disaster for all these teams.
No way I'm witnessing all of this. Pretty shocked. As you are.
True Rippers may have gotten the initial jump, but only Kyo remains, and Seoul will bow out on 7th place as they get picked off apart. But now Kyo Lamau in a 1 versus 1 against Neo. He has the high ground. He's going to lob it over. It looks good. Neo now in a little bit of awkward spot here. But seems like the sticky bomb doesn't connect. Doesn't get the bounce there. As Neo is able to hold on. He knows for a fact that Kyo needs to push down.
Yeah.
Or in this case, Neo just needs to wait for Kyo. It's a battle of the solo warriors right now.
If you ask me, Neo has been the better player lately. Especially with the kind of a day he's having, of course. Odds are stacked up against him. Kyo does have that high ground advantage, but look at this. Like seals. They are closing in. This is what I was talking about. AKOP. What an amphibious assault. Through the waters they arrive, and now on the land they're starting to dominate. The apes are finally starting to roar as WizGod. He's gonna get that finish on Kyo. As now even Aru, he's also firing. VOLCANO Esports suddenly, from having such a nice defense, they're quite exposed, feeling quite vulnerable.
Exactly, but now OG, they definitely stepped up big time to clean out everyone. And just like that, the flush comes true. Final 5 teams, VOLCANO going to be on defense this time. They are all hunkered in towards one building. But OG, they're smoking out the entire vicinity. They want to isolate this fight. They don't want any kind of interference. Now VOLCANO, they're trying to buy time here, hoping that any teams outside was able to third-party this and thin the herd. But OG, they're not giving them a chance as well. And WizGod, interesting one-way smoke, sets up along the horizons as they try to find some sort of openings. But it seems like it is all about bombardments as well. Here he comes. Atenki going for the name VOLCANO. They're just getting picked every single angles. OG, they're trying to find some sort of pick. Very tactical plays, but no openings.
OG has to be very patient with this one. They cannot overstep. Yes, sticky bomb deployed. And nice picking from Atenki. Much anticipated, but Neo, this man refuses to bow down. Finds a nice knock on towards Atenki, making things easier, but look at AK atop the roof, and now VOLCANO Esports finding some respite, finding some room to at least trigger that revive as WizGod. He's got another grenade pulled out. Can this hit its mark? The answer is no. But look at Gosh from the back lines. will maybe catch somebody? Knows the answer.
Oh no, OG, they made too much noise. Everybody is paying attention to them. And now OG, they have to reset this fight. And just like that, they're down one member because of Neo. There's still 4 teams left. And now, with the utilities all down, they have to play the waiting game. Fantastic hole coming from VOLCANO. But they still haven't found them yet. The game of hide and seek. As a KOP looking for those nades. VOLCANO, the Psycho, he's just sitting there as well. OG, they're going to go for the pick, and now AKOP finds one, and now they find another one as well. AKOP finds 2. Can he find the third? No, he cannot. He gets shut down through the window. It's Neo that spoils the dream for OG. They are going to go down, but Neo now, the solo warrior, he gets spotted out by 4TR, but he's still alive, and OG bows out on 4th place, and we're down towards the final 3 teams. What a spoiler. What a game for Neo. But VOLCANO, they just got the reset. 4TR, they're looking at the third party. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 inside the house. And Neo is going to hear all this commotion. He is looking to snatch the chicken dinner away.
Yeah, he certainly will. But for now, INF got being pushed apart. And now it's going to be 2 players from VOLCANO charging in on him as INF. He repositioned. But where is Neo? On the backlines. But an interesting knock at that. Arjun gets a beautiful one piece on Utkarsh. Will instantly get that finish secured. But now the job's still not done yet. Arjun, he wants more. He wants to go after another, but INF God gets that trade. This is important as INF God gets dealt with. VOLCANO now in a 1v1 against the man himself, Neo.
No, it's now or never. Neo, he needs to push. It is a 1 versus 1. It's go time. Can you snatch the chicken dinner? It all comes down to this. Flash comes through. They manage to get a pickup. He's looking for the pick. No, he doesn't find it. He gets the re-knock. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Neo snatches the finish point. He's got 7 in the bag. 12 for God's reign. It is going to be Psycho versus Neo. And Neo, look at this. He's snatching up all those utilities. But with the zone coming in, Adrenaline comes through. Psycho resets as well. He's got them pinned on the sides. Molotovs in front of Neo. He can't really cross. But with the zone coming through, he's going to hurt Neo. But he manages to find a pixel. But now with the smoke skinning in play, Psycho, he doesn't know that Neo is still alive. But with this smoke coming through, he's finally heard those gunshots. Psycho intentionally masking his footsteps. But Psycho knows where he is. But the jump tap comes through. It's going to be a bait of finding information. But they are getting close to the center. Psycho, he knows where Neo is. Neo knows where he is. Now it all comes down to game of utilities. Stun grenade is there. Oh, Neo, he goes for the jump pick. Doesn't find the connection. Now goes for the pick again. Can he find? He drops him down low. Neo, he's about to do it. But the zone is going to force him out to open. The pump comes through and he gets it. Neo takes the chicken dinner. God's reign snatches the chicken dinner. Single-handedly bend the hands of Neo. An impossible chicken dinner for the final game. But God's reign has done it.
Oh my god, what a game! What a play by this young man, Neo. Seems like we live in his matrix and we are just mere mortals to what he just showcased in front of us. Absolute balls of steel, courage, bravery, and that sneakiness to add that tinge of spice which has earned God's reign this very valuable chicken dinner. What a play to the end, towards the end. I mean, very nice game sense at display. I loved how he was constantly trying to get himself into those advantageous position. How every single utility mattered. And eventually, him sneaking under that wall, I think that was that perfect area to play around with. He had the TPP cover. And, you know, the moment that 1v1 build-up was there, I think Neo literally had everything rolling in his favor.
He definitely played every single timings to perfection. Every single move he's done was so calculated to a point that, is this guy a human or is he a robot? Because that was an amazing, amazing clutch coming from Neo. Very, very timed finishes. Very, very timed attacks every single way through. Very nicely done coming from them. But, of course, let's talk about the finish points as well. Neo is going to be part of the top 5 at the MVP for this game. Alongside Morty is going to be 4TRX official. We have AKOP coming from Orangutan. We have Pain is 9 from 4TRX. And also Arjun coming from VOLCANO.
You know, if OG has not gotten the chicken dinner, it's because of Neo.
Yep.
He's been such a constant thorn. And look at this. God's reign will be elated with how Neo played. 23 points, and majority of which Neo gathered. And Godstrain was quite smart in this one. But Team Soul, decent recovery. OG 8 points, nice recovery, but not enough to put them in a good fighting position.
Yeah, it's a very awkward story as well, considering that Neo and Goblin was once former teammates in Ligita Esports, could not qualify for BGIS, but this time both teams doing pretty okay in this game itself. But Neo is eager to secure a spot into his BMPS. And I'm hoping that this might be the day as well, because now with that game completed for today, God's Reign ends the journey of today in the second half, or in this case, the first half of the second week itself, on the second position with 82 points, just 1 point away from God's Omen in the number 1 spot. 8-bit with third place here with 73. We've got Hyderabad Hydras with 63, 40RX official with 62, Insane with 61, and Mysterious 4 with 56. But VOLCANO still holds on the number 8 spot here with 55 after this 8 matches.
40RX had been really great in this game of Erangel, right? Quite consistent, got 15 points on the board. Much needed 15 to keep them afloat in the top 8. They do have a little bit of that cushion, but 2 OP kind of got pushed back towards the latter phases of today's matches. Rising Inferno also, after a good start, they're still around that area, right? They can easily squeeze in through. Soul Reckoning, a very nice recovery, I think, considering how they played yesterday. Today's a much better
I think
outcome.
Reckoning is still maintaining their performance. True Rippers is still maintaining as well, but Soul and Godlike definitely has a little bit of maintenance to climb up into the top 16. But again, that is position placement. But when we talk about points, the gap has kind of widened between them and top 8 as well, because Soul now, between 41 to top 8, they need about, 20 points? Yeah. It's not that bad, but Godlike is about 30 points-ish. So that's a little bit concerning here for Hero Stream Godlike, but it's still not of the end of the world.
Exactly. 8 more matches remain, folks, so nothing much to worry about. Anything can happen. We've seen so much drama so far, so who knows what lies tomorrow. But OG, 26 points. I mean, the way the position they started at, it has to be a dip down, given that the other teams have really stepped up. BO7's played really well. Tamilan's got a chicken dinner. Wyld Fangs, I do not know how are they still at the 18th position.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Wyld Fangs actually still in the same spot, but BO7S, they started day 1 in a pretty okay position, almost nearing to his top 8. They've taken a huge tumble down towards the 19th position, which is very, very unfortunate. Even at the start of the day, Jux actually climbed up as well, but they were last place. Now they're second last. So I would say a small little improvement. It's only been 2 days. There's still 8 more matches to go for each and every single team. So technically, they need a huge, massive game. So we talked about how today itself is all about a game that needs to be resetted. But you know what? Let's give it to an expert here to telegraph what's happened today.
कर गई है। सबसे जो पहली फाइट है वो इस वक्त होने वाली टीम सोल और 4TR के बीच की जो जंग थी वो बहुत ही ज्यादा मजेदार थी। इसमें देखने वाली बात ये रही कि 4TR जिस तरीके से वो अपना होल्ड बनाकर यहाँ पर बैठे हुए थे, और टीम सोल जो रश करने की उनकी कोशिश थी ना, वो बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया थी। उसमें बस एक छोटी सी गलती जो शायद आप यहां पर नोटिस कर पाए, वो ये रही कि उन्होंने लेजिट को पीछे छोड़ा तो सही कि वो कवर फायर यहां से प्रोवाइड करेंगे, पर दिक्कत की बात ये हुई कि जब वो कवर प्रोवाइड करने लिए जा रहे थे, उससे पहले उन्होंने अपने हाथ में जो मोलोटॉव था वो रख लिया, और जब ये पूरी फाइट हुई तब आप देखेंगे कि ये जो मोलोटॉव था वो जो डिस्टेंस है वो ट्रैवल नहीं कर पाया, और अगर उनके हाथ में उस टाइम वो वेपन रहा होता तो ये जो आयन ऑफ गॉड हैं या फिर जो दूसरे प्लेयर थे मॉटी जिन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज दिया था, वो डैमेज लेजिट अपने ऊपर थोड़ा डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर सकते थे, या फिर आप कह सकते हैं कि लेजिट ऊपर से जो शॉट्स हैं वो बढ़िया तरीके से कंप्लीट कर सकते थे। पर ये एक छोटी सी गलती रही कि उन्होंने प्लेयर को ऊपर डाला जरूर था, और यहां पर जब नकुल डाउन हुए थे तब वो सीधा लेजिट की तरफ देख रहे कि भाई कवर फायर कहां है, क्योंकि वो तो मोलोटॉव्स एंड बाकी सारी चीजें करने में बिजी रह गए। तो ये एक गलती रही, अदरवाइज ये जो फाइट थी टीम सोल बहुत आसानी से जीत सकती थी। पर इसके बाद जो हमारा दूसरा फाइट था वो था ट्रॉय तमिलन और 4TR के बीच की ये जंग। ये फाइट आप क्लासिक फाइट कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि यहां पर इन्फर्नो इस पेड़ के पीछे फंसे हुए थे और सामने के जो प्लेयर्स हैं ना उन्होंने उनको देख भी रखा था। हम एक्सपेक्ट करके चल रहे थे कि रणवीर गाड़ी लेकर आए हैं, ये इन्फर्नो को उठाएंगे और ये टीम वापस अपने ड्रॉप लोकेशन तक पहुंच जाएगी, पर ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ। उन्होंने कहा कि हम फाइट लेंगे, जबकि आपके पास टीम की पोजीशनिंग नहीं पता है। आप आईएनएफ गॉड को देखिए, वो रोटेट करके ऑलरेडी आ गए। रणवीर उस प्लेयर को देख रहे हैं जिसकी इंफॉर्मेशन इन्फर्नो के पास थी, और मॉर्टी ने वही किया, इन्फर्नो को उन्होंने डाउन किया। ये डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गए, ये डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गए, और इस प्लेयर को पूरा मौका मिला कि वो ट्रॉय तमिलियन को डाउन कर पाए। बट यही एक सिंपल सी गलती थी कि उन्होंने बिना इन्फॉर्मेशन के फाइट लेने की सोची और उसके बाद सारी जो गलतियां थी वो लाइन से चलती गई और ट्रॉय तमिलियन वो कुछ नहीं कर पाए। और 4TR की जो टीम है वो इस मैच में ही सबसे बड़ा जो चिकन डिनर था वो लेकर गए। और एक और थोड़ी मिस्टेक रही यहाँ पर हाइड्रो की कि उन्होंने सही समय पे इन्फर्नो को रिवाइव नहीं दिया, जबकि उनके पास प्रॉपर टाइम बचा हुआ था। पर ओवरऑल आप ये कह सकते हैं कि आज के दिन पर जो मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं उन्होंने कोशिश बहुत करी है, पर छोटी छोटी जो मिस्टेक्स हैं टीम्स ने करी जरूर है। पर अभी भी 8 मैचेस बाकी हैं। उम्मीद करता हूं कल का दिन उन सारी ही टीम्स के लिए बढ़िया होगा। पर अब वापस एंकी बोर्ड की तरफ चलते हैं और जानते हैं कि क्या कुछ बचा है आज के दिन में।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। आज
All right, some interesting insights on how these fights unfolded. But, this day has been exciting, tiring, and, full of emotions for both of us, especially with the narrative we begun. Never expected God's Omen to play this well. Yes, folks, it was a day of comeback. But teams like God's Omen, 4TR officials, all of them, they staged a comeback. And God's Omen at the top, in fact, God's Reign also.
On the top.
Yeah.
Day of Gods today.
So it's basically Day of Gods, especially with how Neo really played up. And we have been talking about that legendary hat-trick that God's Omen have secured, right? So, of course, it's better that we have the players also coming up for an interview. So that is out there. But I see, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I want to see how Stone is going to be reacting to that as well, because he's got his legendary moments. But not just that, his teammates himself, everybody looks like a very, very solid team here in going for the hat-trick themselves. But unfortunately, in that final game, they could not go for the golden day, which is very, very unfortunate as well. They took a very, very early tumble against Reckoning Esports. But all things considered as well, I really want to see what they are feeling about this as well, because right now, being a table topper in the second week of semifinals, and obviously, they're not officially in towards the grand finals yet, but based on this pre-results, they should be a top contender to be joining the 8 teams that are already in the grand final. So they should be the number 9 team as of yet.
Realistically speaking, I do not want God's Omen to constantly get back-to-back chicken dinners. All I want from them from tomorrow is to get consistent points. 8-9, 8-9, just stay there. Because what just happened right now, they kind of went a little overboard. If you remember in the previous game, they just forced that fight against Reckoning, which kind of hurt them. But let's hear from the man himself, Stone BGMI, and the Hindi talents are waiting with them for an exclusive interview.
पर आज के दिन पे लगातार 3 चिकन डिनर्स, व्हाट चेंज टोन? क्योंकि इनिशियली हम देख रहे थे मैचेस उतने बढ़िया नहीं जा रहे थे। आज के दिन पे क्या ऐसा आपने किया जो कोई भी और टीम नहीं कर पाई और 3 चिकन डिनर्स आप लेके गए?
जी, मतलब वही सोच लिया रोटेशन का, मतलब थोड़ा अर्ली रोटेट करना है। एंड मैं T1 का माइंडसेट रीड कर लिया, वो लोग क्या करते हैं, थोड़ा उनका ड्रॉप्स पे वो लोग रहेंगे या नहीं रहेंगे, उस एडवांटेज लेके मैं वही मूव इन किया और वो वर्क किए। जो भी अभी किया है ना, उतना तो जोन तो मिलेगा, लेकिन मारने वाले अपने बंदे हैं ना, ये जो भी हुआ है अपने टीम की वजह से हुआ है, टीम वर्क के लिए। तो इसीलिए अपन चिकन कन्वर्ट कर लिया तीनों मैचेस।
बहुत ही कमाल का आज का प्रदर्शन यहाँ पे रहा आपका। एंड मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि अब जब आपके पास काफी सारे पॉइंट्स हैं, आप टेबल में काफी ऊपर हैं, कल के लिए क्या तैयारी है आपकी और कल की प्लानिंग क्या है आपके लिए?
सेम है जो आज क्या स्ट्रेटेजी बना के खेले ना, कल भी वही रहेगा, आगे भी वही रहेगा, ग्रैंड्स भी वही रहेगा।
जी हाँ, ग्रैंड फाइनल में भी वही होना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आप यहाँ चिकन डिनर निकाल रहे हो, वहाँ पे अगर निकाल लेंगे तो वहाँ तो रिवॉर्ड के साथ ट्रॉफी भी आपका इंतजार करेगा। बट जिस तरीके से हमने आज के मैचेस देखे, बैक टू बैक 3 चिकन डिनर आप जिस तरीके से निकाले, उस चौथे मैच में क्या हुआ? ठीक है, आपने आज बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर वो 3 मैचेस निकाले, लेकिन एक मैच जो साधारण हुआ उसके पीछे मैं स्टोरी जानना चाहूंगा।
जी, अपना वही था, ड्रॉप तो अपना स्कूल ही था और सोल के साथ क्लैश होगा करके हम वैसे भी सोल सिटी खा लिए करके सोच के गए थे, लेकिन उधर अपने को एकदम सरप्राइज ही मिल गया, 2 टीम आ गए उधर। अगर उधर फाइट के लिए रेडी रहते तो हम भी प्लान बना के आ सकते थे, उधर 2 टीम की वजह से अपने को कुछ भी नहीं कर पाए, एकदम अंधा घुस गया उधर, वही सीन हुआ।
जी बिल्कुल। देखिए स्टोन बीजेमआई, हमने काफी फॉर्मल क्वेश्चंस आपसे पूछ लिए, मैं आपसे बहुत सच्चाई के साथ पूछना चाहता हूँ, थोड़ी टिप्स और ट्रिक्स आप अगर एक्सपीरियंस टीम्स अगर कोई देना चाहे तो वो क्या रहेगी? क्योंकि ओरांगुटन की बात करें, हीरो एक्सट्रीम, गॉडलाइक की बात करें, सोल की बात करें, रेकनिंग की बात करें, ये बड़े नाम आपको बहुत पीछे देखने को मिल रहे हैं। थोड़ी कुछ टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स अगर आप बताना चाहें उनके लिए तो काफी फायदेमंद हो जाएगा।
जी, वो ये जो भी टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स मैं उन्हीं से सीखा हूँ, जो अभी T1 में बैठे हैं ना, उनसे सीखा हूँ। लेकिन उनका एक मैं माइनस पॉइंट वही सोचा, ये लोग क्या करते हैं, मतलब वो लोग करेंगे कि स्प्लिट में खेलेंगे, नहीं तो वो उनका ड्रॉप छोड़ के एडवांस थोड़ा प्रिडिक्ट करके चले जाएंगे, मतलब होने वाला का वो प्रिडिक्ट कर रहे हैं। हम होने वाला का प्रिडिक्ट नहीं कर रहे, अभी का प्रिडिक्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या होगा इधर, क्या करना पड़ेगा, अगर जोन हट गया हम क्या कर सकते हैं, तो वो माइंड रीड करके रोटेशन दिया है। बस वही करो, आगे का प्रिडिक्ट हम जोन का तो प्रिडिक्ट कोई भी नहीं कर सकता है, वही सीन हो रहा है सबको, मतलब एडवांस जाके जोन पकड़े, मिड जाके घुस रहे, वो जोन प्रिडिक्ट ही नहीं कर पा रहे कोई भी।
जी
मैं भी परफेक्ट नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैं अभी के लिए वेट करता हूँ, अगर जोन शिफ्ट हुआ तो जाना क्या है, क्या करना है, वो मैं प्लान बनाता हूँ, वो
जी
कर रहा
बिल्कुल
हूँ।
बिल्कुल स्टोन है। और बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। मैं चाहूंगा कि हम एक बार हमारा मेन कैंप दिखा पाए ताकि हम आपको सल्यूट कर पाए, जो हमने आज डेस्क पे भी करा है, क्योंकि बैक टू बैक 3 मैचेस में चिकन डिनर, ग्रैंड सल्यूट, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट, एंड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली अब सीधे मुलाकात लैन इवेंट में ही होने वाली है। थैंक यू सो मच स्टोन।
थैंक यू ब्रो।
देखिए एक बात,
salute to the boys from God's Omen, the way they played, exemplary display of courage, bravery, got themselves the hat trick today. And yeah, I think it was such a delight to have Stone with us on the desk. I mean, unfortunately we could not interview them, but they have been learning a lot from the tier 1 teams, and now going up against them, this is such a Cinderella story.
And of course, today is definitely a God's day here. We have 3 chicken dinners in the hands of God's Omen. They've got the hat trick as well, winning chicken dinner with Erangel, Miramar, as well as Sanhok. Unfortunately, could not go for the golden day because in the hands of the final game as well, they've played, it was in the hands of God's Rain. We also see Tamilan Esports also taking the win themselves. And of course, that is a very, very important one as well. These are the teams that pretty much gotten all the chicken dinners, and they were the biggest victors for today itself. But of course, we have officially reached the halfway mark of the semifinals week 2 itself. And of course, the grind continues as well, because this next day, day 3 and day 4, is going to be all about adaptations. Because why? Stone has revealed all the strategies. That's a very, very good insight, because now the tier 1 teams are going to be listening, and they are going to maybe make a little bit of countermeasures as well, perhaps.
I loved how Stone was so humble, confident and humble at the same time. When Anki really asked him, what do you think, what tips do you want to give to the other teams? He was like, I learned from them and I have further improvised. I've studied these players so much that now I'm starting to outplay them, but I wish that they make through. But so far, what a day of comeback it has been, folks. But yes, like IC said, 2 more days remain and 8 more matches separating our top 8. That's all from us for today. See you tomorrow. Till then, take care and good night.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job. Defeat.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई, अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. underwater, but you say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes.